Chapter 51, You Are Such a Genius. Hearthstone? What is that? Not only Fred and George, but also Hermione next to them were also curious. Since she came to Hogwarts, she has understood almost everything. But she had never heard of Hearthstone that Ron was talking about. Looking at the three pairs of puzzled eyes, Ron leaned gently on a stone and began to explain to the three of them. The rules of Hearthstone are simple. At least none of the three people present was a fool. After the rules were finished, Fred said excitedly, "If we really make these cards, I bet it will be famous in the wizarding world." Even George nodded in agreement. Hermione's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect Ron to be so good at the game. Maybe this game can be like Quidditch? Ron smiled slightly. Hold a competition. Clever Miss Granger guessed it instantly. That's right, there will be a bonus at the end of the competition. Looking at Hermione, who was able to get through at one point, Ron nodded in satisfaction. Talking to smart people is not tiring. Fred and George both looked excited after listening to it, and wanted to make a set right away. Those wizards will absolutely love it. But we still have to figure out how to design those cards. George said something, half of Fred's enthusiasm. Yes, it took them half a school year just to design those cards. If Mrs. Weasley knew about this, they would have been killed. Why don't you ask me? Ron is most interested in making money. Card? When my frog cub traveled, he brought back all kinds of cards. Gwent, Hearthstone. I just have a set in my hand, but it's in my home now. I'll bring it over after Christmas is over. The words fell, the twins looked at each other, and Fred immediately took Ron's hand. You are the biggest boss of our prank shop. There is nothing wrong with what he said. After all, Lorne is currently the one who pays the most money, and he came up with such a great idea. It's just unreasonable for Ron to not be the boss. Boss? Ron was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. Forget it, I'm only interested in receiving money, you should be the boss. This, Fred and George didn't expect Ron to say that. Okay, talk about this when you have time, you two might as well study it carefully, how to materialize the characters of the card. They have all come to the magical world, and the cards are still ordinary paintings, which is simply too mediocre. Since it is to be done, it is to be the most luxurious. Leave this technology to the two of us. Hearing that they needed technical support, the twins immediately volunteered. No one is better than the two of them in this technology. After explaining the store and the specific gameplay in the back, Ron was going to practice the flying spell with Hermione for a while. Don't worry, we will handle everything. Fred made a guarantee. You are such a genius, Ron. George also said sincerely. Thank you for the compliment. Ron shrugged. He was just standing on the memory of his previous life. George, let's go to the library to find the spell book in this area. Fred couldn't hold his temper, and directly greeted George to the library. Christmas will start in less than a week, and the two of them will try to study it during this time. The talents of these two people are not comparable to ordinary people. Looking at the distant figure, Ron couldn't help thinking. Okay, let's continue practicing. Turning his head, Ron said to Hermione, who was staring at him. What's the matter? Is there something dirty on my face? Seeing Hermione's gaze, he touched his face suspiciously. No. Hermione's mouth twitched slightly, and a sweet voice sounded, I just think you know a lot. Either way. The breeze blew, Hermione's brown curls fluttering in the wind. Those eyes are still so agile. Okay, let's start training. Ron laughed. The two of them practiced until dinner time. When the two of them came to Gryffinder's table, Harry was still the same and did not change back. Because the time has not yet reached 12 hours. Good evening, Harry. Ron took the initiative to say hello. Good evening. Harry smiled reluctantly. Ron sat aside, his eyes looking at Harry from time to time, as if he was looking at something. "What's wrong with you?" Ron saw that something was wrong with Harry's state and asked curiously. Hermione, who was sitting on the side, rested her chin in one hand and yawned boredly. She has already thought about what happened. "Who told you to go back to the dormitory to sleep after eating?" Harry was stopped when she went back to the dormitory today. Seeing that Harry didn't speak, Ron answered for her. Looking at Harry's melancholy look, Ron understood. "And she was sent a love letter by our roommate Dean, but Harry didn't take it." Ron whispered and glanced at Harry at the same time. Seeing that the other party did not act aggressively, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's really a sad thing." Looking at Harry, who didn't want to talk, Ron shook his head and ordered a glass of honey milk. "Sad things go well with desserts." Hermione half squinted her eyes, and she could clearly see the corners of Ron's mouth that kept rising. "Schadenfreude." Hermione shook her head. "But this thing is really funny. No one knows what Dean will look like when he finds out that the object of his confession is his roommate." Thinking of this, Hermione also ordered a glass of honey milk. She used the action of drinking to cover up the corners of her mouth that gradually turned up. Today's Malfoy and Dean don't know how much shadow it will bring to Harry. But looking at Harry's current appearance, at least it's not a small blow. "Why do I or drink a potion?" Noticing Ron's obscure gaze, Harry fell down on the table as if he had no strength. "Even Ron is. Hurry up and change back." Harry thought feebly. Chapter 52, Pay the Entry Fee. Winters in England are not so cold. But in Hogwarts, many little wizards have already put on warm scarves. After a night of time, Harry finally changed back. As for how he got back to the dormitory last night, it is unknown. Inside the Slytherin lounge, Ron also wore the striped scarf that Hermione gave him at the beginning of school today, which was thick enough to shield him from the cold wind. After getting dressed up in front of the mirror, he set off to the restaurant to prepare breakfast. Perhaps because of the approaching winter, the restaurants that used to have a lot of people lost at least half this morning. After arriving at Slytherin's dining table, he hadn't waited for Ron to walk beside Hermione. Suddenly blocked by the Weasley twins who appeared out of nowhere. Fred held a piece of paper and handed it to him. "This is the research result of the two of us in one night." A naive-looking broom was drawn with a quill pen on this piece of paper, and Ron had not asked. The screen is presented. As George gently tapped a wand on the paper, he chanted the spell. Soon, the painting broom seemed to come alive, flying off the paper and appearing right above the paper. And it vibrates from time to time. "How is it, not bad?" Fred said proudly. "No one is more specialized in this invention than the two of them." And seeing this scene, Ron's eyes lit up. Isn't this equivalent to a virtual projection? Thinking so, he curiously reached out and touched the broom. But what he didn't expect was that his hand actually directly touched the entity of the broom. And the broom was still struggling in his hands, as if it were an object with its own consciousness. "How did you two do it?" Ron asked curiously. It was the first time he had seen this kind of magic. Even Ron, Harry and Hermione were attracted. Hermione looked at the broom struggling in Ron's hand, and her eyes were incredible. Obviously, the knowledgeable Miss Hermione has never seen such interesting magic. "You know the talking portraits in the principal's room, right?" George didn't say it directly, but asked back with a smile. The portrait of the principal's office? Although Ron had never seen it before, he also knew that the portraits of the principals of all generations existed. So he nodded. "Last night the two of us went to Headmaster Dumbledore, and he gave us some advice." Fred said it directly. "The two of them are the completers of this spell, and Dumbledore just made some irrelevant comments in it. The two brothers explained it this way: Whether they believe it or not is none of their business. And Headmaster Dumbledore is also very interested in the Hearthstone we made. Speaking of which, Fred couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. Headmaster Dumbledore also said that if it's done, he'll buy our first set. The words of Fred and George instantly ignited the emotions of several people around them. Even Ron was a little surprised. Did Dumbledore like this kind of thing? Maybe you can use it as a propaganda. You must know that the name of Headmaster Dumbledore is very famous in the wizarding world all over the world. You two are making some prank again. When Ron heard that Dumbledore was interested, he immediately asked with wide-eyed eyes. Even Harry was attracted. It's just that the dark circles at the corners of his eyes made him look tired. Business secrets, outsiders can't tell. Fred gave Ron a sidelong glance and refused mercilessly. Outsiders. Outsiders. I'm your brother, you call me an outsider. These words made Ron flush with anger, and pointed at the Fred brothers and threatened, "You two, I'm going to tell Mom." "Damn it," George muttered. Every time this kind of thing happened, Ron would threaten them. Generally speaking, they also compromise. But this time is different. The three of us, and Miss Hermione. Fred pointed to Ron, and after thinking about it, he brought his little girlfriend with him. The four of us have formed a team, if you want to know what's being made. First hand in 10 gold galleons. 10. 10. Why don't you go grab it? Ron sighed. Ron gave 100 gold galleons, said George. When the words fell, Harry and Ron immediately looked at Ron. I did pay. Ron nodded. It only cost 100 galleons. After the operation later, Jin Galleon will have it if he wants. What's more, there are many interesting games recorded in his mind. Werewolf killing, running a group, Dungeons and Dragons. If these are combined with magic, there will definitely be an uproar. Thinking about it, Ron is looking forward to the future progress. Isn't this more fun than a game console? Well, can I join in? Harry, who was a little tired at this time, asked in a low voice. It must be a good thing to get the affirmation of Headmaster Dumbledore. But it is only 10 gold galleons, and his parents have left him a lot of inheritance. This. The twins hesitated and looked at Ron. After all, Ron, who appears the most at present, naturally has the right to speak. Don't look at me, you two are bosses. Ron didn't want to deal with this kind of thing, so he quickly shied away. How tiring to be a boss, you have to manage all kinds of things every day. Why do you want to be a boss when you can lie down at home and collect money? Welcome to join, Harry. Fred and George shook hands with Harry kindly, and Harry handed the twins 20 galleons. Fred and George both scratched their heads in confusion, not understanding what this was for. And Ron's, I also paid him, Harry said quickly. As a good friend, he couldn't bear to see Ron being isolated. Harry. Ron was moved to look at his good brother. When I get rich in the future, I will definitely give it back to you, he swore. And the Gemini who took the money, although they didn't want Ron to get involved, they took the money. You're welcome too, Ron. The two greeted each other indifferently. Now tell us, what the hell are you doing? Entering the business group, Ron has the confidence to speak. Fred also kept his promise and told Harry and Ron what was going to be made. The eyes of the two of them became brighter and brighter. This is simply a genius game, Ron exclaimed. SHH, keep your voice down. Fred gave Ron a deterrent look and told him to shut up. I always felt that it was a mistake to let this kid in. Blank 69892585 Chapter 53, Fairy Tale is established. Okay, little wizards, cast the floating spell. The short half-blood elf Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the little wizards who all picked up their wands and pointed at the feathers. Slytherin's position, Ron was holding a wand and yawned a little bored. He had already learned these practical little magic spells in the library. And the little wizards around are eager to try. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy, who was beside him, waved his wand, but the feathers on the table only moved a little. "It's hard," Malfoy said. "Is it hard?" Ron glanced at the pure white feather lying on the table, and tapped the wand in his hand. Not even the spell was uttered. The feathers began to twist, and soon they flew higher and higher. It wasn't until it reached the ceiling that it slowly floated down. "Hey, wonderful use of spells." Professor Flitwick sighed in admiration, his bright eyes full of surprises. The application of the silent mantra and the cooperation of the floating mantra are great. 10 points for Slytherin. Unsurprisingly, Ron's class was given 10 points by Professor Flitwick every day. Because as long as it is Flitwick's spell class, Ron is always the first to cast it, and he uses it very well. After so many classes, none of Ravenclaw's little wizards did not know Lorne Geralt, who has always been in the limelight. As long as they are in class with Slytherin, most of the points will not be added to their group of little eagles. You should probably come to Ravenclaw. For the first time in so many years, Professor Flitwick questioned the selection of the Sorting Hat. Why would such a wise little wizard be assigned to Slytherin? Flitwick could not see the peculiar ambition and obsession with power of the little snakes in Ron. What a shame to go to Slytherin. Ron didn't know what Professor Flitwick was thinking. After getting the grades for this class, he was ready to practice his other spells. After the charms get out of class ended, Ron walked out of the classroom wrapped in a scarf. At this time, there was still light snow floating in the sky, and the water in the Black Lake had been frozen into a thick layer. When he came to the edge of the Black Lake, the Weasley brothers were waiting for him early. The two brothers were skating on the lake at this time, and there were many wizards around. It could be seen that many people liked it when it was snowing. "Good noon, Ron." Fred and the two slid all the way to Ron, smiling. "Good afternoon, you two." Ron responded politely. "Hey, didn't your little girlfriend come with you?" George looked left and right, and found that he didn't see the inseparable figure, and asked in surprise. The two were not together. This is an uncommon thing. "Not a little girlfriend," Ron retorted, and then said, "She has classes all day today, and I only have classes in the morning." "That's a pity," Fred joked. Ron nodded in agreement. "By the way, what's the matter with you two calling me here today?" While eating at the table in Gryffindor this morning, he saw the letter the twins had left him. Let him come to the Black Lake when there is no class in the afternoon. There are important things to discuss. These two guys actually figured out his timetable. However, for the important matter of these two people, it's also very curious. After all, these two have a lot of ghost ideas. "Wait a minute, George brings the paper here." Fred touched his pocket, but he didn't feel it, turned to George and said, "Why did you put this in my clothes?" George took out a piece of paper from his pocket and said to Fred with some doubts, "It was you who took the wrong clothes when you went out." Fred was a little helpless. Most of their clothes are exactly the same, so they get confused when they go out. "Come on, look at this piece of paper." Saying that, Fred handed the paper to Ron. It wasn't yesterday. After waiting for the result paper, Ron realized that the original broom had become a laddie with a wand. With gorgeous clothes and a broad mage's pointed hat, it can be seen that the person who painted this picture must be very attentive. "Did you two draw it?" Ron glanced at the two of them. "Of course. No, we asked Ravenclaw's little wizard to draw it," said Brother George. "The two of them don't have such painting skills. Yesterday's vivid broom still took 7 or 8 pictures to draw a satisfactory one. Simply, just ask someone to do the painting. After all, they have a lot of startup capital now." And it just so happens that Tramclaw has a little witch from a painting family. Okay, don't care who drew it. Fred took out his wand and pointed at the piece of paper. What you want to see is what this piece of paper looks like after casting a spell. The screen is presented with the incantation blurted out. Soon, the gorgeous witch in the picture opened her eyes in midair. I will assist you to win. Ron was stunned for a moment, and the witch in front of him actually spoke. And it's still a very cold voice. Is this a voice system made directly? He turned his head to look at the smiling twins, not knowing what to say for a while. You two are really talents. He didn't say the setting that each card has its own voice. In other words, these two people figured it out on their own. It just took one night to add some recording spells. Fred smiled and shrugged. This thing is not difficult for the two of them at all. Now everything is ready, even the dubbing actors and the two of them have been found in advance. Everything is ready, just need a set of Ron's cards. Ron looked at the noble witch who had been staring at him. This gorgeous and beautiful witch even tilted her head to look at him, as if asking why the battle hadn't started yet. Are all the standby actions done? Miss Witch, attack. George gave orders to the witch on paper. The noble witch immediately picked up her wand and aimed it at the air in front of her, and a beam of light shot out from the wand. Hey, we should give our prank shop a name. At this moment, Fred suddenly remembered something. As the three major investors of the prank shop, we just can agree on it. The name of the store? As a store that wants to grow big, a memorable name is absolutely necessary. At first, the twins wanted to be named after Weasley, but considering both Lon and Harry, they finally decided to think of one together. How about being called Fairy Tale? At this time, Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. It just so happened that he also knew the badge of that guild. It's better to just copy the guild from another world. And the meaning of the name is also very interesting. Fairy Tale? Fred and George were a little confused. Whether fairies have tails or not? In fact, no one can be sure whether fairies exist or not. Because of this, it is forever unknown. Based on his impression, Ron gave a rough idea of the meaning of the name. No, fairies don't have tails, and Professor Flitwick is a fairy. Fred thought of Professor Flitwick, the goblin hybrid. That's right. George also nodded. The fairies I'm talking about aren't that kind of fairies. Ron forgot that fairies exist in this world. However, he still managed to explain it. Have you two seen Thestrals? As a creature representing death, all wizards who grew up in the magic world have heard of it. No, the two of us haven't died once. Fred and George both shook their heads. Do you think the Thestrals exist? Ron asked. Of course, the school's carriage is pulled by Thestrals. But you haven't seen them. How do you know they exist? Ron narrowed his eyes. It's common sense, my good friend. Fred responded. Then have you seen it? No. That's okay, since I haven't seen it, it means unknown, so I choose Fairy Tale. Looking at the two dumb people, Ron smiled. Why isn't it called Yestrel's Tale? George and Fred were speechless. Have you ever seen a pureblood goblin? Ron asked back. The final name was finalized. Fairy Tale is officially established. Chapter 54, Halloween is coming. Finally, in Lawns under the proposal, 3 people officially founded Fairy Tale on the edge of the Black Lake. No one knows how much this store will make waves in the wizarding world in the future. Even the 3 of them didn't think that far. I still think Yestrel's Tale sounds nice. George muttered. By the way, I will raw the badge and treat it as a trademark. Ron completely filtered out George's nonsense, smiled and drew a goblin sign on a piece of clean snow with his wand. Fred and George's eyes lit up when they saw the exquisite logo. This beautiful badge alone convinced the two of them. It's great, we were going to use the big dung egg as a trademark at the beginning," George said happily. "This logo is much prettier than Big Duck." Hearing George's words, Ron was obviously stunned for a moment. "It's too brave to use a big dung egg as a trademark. The matter of the trademark is left to the two of you. Finish painting the badge," Ron said. "Okay, don't worry." The twins agreed with confidence. Then the three of them chatted about the general development of the store next to the Black Lake. Everything in Ron's mind needs to be matched with magic, so the twins decided to go to the library in the afternoon and stay until the evening. The grades of the two were not bad, but their minds were not focused on study. After researching the product, the twins immediately became energized. Seeing the two figures leave with great interest, Ron nodded with satisfaction. The two of them worked hard, and he was only responsible for some ideas. In comparison, Ron looked much more relaxed. After returning to the Slytherin lounge, Ron patted his snow-covered blonde hair, then used a wand to dry it. Recently, there are quite a few little wizards who have caught a cold in the school. There are many people seeing a doctor at the school doctor every day. Although he doesn't think his physique will catch a cold, it's better to be careful. After drying his hair, Ron suddenly froze. "It seems that I haven't seen a frog cub for many days." Since the frog cub brought back to Nangdakun last time, he subconsciously forgot to go to the nest to see the frog cub. After he returned to his dormitory, he came to the position next to his bed. In the soft nest, there were no frog cubs, only a few photos that appeared at an unknown time. The content of the photo is of a short-haired little girl in a sweater, and a young man with a big nose in a blue shirt. Another photo is of a huge turtle, and there is a hexagonal stone carved in the center of the turtle's shell. There is also the pattern of this animal on the stone. A little familiar? Ron muttered to himself. But this trip, he knew it was a world he had seen in his previous life. It's just that the vague memory gave him a general impression, but it wasn't very impressive. In the lower left corner of the photo, as always, the time to return is written. This time I came back very late, probably after the Christmas holiday. Storing the photo in the different space, then Ron turned on the bedside lamp to write a note for the spell class. When the frog cub comes back, he will know what to bring. Now it doesn't matter whether you guess or not. The little wizards also have homework every day, but Ron and Hermione usually finish their work in the library ahead of time. And today Hermione was still in class, so he could only write it himself. The homework assigned by Professor Flitwick was very simple for him. It is to record the concept and application experience of the floating spell. At noon, even if the sun is shining outside, the Slytherin underwater dormitory is still full of green. Fortunately, he prepared the lights. Night. On the Gryffindor table. As Slytherin, Ron was surrounded by twins, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. If you didn't know, you would have thought that a group of little lions were bullying a little snake. Christmas will be in a few days. Do you have any gifts ready? Fred and George both smiled and looked at Ron as they spoke. Don't worry, there are both of you. Ron said helplessly. After Halloween, it's time for a Quidditch match. And Christmas comes after the Quidditch match. Although Ron said yes, he hadn't thought about what to give. He has a lot of strange things, just pick out one or two. I have everything ready for you. Ron, who was holding Scabbers, also said. You send some useless things every year. The two brothers who knew Ron well said helplessly. Every Christmas, Ron always brings back what they have left. There is no novelty or value. Several people were sitting together, and Fred had already told everyone the name of the store and what he was about to do. Hermione was very interested in the magic made by the twins, while Ron and Harry just thought the cards were interesting. Irregular. It hurts. Harry clasped his fingers and stared dully at the angry young lady who was waving her wand. Just now, out of curiosity, he touched the witch in midair with his finger, but he was stabbed with a wand. Miss Witch has her own consciousness, Fred explained with a smile. Ron looked at Miss Witch, who folded her hands in anger, and had a bold idea in her heart. Forget it, it's not a punishment. With the end of night, there are bright stars in the sky. In the school medical room, Quirrell, who had almost recovered, held his head in fear. Definitely, must find Peter Pettigrew. Now hurry up and find the Philosopher's Stone for me. The awakened Voldemort shouted unwillingly. Yes, Lord. Master, I have already found out about the Philosopher's Stone. I'll find a way when it's Halloween. Quirrell, who was hunched over on the bed, replied in a panic. Action as soon as possible. After Voldemort said something weakly, he fell into a deep sleep again. The last time he wrapped the turban with magic, he had used up the magic power he had recovered. He has been dormant on the back of Professor Quirrell's head for the past few days, recovering cautiously. Under the moonlight, Quirrell untied the bandage on his arm, looked at the arm that was almost recovered, and shook it gently. The pain made him frown, and Quirrell looked up at the forbidden forest in the distance. There was an idea in my heart. Now it's time to wait until Halloween. Chapter 55, Hermione and the Troll. After Ron finished dinner, he returned to the Slytherin lounge. In the lounge, groups of very tightly wrapped little wizards were chatting. As the captain of Quidditch, Flint doesn't have much prejudice, because Lorne is the best player they currently play in Quidditch. Not even senior wizards can beat it. Is a good candidate to become the next Quidditch Slytherin captain. Flint beckoned to Ron and motioned him to come over and chat. However, Ron shook his head and declined the invitation. He knew that with his current strength growth, sooner or later, he would not be able to ride a broom. According to the current thinking, after participating in this Quidditch match, he retired on the spot. At the end of November, the weather is getting colder. Originally, it was a small snowflake, but it has long since turned into a heavy snowflake. When Ron got up, the outside was completely covered with snow. Even the lake above the Slytherin lounge was blocked, so it was impossible to separate day and night. Ron yawned, then turned on the bedside lamp. The white light was very dazzling in the dim dormitory. After he glanced at his watch, he realized that it was already around 9 in the morning. Thankfully, he didn't have class today, otherwise he would have been late. Turning to look at the other two people in the dormitory, Malfoy and Crabbe were still sound asleep. When he came to Slytherin's lounge, Ron found that quite a few snakes had already woken up. Put on the scarf, and add a layer of not too thick sweater to the large wizard robe. 1 hot chocolate milk, 1 bread, thank you. When he came to the dining table, there were not many wizards around, so Ron asked for some casually. Today is Halloween, the little snakes have a herbal medicine class in the afternoon, and the little lion has a class all day. Thinking of this, Ron suddenly felt that there were indeed many lessons for the little lion. After a simple breakfast, Ron went to the library with the book. There are many people in the library today, most of them are rushing to do their homework. Because there will be a vacation soon, no one likes to do homework during the vacation. Being immersed in learning, time always flies by quickly. After taking Professor Sprout's herbal medicine class, it was no surprise that Ron got 10 points again. Inside the dining room at Hogwarts. When he pushed the door and entered, Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. The restaurant at this time has become a different look compared to noon. High-hanging jack-o'-lanterns, rich delicacies, every little wizard has a smile on his face. And Dumbledore and others were already sitting in the front row. Happy Halloween! At this time, after the twins saw Ron, they immediately pulled him to the Gryffindor restaurant. And the corner of Professor McGonagall's mouth, who noticed this scene, showed a smile. Happy Halloween. After Ron came to Gryffindor's restaurant, he looked around and asked with some doubts, "Where is Hermione?" "Do not know." Harry shook his head and said he didn't know either. Hearing Ron's question, Ron's body froze. Although the movement was small, Ron still noticed it. "Are you looking for Hermione?" said the little girl in Gryffindor who was sitting next to her. "I just saw her go to the bathroom and she seems to be crying. I didn't expect this to happen again." Ron frowned and glanced at Ron, who lowered his head and did not speak, and probably guessed what happened. But fortunately, Quirrell was sent to the school infirmary by him ahead of time, and he is probably still lying on the bed now. Trolls shouldn't appear either. Thinking so, Ron turned his head and said to a few people, "I'll go find Hermione, you guys eat first. Do you want to help? We can go together." As soon as George finished speaking, he was slapped by Fred. "What are you doing, causing trouble?" "No need, I'll just go by myself." After speaking, Ron walked towards the gate. But just as he was about to open the door at that time, the door was pushed open from the outside. "No, no, no, no." Seeing the person who pushed the door open, Lawton opened his eyes wide. "Quirrell actually came here. That doesn't mean that." Miscalculated. Ron kicked Quirrell aside, who was in the way, and hurried to the bathroom. "Hey, that kid!" Quirrell, who was kicked, didn't care who kicked him. He anxiously shouted to the doubtful Dumbledore and the others, "Troll, there are trolls in the stairs of Hogwarts, I think you should know." As soon as the voice fell, the originally lively restaurant instantly became a mess. "Ron. He just ran out." Harry was worried. In the bathroom on the second floor, Hermione was rubbing her red eyes and walking out. Because of his excellent performance in the spell class today, Ron's daily yin and yang anger caused him to directly say that no one wants to be friends with her except Ron. The clever Miss Hermione was still a child after all, so she was very aggrieved when she heard this. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise outside, as if something had fallen. Hermione was taken aback by the sound, but she didn't wait for her to react. A thick stick appeared at the corner of the corridor. "What is that?" Roar. Before Miss Hermione could see clearly, she heard a roar. "This is the voice of the troll." The girl immediately opened her brown eyes, her face full of disbelief. Why do trolls appear in this Hogwarts? But Hermione didn't have the habit of waiting to die, so she hurried back to the bathroom. On the stairs outside, a rough-skinned giant about 12 inches tall was walking down the corridor with a wooden stick in his hand. The huge souls stepped on the ground, and every step made a huge noise. This is the troll that Quirrell brought from the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 56, Thanks from Miss Granger. When Ron ran to the corridor on the second floor, an unpleasant smell came. It made him pinch his nose. It's really unpleasant, and it's like a big dung egg. Ron squinted his eyes and ran quickly towards the bathroom. According to the strong smell in the air, his enhanced sense of smell can easily determine the direction of the troll. That direction is the location of the girls' bathroom. Don't make an accident. Ron thought anxiously. The location of the bathroom is not too far, plus running with all his strength. Soon he arrived at the door of the bathroom. Catch up. Seeing the ugly monster holding a giant wooden stick turning around at the door of the bathroom, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Hermione is not in danger, 650. Just as the troll entered the bathroom, a familiar scream sounded. It was from Hermione. Ron hurried in after him. The wand in his hand was also held in his hand at this moment. After he also walked into the girls' bathroom, he saw the scared girl standing in front of the troll. Dizzy. Ron chanted the spell and aimed his wand at the back of the troll's head. According to the book, the troll's only weakness is in the back of the head. But at this moment, the troll was attracted by Ron's voice, and as he turned around, the curse that was supposed to hit the back of the head hit the troll's eyes. Roar! The pain-eating troll let out a painful roar, and the huge wooden stick in his hand began to swing wildly. The decks and pools of the compartments couldn't stand such a powerful force, and they shattered all over the place. Ron. At this time, Hermione, who was hiding in the corner, saw Ron's figure and shouted worriedly. However, it was this sound that directly attracted the attention of the troll, and its thick wooden stick was raised high. And the direction of the smash is exactly the corner where Hermione is. Be careful. Ron looked at the monster that turned to attack Hermione, and ran over quickly. Hang the golden hook upside down. A spell successfully fixed the stick in the air. At this time, Ron also came to Hermione's side, grabbed her little hand, and ran out with her. After the troll found that his weapon was hanging high in the air and could not be moved, he gave up directly, and smashed the two hating wizards with his raised hands. Trolls have small brains, which means they're not too smart. However, they are very powerful, and it is not a problem to beat a wizard to death with one punch. Seeing the punch that came down with the sound of the wind, Ron turned around and picked up Hermione, and threw himself to the side. Boom! A big pit was knocked out directly from the stone floor, showing the strength of the troll. Dizzy. Ron waved his wand and hit the troll's body directly this time, but it didn't cause any effect. The troll's skin is resistant to magic, you can only attack. Attack the back of its head. Before Hermione could finish reminding, Ron said it first. I know, don't worry. Ron comforted. This magical creature is not worth his power and dragon-slaying magic. After observing the terrain, Ron had an idea in his mind. Transfiguration spell. Ron turned a rubble under the troll's feet into a large stake, and then pointed his wand at the water pipe that kept spouting behind him. The wand waved. The water pipe became a sharp blade. The trolls now have the stick in their hands, and they don't have fully developed brains, so they can't think. The huge body charged straight towards Ron, but the huge souls tripped over the stake. Walk. Ron looked at the huge figure upside down, and hurriedly hugged Hermione to the side. Just as the troll's head touched the sharp blade, Ron quickly covered the girl's eyes. Puff. Bright red blood spurted out, and the small head had been cut in half by a sharp blade. The stench is also instantly diffused. Never mind. Ron's voice rang in Miss Hermione's ear. When she opened her eyes again, what she saw was Ron's handsome face. Lorne. There were tears in her eyes. What's wrong? Ron looked at her with light blue eyes, somewhat incomprehensible. I was really scared just now. Hermione whispered. The powerlessness of facing a troll alone is truly frightening. Then the only light that brought this fear was Ron, who came to save her. Okay, isn't it all right? Looking at Hermione with red eyes, Ron comforted. For that troll, he had 7 or 8 ways to kill it. Unforgivable curse, dragon slayer magic, divine power. But considering that Dumbledore and a group of professors would be coming over, he gave up on these ideas. He didn't want to expose himself prematurely. However, at this moment, Hermione's hands around Ron's neck tightened slightly. Ron looked down at her. There were 2 blushing blushes on her pure white cheeks, and there were still unwiped tears at the corners of her eyes. You close your eyes. The girl said. Looking at those brown eyes, 5.5 eyes, before Ron could realize the meaning of those words. Miss Hermione had raised her head. The soft touch is fleeting. Ron touched his lips with his free hand, and something touched it there just now. When he bowed his head, he found that Hermione had buried her head in her arms and dared not look at Ron's expression. You don't hate me, do you? Soon, A muffled voice came from Ron's arms. "It's okay." Ron hugged Miss Granger in a princess hug and responded gently. "So, can you come here?" "Cannot. Brothers, it's on the shelves at 12 o'clock tonight, asking for flowers, tickets, and data." Chapter 57, Snape, you all want to dig my corner. Looking at Hermione with her head buried in his arms, Ron hugged her and slowly leaned against the wall. That sentence just now may have used up all of Hermione's courage, and she hasn't said a word until now. Ron opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a while. The two sides were silent in the bathroom. "Have you thought about what Christmas present to give me?" Hermione raised her head and asked. Ron could clearly see the tip of the other party's red ears. "To be honest, I haven't thought about it yet," Ron said truthfully. He thought about it a few days ago, but in that moment, he didn't think about it. "Do you want to know about my gift?" Hermione said softly. "Your present?" Ron was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Of course I want to know." "Then close your eyes." Hermione's brown eyes half squinted at Ron's face. "Row." Ron closed his eyes obediently. He wanted to know what Hermione could give him. However, the familiar touch came in again, and Ron's body froze. Embrace? This time he didn't let Hermione run away nimbly. 2 minutes was enough to make Miss Hermione glare at Ron. "Don't you want to do it again? This is the gift I gave you." After saying that, Hermione stood up from Ron's arms and turned her head sideways, not daring to look at him. "Actually, I've also thought about what I'm going to give you," Ron said softly. But Hermione, who had already guessed what he was thinking, hurriedly shook her head. "You are not allowed to give me the same gift." "She won't be fooled." "That's a pity." Ron shrugged helplessly. While the two were chatting, Dumbledore rushed over with the professors. "Oh my God, are you two doing it here?" Professor McGonagall looked at the pierced troll head and couldn't help covering his mouth. "I remember I said that wizards are not allowed to go out, didn't you?" To follow the prefect back to the lounge exclamation. The older Professor McGonagall asked angrily. "No, Professor." "Yes," Hermione wanted to explain for Ron, but the boy beside her stopped her. "Professor, it's my fault, I shouldn't have dragged Hermione here on a date." Ron lowered his head appropriately, trying to make him look like he made a mistake. A date, a date. This is a female." Professor McGonagall was stunned, but was interrupted before he could finish speaking. "Oh gosh, great shape-shifting spell, let me see, and attack spell." The little Professor Flitwick stared at the battleground. Especially the sharp blade that was still glowing with cold light, and the blind eye of the troll. "If you want to come to Ravenclaw, you will definitely become a duel master, Mr. Geralt." Hearing this, Snape, who had been standing behind Dumbledore, frowned. "Don't bother you, I will train him. My Merlin." Professor Quirrell, who was late, also came to the scene, but when he saw the troll with its head cut in half, he was dazed to the ground. "Quirrell?" Ron frowned and looked at the figure lying on the ground, and resisted giving him Avada on the spot. "Okay, let's be quiet." The most authoritative headmaster Dumbledore spoke. He had kind eyes, and his eyes full of wisdom seemed to see through Ron. "I know you're lying because I kicked Quirrell when I saw you running out." Seeing that Ron wanted to refute, Dumbledore told everything he saw. Needless to say, he did give Quirrell a kick when he left. Ron chose silence. "And during the dinner, Miss Granger wasn't at the table, right?" Dumbledore looked kindly at the girl who bowed her head to admit her mistake. "Mr. Geralt, your bravery is admirable." Dumbledore gave his assessment. "Do I even wonder if the Sorting Hat made a mistake and put you in Slytherin?" Dumbledore's remarks directly attracted Snape's gaze. "Even you want to dig my corner?" "Headmaster, I think Geralt is a great fit for Slytherin," Snape said gloomily. one or two, they all have bad intentions. Ron looked at several professors who were fighting for robbing him, and touched his nose unconsciously. At this time, Miss Granger, who was bowing her head, also leaned into his ear. I feel that you are quite suitable for Gryffindor. Unexpectedly, even you want to dig me? Ron glanced at Hermione with wide eyes. Severus, you know I'm just joking. Dumbledore looked at Snape, who was not looking very well, and explained softly. No way, in the few days he observed Ron, it really didn't look like a Slytherin. I go to Gryffindor's restaurant every day for dinner, and I am very friendly to people. These qualities are uncommon in Slytherins. Okay, let's talk about the punishment tonight. Hermione looked up at Dumbledore's words. It's over. Today it's her turn to be deducted. Ron doesn't really care. Anyway, he made about 100% for Slytherin. What's wrong with the deduction? He didn't believe that the group of little snakes dared to have the slightest dissatisfaction with him. Since you two went out privately, Slytherin and Gryffindor will deduct 20 points. Dumbledore said the result. Hermione's body was shaking a little, she couldn't hear this. But because of your bravery in defeating the trolls, the two academies will each receive 50 points. With a happy ending, Dumbledore smiled slightly. You have to remember my gift. His voice appeared in Ron's ear, but Dumbledore didn't open his mouth to speak. Ron nodded with a smile. He will never forget the sheep, Wanglihow, wool socks representing his family. You too, I hope what happened today doesn't happen again. Before leaving, Professor McGonagall gave a stern warning. Although these two smart, studious and gifted wizards are what she admires. But appreciation does not mean indulgence. Don't worry, there will be no next professor. Ron responded. Are you two all right? At this moment, Fred and George ran towards this side with Harry and Ron. It's over. Hermione looked at the all-colored little lion and thought desperately about privacy. Ron held back the smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, when Professor McGonagall saw the four figures, she was stunned for a moment. The four of you, each of you will deduct 3 points. After thinking about it too much, Professor McGonagall changed his words to 3 points with some distress. In this year's Academy Cup, Gryffindor is at the bottom again. Chapter 58, Quidditch begins. After the thrilling scene happened last night, the relationship between Ron and Hermione is simply not hidden. When did the two of them get along so well? Fred looked at Lorne and Hermione walking in front holding hands, and couldn't help asking his brother. How could I know? George rolled his eyes. Is it really good to ask him such a question? But I know that if I'm a girl blocked by trolls, and a handsome wizard like Lorne comes forward when I'm in danger, I'll like him too. George shrugged and made an empathy. Although the hero saves the beauty is very old-fashioned, it is the most practical one. No one doesn't like it. You're a pervert, Fred said, taking a few steps away from George. Every day is a Quidditch match. Today they came to the lawn by the Black Lake to practice their flying skills. As the backbone of the Gryffindor team, George and Fred, it's natural to meet each other on the field. However, this is not taboo for several people's daily practice. Nice weather today. Ron looked at the blue sky and said happily. Hermione looked at the sky subconsciously and nodded in agreement. Obviously yesterday was still covered in heavy snow, but today it is sunny again. A Quidditch match. Are you sure you will win the match? Feeling the warmth of her palm, Hermione asked softly with a little blushing. Although Slytherin is going to play Gryffindor this time, she should support Gryffindor. But I'm not sure. After all, the seeker this time is Malfoy. Ron explained to Hermione indifferently. It's not that he has a problem with Malfoy's ability, it's mainly that Harry's strength is not weak. It is absolutely impossible for him to score goals by himself. After all, A single golden snitch can end the battle in an instant, and the rules are inherently unreasonable. The golden snitch is so unreasonable. Miss Hermione, who already knew Quidditch, said with a frown. As long as the seeker gets it, it directly negates the efforts of others. It would be better for everyone to snatch the golden snitch. Our main purpose today is to help you learn to ride a broom. Ron clasped Hermione's fingers with his backhand and said with a smile. It doesn't matter whether he wins the championship or not, because he really doesn't care about winning or losing. Don't you have to laugh when you play games? Rather than his training, he might as well help Miss Hermione learn the flying spell. The twins were training on the other side of the lawn, with Ron and Hermione across from them. Come on, continue today. After speaking, Ron handed the broom to Hermione. Hermione put the broom on the ground, and hesitantly chanted a spell. Stand up. Soon the broom flew 90 degrees and landed in her little hands. Compared with the previous times, this time has made great progress. However, in the eyes of smart Hermione, this level is not the effect she wants. Don't worry, leave it to me. It seemed that he could see what Hermione was thinking, and Ron nodded to her. Take off. After receiving Ron's affirmation, Hermione no longer hesitated, and directly chanted the flying spell. Soon, the broom slowly flew off the ground with Hermione. It flew in a lap without any accident. It seems that the broom got out of control a few times before, and it didn't happen again. After flying in a small circle, Hermione successfully landed in front of Ron. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then showed a happy smile. I succeeded, she said excitedly. You must know that she has practiced the flying spell for at least 7 or 8 days, and it is the first time that she has successfully landed. The first few times, Ron made an emergency landing with a curse. Looking at the happy girl, Ron walked over and touched her brown curly hair, while Hermione narrowed her brown eyes comfortably like a kitten. It smells good today too. Ron couldn't help thinking. The next morning. CCFF. As the main chasers and seekers of Quidditch, Lorne and Malfoy were up after 6 o'clock. It was the first time that Lorne came to the Quidditch field. It's still early, so there aren't many people in the Quidditch venue. Ron and Malfoy followed a Slytherin senior to get acquainted with the process of the game, and then went to the restaurant for dinner. Hey Geralt, are you still going to the Gryffindor table today? On the way, Malfoy asked Ron. Why, are you coming too? Ron looked at his good friend and asked. Hearing this, Malfoy hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't go to the table of the fools in Gryffindor. Can you help me date the girl who rejected me last time? Malfoy was silent for a moment and said to Ron. Ron was immediately refreshed when he heard this. Why don't you ask yourself? Mainly because I only met her once in this school. Looking at Malfoy's blushing look, it didn't seem like he was cheating. No, he remembered that Malfoy was in Snape's potions class with them. You didn't listen carefully to the potions class last time? Ron asked. What? Although he didn't know what Ron's question meant, Malfoy answered honestly, last night I played games until 3 in the morning, and Professor Snape couldn't help falling asleep in his class. However, it was strange that Professor Snape seemed to punish me in that class. After speaking, Malfoy was also a little strange. Yes, it's very strange. In that class, Snape kept staring at Harry, where he could follow you when he was free. Ron thought silently. I really don't know if Malfoy will be broken when he finds out Harry's identity. I'll go and ask you. Just asking a question, Ron, who is a good friend, naturally agreed. Thank you, Gerald. Malfoy said happily. As expected of my good friend. Looking at Ron walking towards the Gryffindor table, Malfoy couldn't help thinking. BFFT, after bringing Malfoy's words to Harry, he was immediately dumbfounded, and the milk in his mouth spurted out of his nose. Cough cough cough. I mean, Malfoy wants to meet Harry. Ron asked in surprise. Yeah, he specially asked me to tell me something. Ron picked up a grape and put it in Hermione's mouth, completing today's feeding. You have to give Malfoy an answer. Ron said, looking at the unlovable Harry, it's not good to catch people like this. I'm not going. Harry wiped the milk-stained lenses with a tissue and retorted loudly. Chapter 59, You are responsible for holding it up, I will move the audience. After a few people finished their breakfast, they went to the Quidditch venue together. When they reached the door, Ron and Harry parted ways. He's going to the Slytherin rest area to change into Quidditch clothes. Slytherin's team jersey is a robe with green as the main tone and silver as the embellishment. There are also special braces on the arms to prevent quaffle hitting the arm. As a seeker, Malfoy is already in a hurry. Ron sat indifferently in the chair. As the captain, Flint was explaining the tactics to the other team members. As the most skilled, Flint and Lorne acted as chasers to make the roaming quaffles shoot. The tactics are simple and rude. No matter what method you use, you must score goals. Don't care if the opponent is injured or not. Ron listened and couldn't help yawning. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the game finally kicked off. As the players from both sides came out of the entrance, they immediately floated into the air and formed a formation. Lorne and Flint also had an unfamiliar role who was a pioneer, at the front of the team. And Gryffindor chaser Ron only knew one of them, and that was Lee Jordan's dream lover, Angelina. And the batsmen were the familiar twins, and the two of them even amicably made a provocative move towards Lorne. As the captain, Wood served as Gryffindor's defender, and the last seeker was Harry. A lot of acquaintances. Wood, who has also had contact, is a man who loves Quidditch very much. Basically, you can see him every day on the training ground. Relax your mind, seize the moment to score goals, and don't worry about anything. Flint reminded next to him. Clear. Ron nodded. Okay, the players from both sides have entered the arena, let me look at the Slytherin team. As this commentator, Lee Jordan is a Gryffindor, so the introduction to Slytherin brought a lot of personal goods. Slytherin's captain is still Flint, as chaser, and the other chasers are Lorne, Geralt and Roll. Looking at Gryffindor now, Wood's position is still goalkeeper, and this time the Seeker has been replaced by the legendary Harry Potter. On the radio, Lee Jordan introduced the two teams fighting today. Hey, I heard that Lorne seems to be dating Gryffindor's Jack of all trades, so Gryffindor has a big advantage. Here comes the classic rumor of Lee Jordan. Ron cast a glance at him, and the content of his eyes was irrelevant. And Hermione, who was sitting in the Gryffindor auditorium, obviously felt a lot of eyes watching her. Hermione subconsciously tucked her head into the scarf to avoid these gazes. At the same time, he glared at Lee Jordan, the rumor spreader. After hearing that Ron was dating Hermione, many young wizards in the Slytherin and Ravenclaw audience lost their dreams. Lorne, who is not bad in appearance, has become the first choice for many people to have a crush on. However, they were heartbroken when they heard that their crush had a date goal. With a whistle, the balls on the ground flew up one after another. The golden snitch was the fastest one, and disappeared the moment it was released. And a few quaffles are wandering in the center of the arena. Ron, the chaser, is all about sending these wandering quaffles into Gryffindor's basket. Flint and Lorne's brooms gradually accelerated, rushing into the center of the field and entangled with Gryffindor's chasers. With the facial features strengthened by the Dragon Slayer crystal, Ron noticed the quaffle behind Angelina at a glance. Ron launched a charge. No, why did you charge Angelina? Angelina, watch out for Ron, watch out for the quaffle behind you. Lee Jordan shouted, directly disrupting the situation. Lee Jordan, shut up. As a Quidditch fanatic, Professor McGonagall couldn't stand this style of explanation, and she shouted at Lee Jordan. Ron looked at Angelina, who reacted quickly, but had no choice but to break through from another direction. "Angelina, here!" George shouted. The bat in his hand swung, and a huge quaffle flew towards Angelina. At this time, Ron, who had been looking for almost his eyes lit up. "I'm sorry, your ball is mine now." The broom passed over the sluggish Angelina, and Ron directly reached out and hugged the fast-flying quaffle, and threw it towards Fred with his backhand. Interpunct flowers interpunct "George, how did you lose the ball?" Fred complained, then looked at the flying quaffle and was about to stop it. However, the quaffle, which originally came in a straight line, went straight when it met Fred. Then turn and fly into the basket. Fred was stupid. What kind of ball is this? Ron, who managed to score a goal, turned to look for other quaffles. At this moment, Lee Jordan let out an exclamation. "It's the golden snitch." The golden snitch has appeared. Ron looked up and saw that Malfoy and Harry, who had been prepared for a long time, had begun to compete. "Malfoy, you are responsible for holding Harry down. The golden snitch doesn't need to worry about him." Ron shouted at Malfoy, and whether he heard it or not, he turned around and went to grab the quaffle. The situation of the game became more and more intense. With the cooperation of Lorne and Flint, Slytherin and Gryffindor had reached 120:0. Snape looked at Slytherin, who scored more and more, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As long as there is no accident, this year's competition is still dominated by them. The fractured Professor Quirrell was also present, but his arm was covered in a plaster again, and there was no disruptive behavior. And Malfoy, who has been chasing the golden snitch with Harry, has been obstructing Harry everywhere. She had no intention of going after the golden snitch at all. Soon, under Ron's attack, Fred and George no longer dared to swing the bat. Because every time the quaffle is played, it will fall into Ron's hands. "It's over, everyone." Ron smiled, and under Wood's desperate eyes, he threw the last quaffle into the basket. Since then, the current Quidditch competition has won consecutive championships with a Slytherin-crushing victory. And Harry was still glaring at Malfoy, who had been blocking him. If it weren't for Malfoy, he would have gotten the golden snitch long ago. "Sorry, Harry, I won this time." Malfoy sneered with a smile. Looking at Malfoy's hateful face, Harry suddenly had an idea. The gift that Ron gave him was never used. Death. Chapter 60, Retirement, Thunder Scales on the back of the hand. Slytherin won the Quidditch match this time. Hermione, who was sitting in the Gryffindor auditorium, squeezed her little hand. Ron's performance almost attracted the audience. Even Malfoy and Harry, who were performing the chase the whole time, were not able to steal the limelight. No way, Slytherin's seeker is too stable. Malfoy will not let Harry find a chance to get close to the golden snitch at all. In the end, the game ended again under Gryffindor's unwilling gaze. Back in the Quidditch locker room, all the players were cheering, and Ron took off all the armor on his body and changed back to the wizard robe. "Ron, there's a Gryffindor girl looking for you outside." Roll, who was also a chaser, suddenly shouted. This sound almost attracted everyone's attention to 657 in the past. It turns out that Lee Jordan didn't tell a lie. "I see." After Ron replied nonchalantly, he took his wand and walked out. When he came to the outside of the dressing room, standing in the wind was waiting for a little girl with brown curly hair wearing a scarf. "Congratulations on your victory," she said happily. "Shouldn't you be sorry for Gryffindor's failure?" Ron walked slowly, consciously clasping it with Hermione's little hand. "But I still think you will win." Hermione didn't resist, but her cheeks were a little red. "It turns out I was right. If Harry and the others knew what you said, it would probably be very uncomfortable." Ron glanced at the dejected Harry in the distance and chuckled. "Harry? I don't know him well." Hermione shook her head and corrected Ron's mistake. Compared with Harry and Gryffindor, she still hopes that Ron can win in her heart. This has nothing to do with honor, just in the heart. Looking at the girl beside him who was thinking of him wholeheartedly, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. Ron slowly moved his head closer to Hermione, and under the other's dodging gaze, the two foreheads collided. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Seeing those light blue eyes with a smile, Hermione was a little annoyed. She reached out and pushed him, only to find that she couldn't push it. "It's full of people here, calm down a bit. You didn't restrain yourself last time." Ron smiled pointedly. Hermione, who instantly understood the meaning, gave him 2 punches angrily. No pain or itching. Originally, the Quidditch match took place all day today, but due to the overall strength of Slytherin, Gryffindor was finished in just one morning. So in the afternoon, Ron took Hermione to find the twins. They have to agree on what to use and how to market the store. "Hey, we were tortured a lot by you this morning." Seeing Ron, Fred and George suddenly had a toothache. Almost every ball shot from the hands of the two brothers would be caught by the wandering lawn and pitched successfully. Even Lee Jordan wondered after the game if the two of them went to each other. And because of this overwhelming failure, Gryffindor's captain would adjusted the training from 3 times a week to 5 times a week. After this failure, Wood, who had never won a championship, went completely crazy. Even the twins don't dare to dangle in front of him now, for fear that they will be pulled away if they are not careful. Add training. It's not that you didn't pay attention to Ron's position when you hit the ball. Hermione, who had watched the whole game, said involuntarily. Flint and Roll have been interfering with the line of sight, and Ron can't be seen at all. Fred said with a sigh. I can only blame the opponent's cooperation so well. No way. Don't look at me like that, I won't participate in Quidditch next year. Looking at the melancholy twins, Ron scratched his head and said. What? Fred and George both thought they had heard it wrong. You won't be participating next year? Hermione also asked curiously. Well, this kind of competition is not interesting. Ron nodded. During the race this morning, he clearly felt dizzy while riding the broom. If it wasn't for his patience, he would probably end up. However, the heavier the dizziness feels, which means that the Dragon Slayer magic is rapidly increasing. And Ron looked at the back of his hand hidden in his robe, and some blue scales had appeared on his white skin. That is the manifestation of dragon-slaying magic. As the second-generation Dragon Slayer magician, he has no dragon seed in his body, so he should not be transformed into a dragon. But it is not surprising that there are some dragon characteristics on the body. Just like the scale pattern on his arm. If you look closely, you can even see arcs that appear from time to time along the lines. He remembered that Luxus had the same on his arm, but only when the magic power exploded. According to the records of dragon-slaying magic, this condition is called Thunder Scale, which is caused by converting the skin into a dragon's physique. Only when he faints as long as he uses the broom, it means that he has become a real dragon slayer. That's really a pity. At this time, Fred said with some regret. But the corners of his mouth that kept turning up betrayed him. Ron retires this year. Doesn't that mean that Slytherin has lost an important combat power? Although it was said that when there was no lawn in previous years, they couldn't win against the group of little snakes. But not so weak. Yes, it's a pity. Ron glanced at Fred and nodded in agreement. Have you figured out how to manage Fairy Tale? On the side, Miss He 5.5 minutes didn't forget the matter of finding the twins this time. Don't worry, George and I have already thought about it. Fred immediately replied to Lorne's little girlfriend's question. First of all, we can only sell at Hogwarts. The rent of the shops outside is too expensive. No way. The two brothers have already researched the rent in Diagon Alley in advance. But it's easy to be raided by werewolves and drows by accident. So we can only do a simple sale in Hogwarts first. After earning enough money, go to Diagon Alley to rent a house. The two brothers spoke out their plans, and Ron nodded in agreement. I'll leave this to the two of you. Chapter 61. The Weasley Twins. Just kidding, we are super brave. Days after the Quidditch match. Thick snow fell all around Hogwarts, and the weather was getting colder every day. Ron followed Hermione into Professor Flitwick's charms class. Originally, he had nothing to do, so he simply followed Hermione to the class. A group of little lions and a group of little badgers are mixed with a little snake, which looks very interesting. There are also many people in Hufflepuff who know Ron, mainly because Ron is too famous recently. His dazzling Quidditch skills, handsome facial features, and gentle and polite personality all made him famous at Hogwarts. Especially the little witch, most of them regarded Ron as the object of their crush. Why do they all look at me like this? Ron noticed those hot eyes, lowered his head and asked Hermione in a low voice. The eyes of those little witches made him feel that if they weren't in the classroom, they would probably have rushed over. How could I know? Miss Hermione snorted softly, noticing some of the jealous eyes. Why are you so popular with girls? Don't you know? Knowing the reason to ask. 22 Looking at Miss Hermione's little head turned over because of jealousy, Ron smiled at the corner of his mouth. He just liked to see Hermione like this. So cute. I didn't expect you to come here to teach. Harry and Ron were sitting just behind Ron. After what happened that night, Ron quickly apologized to Hermione. Miss Hermione, who received one of Ron's, just happened to be in a good mood, so she accepted the apology. Ron, when will those fun cards be made? Ron asked curiously, holding Scabbers who wanted to break free. Since the last time the twins told Ron and the others about the card game they were going to do, Harry and the two were immediately full of anticipation. Even Harry came over curiously. Although he lost to Slytherin in the Quidditch match, the match was just a match and did not affect Lorne's relationship with them. What's more, Ron didn't make a violent breakthrough against the Gryffindor players. However, Wood was very hostile to him. Because the quaffle almost hit him in the face several times. That card will take a long time. At least the first set should be completed by the end of this semester. Ron thought for a while and said uncertainly. The technology on the Weasley brothers' side is ready, just a set of cards in his hand. But painting and dubbing all take time. The Weasley brothers alone are not enough, and more people are needed. Thinking about it this way, more than 100 gold galleons might not be enough. I heard that Professor McGonagall agreed to Fred's voiceover request. At this time, Hermione, who had some gossip, suddenly said. This news instantly attracted the attention of several people. Professor McGonagall actually joined? Harry said in disbelief. That Professor McGonagall, who has a serious face every day, is actually interested in these games. You may not know that Professor McGonagall has won several Quidditch badges of honor. Although Ron was a little surprised, it was not difficult to understand. Yeah, I didn't expect Professor McGonagall to agree. Hermione shrugged. I really don't know how the twins persuaded Professor McGonagall. It's really intriguing. Creep. While a few people were chatting, the classroom door was pushed open. The whistling wind and snow blew into the room through the crack of the door, and the fire was shaky. Hermione's small head shrank into the scarf, and one of her small hands was held by Ron in the large wizard's robe. "Oh, sorry, I'm a little late." The little Professor Flitwick walked in with a large book and used his wand to remove the snow from his body. "Gerald, didn't expect you to be here too?" After taking his seat, Professor Flitwick was suddenly stunned. He actually saw Slytherin students in Gryffindor class. However, when he saw Hermione sitting next to Ron, there was a flash of understanding on his face. Unexpectedly, these two talented little wizards would come together. What a surprise! "Good morning, Professor," Ron said with a smile. "Oh, good morning, sir." Professor Flitwick nodded. "Today's spell is about an attack spell, which is also a harmless spell, the leg-locking spell." Ron and Hermione had already studied in the library, so this class seemed a little boring to them both. "Don't move." Hermione squeezed the hand that was about to move in the wizard's robe, her brown eyes half squinted. "I just want to change the gesture," Ron said innocently. What can he do? After all, he looked harmless. "I do not believe." Miss Hermione wasn't fooled at all. Okay, he doesn't move, okay." Ron yawned and looked at the window next to Hermione. However, it was this sight that made him stunned for a moment. What did he see? The Weasley brothers were aiming at Quirrell, who was running around with snowballs. The clumps of pure white and sturdy snowballs slammed into the back of Quirrell's head with a bang. "You guys, I'm going to tell your dean." Quirrell shouted 657 as he fled, his hands not tied with plaster holding the purple jet to prevent it from falling. This is the only highlight moment for the two brothers, right? Ron, who knew that Quirrell had Voldemort on the back of his head, thought that you were not hitting the back of Quirrell's head, you were his master. At this time, Hermione also noticed the snowball fight outside the window. "Professor Quirrell is pathetic." Seeing Quirrell fleeing everywhere, Miss Hermione said sympathetically. "Yes, it's so pitiful." Ron nodded in agreement. How dare those humble mice? The dormant Voldemort was woken up by Fred's snowball. He has lived for so many years, when has he ever suffered this kind of grievance? "Master, don't worry, Master, I already know the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone." Quirrell hugged the back of his head to avoid the flying snowball, and said in a low voice in fear, hurry up and find the Philosopher's Stone for me." Voldemort growled. Ha ha ha, Quirrell was beaten away. George looked at Quirrell, who ran into the classroom in a hurry, and couldn't help laughing. "Nice job." Fred squeezed another snowball on the side and threw it towards George's face. Damn. Chapter 62, Mother Drowning Spring, Harry's Hate. Wait until the spell class is over. A few people went to the restaurant to eat together. "Hey, Ron, look this way." As soon as Ron walked out of the classroom, he heard a familiar voice calling him. He pulled Hermione slightly sideways with one hand, and a snowball flew past his side face. Ron, who was following behind, didn't have time to dodge, so he could only watch the fist-sized snowball smash into his face. Boom. Ron hit the ball directly and fell to the ground. Pity. At this time, George and Fred, who were covered in snow, came over and said to Ron with some regret, "You too." Ron patted the snow on his face and stood up with Harry's help. "If you want to blame it, blame Ron. If he didn't hide, he wouldn't hit you." Seeing that Ron was a little angry, Fred quickly shied away from the relationship. The two of them didn't want to go back and be scolded by their mother for this trivial matter. And Ron, who was standing on the side, was a little speechless when he heard this. "You two just beat Professor Quirrell away?" Ron held back his smile and asked. He took a minute, his hands tightened. The two guys in front of them didn't know what was on the back of Quirrell's head, so they were asking excitedly, "Do you know about Quirrell being a vampire?" "Vampire?" Ron looked at Miss Master of Everything suspiciously, but she also shook her head dazedly. Seeing the dazed expressions of the four elementary school younger brothers and sisters, Fred gave some popular science to them. It's just that Quirrell came back after a few months from school, like a different person, and there was still a bad smell on his body. Many people are speculating that Quirrell was assimilated by vampires. The turban on his head is the evidence. No one will pay attention to their turban when escaping. Fred gave a direct guess. Sharp. It's one step away from the truth. Ron silently praised Fred. There is no evidence of vampires under the hood, but Senior Tom, who is more terrifying than vampires. I really don't know what will happen when these two find out. Ron shook his head. By the way, tomorrow is Christmas. Are your presents ready? Both George and Fred have daily hints. I'm ready. Harry and Ron said in unison. Mine has been sent. Hermione said softly, holding Ron's hand. Send it out. Harry looked at Hermione suspiciously. Why didn't I receive it? Did you receive it? Several other people shook their heads. Only Ron laughed. I received her gift. All right, stop talking. As soon as these words were said, the twins understood in seconds, and quickly skipped this topic. The two of them came to ask for gifts, not to eat candy. Are you coming for a snowball fight? Fred picked up a ball of snowballs and said to Ron. Okay. Ron raised his eyebrows and chuckled. After a while. You're cheating. Who uses a magic wand for snowball fights? Fred shouted loudly, hiding behind the snow wall he built with the transfiguration spell. Outside the snow wall, Ron and Hermione were in a group. Behind them snowballs floated. Just like a barrage, under the command of the magic wand, the snowballs hit the two teams of Harry and Fred one by one. Don't you also use magic? Looking at the solid snow wall, Ron shrugged. It's not fair, both of your teams will use magic. On the other hand, Harry and Ron, who were not proficient in magic, could only flee in the snow and rain. Who told you two to not listen well in class? Miss Hermione used her wand to control the snowball and threw it towards Ron, who was protesting. This is not something that a first-year wizard can learn. The snowball fight in the square quickly attracted a large crowd of wizards, and even Malfoy and Crabbe joined in. Harry Potter, watch the snowballs. Malfoy arrogantly pinched a few snowballs with his wand and threw them at Harry, the enemy of his life. Damned Malfoy. Harry looked angrily at Malfoy, who was only aimed at him, and took off his glasses angrily. I must make you look good. A snowball that landed on his face made Harry firm up his determination to use Nanquan. As more and more wizards participated, Ron also found that something was wrong, and hurriedly dragged Hermione away. And the Weasley brothers are killing the quartet with their superb skills in the crowd. However, what they didn't know was that an American tabby cat was quietly staring at them. It's time to hunt. On the second day, Ron got news from a melancholy Malfoy as soon as he woke up. Gryffindor was deducted a full 30 points, and Slytherin was deducted 10 points for lack of people. And Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were also deducted more than 10 points. And everyone has to submit a Transfiguration class homework to Professor McGonagall. Thanks to him running early yesterday. Looking at the depressed Malfoy alone couldn't help thinking. But I didn't expect that Gryffindor would be detained so many people, which means that in yesterday's snowball fight, half of the people were Gryffindor. As expected of a brave little lion, really brave. Today is Christmas, and Ron threw a beautifully packaged gift box into the alien space. The gifts from the surrounding friends are all ready. It was only after Ron walked out of the dormitory wearing a scarf that he found that the cold lounge of Slytherin had been embellished with all kinds of gorgeous decorations. Wearing a few pairs of red socks. Ron was thinking about whether to go for a pair and send it to Dumbledore. After thinking about it, let it go. After all, the little snakes are all up. I saw that the impact was not good. When he came to the square of Hogwarts, the huge Hagrid was pulling up a huge Christmas tree in the center. Floating charm. Ron walked over and gave Hagrid a hand with his wand. Feeling that the Christmas tree behind him suddenly became lighter, Hagrid glanced at Ron gratefully. "Thank you, kind little wizard." "You're welcome, Senior Hagrid." Ron waved his hand and was about to leave, heading to the Great Hall of Hogwarts. It used to be called a restaurant, but today it is an auditorium. "Senior?" Seeing the handsome little wizard leaving, Hagrid grinned. "Really, it's the first time I've heard this name. It feels so good." Chapter 63, The Hermione Feeding Plan. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, Ron put away his wand and walked towards the auditorium. Along the way, there were quite a few little wizards with felt hats and scarves, and all kinds of luggage in their hands. After today's Christmas banquet, the Christmas holiday is coming. Of course, you can also choose to stay in school. Pushing open the door with the bell hanging, Ron's eyes lit up when he saw the decoration inside. The stars twinkled on the ceiling, the Christmas trees were covered with bells and colored paper, and the 4-hour-long tables were full of rich food: turkey, bread, baguette, pumpkin pie. The house elves were busy flying around in midair. Ron walked to the Gryffindor table with a smile and grabbed the girl's little hand. In the past 2 days, Hermione would struggle symbolically at first, but now she has stopped acting. Anyway, I couldn't struggle, and it was very comfortable. Merry Christmas, everyone. Ron greeted Harry and the others in a friendly way. "Hey, I'll just say I'm not mistaken, you see." A carefree voice came, and Lee Jordan pointed to Lorne and Hermione and said, "These two people are dating 657 together." And next to Lee Jordan were Fred and George. Today, both of them wore a small red Christmas hat and looked very atmospheric. "Come on, give you some hats." George tapped the empty table with his wand, and with a burst of smoke, a lot of Christmas hats appeared on the table out of thin air. Both Ron and Hermione took one and put it on their heads. Christmas is about to have a Christmas atmosphere. Those owls may be late because the weather is too cold, so our gifts may arrive late. Fred said to several people. "The gift I prepared will be a little later, because I have to go to the house to get it." The same is true for Ron. By then, Harry and Ron had prepared gifts in advance, and even Lee Jordan had prepared gifts for them. "Merry Christmas, to little lovers." Lee Jordan congratulated. "Thanks." Ron nodded with a smile. It seems that there is one more gift to be prepared. As time passed, Headmaster Dumbledore also came to the center of the auditorium. Professor McGonagall and others, CCFF, had already taken their seats. "Okay, little witches, Merry Christmas." Today's Dumbledore is wearing a purple dress and a lady's wizard's pointed hat, with a big smile on his face. The banquet has begun. As Dumbledore's voice fell, the atmosphere in the auditorium suddenly became lively. Ron glanced at Snape, who was sitting in the corner, and found that he was also watching this side. He picked up the goblet full of juice and held it up to Snape, then went back to the table and started chatting. And when Snape saw Om's action, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Especially seeing the little lion snuggling with Ron, the smile on the corner of his mouth was even richer. "So good. Come on, eat a peach." Ron's eyes lit up, and he held a sliced apple to Hermione's mouth. "This isn't an apple, HMM." Hearing this tone, Hermione looked at the apple hesitantly and said suspiciously. But before she could finish, Ron shoved it into her mouth. Looking at Hermione, who looked like a little hamster, Ron couldn't help laughing. The light blue eyes are also full of smiles. This kind of feeding feels really good. He somewhat liked this way of feeding. It always feels like you with bad intentions. Hermione narrowed her brown eyes when she saw Ron handing over another piece of watermelon as soon as she finished eating. "Quick, quick, open your mouth," Ron urged. "What?" Miss Hermione finally opened her mouth obediently. And Fred and George, as well as Ron and Harry, were not in the mood to eat at all, and they felt full after seeing them. "Come on, Fred, open your mouth." George also imitated the two of them. "Go away, you disgusting Ron." Fred hurried away from George. The banquet lasted for a long time, until the evening. The banquet finally came to an end with the brilliant fireworks. In the front, I had been eating all kinds of food, but in the back it became a simple chat. Ron picked up a grape, and Hermione quickly shook her head. She basically didn't do anything by herself today. She was all fed by Ron. Now it's a little bit more sturdy. Thinking of this, she touched her belly, which was gradually bulging, and sighed. "I'm going to gain weight again." "Don't worry, I will be responsible," Ron suddenly said in her ear at this time. The mild heat made her cheeks red, and the clever Hermione understood the meaning of this sentence immediately. "You can't take responsibility if you don't want to." She gave Ron a fierce look, like an angry little lion. "Of course," Ron responded with a smile. And Fred and the others have become accustomed to it, so they directly ignored these two misfit wizards and chatted on their own. It's just that the topic has always been about the follow-up development of Fairy Tale. Harry and Ron were also very interested, and the chat lasted until around the evening. The banquet is over. Tomorrow is the start of the holiday. The little wizards who are going home tonight will pack their luggage in advance. Ron doesn't have anything to take care of, not to mention that he has an existence in a different dimension. Malfoy and Crabbe will also go back for the holidays. After all, this is the first time home. What Ron didn't expect was that Malfoy actually gave him a Christmas present. "Merry Christmas." "You too, but my gift is still at home," Ron said with the corners of his mouth raised. A pleasant evening passed quietly. After Ron woke up early in the morning, he found that Malfoy and the two were no longer in the dormitory, and their luggage had disappeared. The two of them got up really early. After Ron packed his things, he went to the hall to meet with Hermione. The two of them went back together today. And in the hall, Ron was playing wizard chess with Harry. "Aren't you going back?" Hermione asked curiously. The Weasley brothers packed their bags and went back early this morning, but Ron was still here. "They're going on a trip, and I don't want to," Ron said, taking a step forward with his knight. "I might as well be here with Harry." "Goodbye then." After Ron finished speaking, he took Hermione's hand and took her luggage to go to the station. Chapter 64, Train Sick Ron, Miss Hermione's lap below. As time went by, the little wizards at Hogwarts railway station all carried large and small bags and waited patiently for the train to start. As the train door was opened, the wizards who couldn't wait rushed up. Ron and Hermione were not so anxious. The capacity of the train is still sufficient, not to mention that most of them did not choose to go home, but stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas. After the two of them got into the car, they found an empty carriage at the very end. Ron put Hermione's luggage in the luggage space and sat directly opposite Hermione. The official departure of the train is still some time away. Ron looked at the snow outside the window, thinking about what to buy when he got home. First of all, diagonally, the materials for refining the fulling elixir and some precious potions must be prepared, which is a large amount of expenditure. And it just happened to drop by to take a look at Nocturne Alley. He remembered that there were quite a few dark wizards in the shop, and the magic props inside were also very interesting. "Do you want to read a book?" At this time, Hermione took out a record book of Sleeping with Werewolves from her backpack and placed it on the table. In order to relieve the boredom of the journey, she specially borrowed it from the library. And she knows that Ron prefers to read these biographical books rather than boring knowledge. "Give me a copy," Ron took the book and glanced at it. The author is Gilderoy Lockhart, still the liar who is good at using oblivion spells. Although it is a novel written by stealing other people's memories, the writing is surprisingly good, giving people a feeling of being there. On the other hand, Hermione, who was sitting opposite, took a copy of the Book of Charms and began to record Professor Flitwick's end-of-semester homework. A scholar is a scholar no matter where he is. "Are you two here?" At this time, a familiar voice sounded at the same time. Brother Fred was standing outside the carriage with George and luggage. George was about to pull the door in but was stopped by Fred. "Have a nice trip, you two. You two." After Fred gave Ron a look, he took George away. At this time, it is not suitable to go in and be a light bulb. And Miss Hermione looked at the twins who were leaving, and immediately knew what Fred meant. The glass of the carriage has curtains that can be drawn. It's not impossible. Thinking about it, she felt her face get hot. "What's wrong with you?" Ron, who was reading, looked at Hermione, who suddenly buried his head in the book and asked. "No. Nothing," Hermione replied sullenly. Ron touched the tip of his nose for unknown reasons. As the little wizards were all ready, the train began to whistle. The chirping sounded. The wheels moved slowly. Ron, who was sitting in the carriage chatting and reading a book, suddenly changed his face. The whole face became pale and weak, and the brain began to convey a feeling of dizziness to him. "I got motion sickness." Although this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect it to be so soon. The Quidditch match 2 days ago tomorrow doesn't have such a strong sense of motion sickness. Before he could think about it, Ron raised his head weakly and leaned his head against the window. The nausea caused by the feedback made him put the book in his hand on the table. "Ron, what's the matter with you?" At this time, Hermione, who had been sitting across from him, noticed that Ron's side was in a wrong state, and hurriedly changed positions and sat beside him. "Motion sickness." Ron gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. As the train accelerated, he now felt that his strength was out of use. Has the power of the Dragon Slayer crystal grown so fast recently? Obviously never used this kind of power. Motion sickness? Hermione was taken aback for a moment. She remembered that the last time she took the train, Ron was not so strong. Like this, she only saw it once when she was on a boat. "Do not worry, it's okay. Just let me rest for a while." Opening his eyes, looking at the anxious girl beside him, Ron couldn't help comforting him. "It's just motion sickness. At most." He fainted until the train stopped in the evening, and he could hold on. Fortunately, he left the dormitory late and didn't eat breakfast, otherwise he would have vomited all up. Interpunct flowers interpunct Let me lie down for a while. Ron, who was leaning on his seat, said feebly. However, to his astonishment, Hermione actually hugged his shoulder and pulled him over. The blonde hair was on Hermione's legs, and the little witch didn't dare to look at Ron's suspicious gaze. "I think you are more comfortable here." "It's really comfortable." Feeling the softness under his head, Ron thought. The train started to move. The scenery outside the window is very beautiful. The vast green lawn is covered with heavy snow, and the flowing rivers are frozen into ice. Occasionally, the smoke from the countryside can be seen. Because she wanted to hold Ron to prevent him from falling, Miss Hermione was not reading. With his hands around Ron's shoulders, there was silence in the carriage of the two of them. Only the clatter of the dashing train. After seeing the pleasant scenery outside the window, Miss Granger unconsciously put her eyes on Ron's face. At this time, Ron had closed his eyes, and the even breathing sound proved that he had fallen into a light sleep. The originally wrinkled handsome face slowly stretched out. For some reason, Hermione remembered the first time they met at the Ovlid wand shop. At that time, the little boy lying on her lap was using a wand to draw a beautiful golden tree with golden leaves. The golden sunlight outside the window shone on her side face, and that face attracted her more than magic. Thinking about it, Hermione couldn't help lowering her head, and the two foreheads slowly touched each other. "You are mine," he whispered to himself softly, and then came into contact slowly. After a long time, Miss Hermione raised her head blushing. And the corners of Ron's mouth, who was lying on his lap, could not help but curl up. "Are you awake?" The keen Miss Hermione immediately saw the smile on Ron's wet mouth. She asked softly. However, the corners of Ron's raised mouth were pressed down in an instant. Indeed, he woke up. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help pinching Ron's cheek. "Let you pretend to sleep." Death. Chapter 65, Invitation from the Grangers to Live Together. As Ron's face kept changing into various shapes in Hermione's hands. Finally, he couldn't help but open his eyes. Into the gold, he saw the smiling face directly. It's really not difficult. Even motion sickness can't stop Ron's wild thoughts at this time. "You're thinking of bad things." Hermione noticed Ron's eyes, so she quickly covered the boy's eyes with her hands. "I didn't. Speaking of which, have you squeezed enough?" Ron asked weakly. The means of transport are really unfriendly to the Dragon Slayer Magus. As long as they go up, they basically don't have much attack power. "No." Looking at the boy lying in her arms, Hermione pinched his high nose again. She wants, 657, to take advantage of this good opportunity to squeeze enough. Feeling the touch on the tip of his nose, Ron sighed helplessly. If he could move, would he be so passive? It was estimated that Hermione had already surrendered. Seeing the threat in Ron's eyes, Hermione closed his eyes again. "Go to sleep now." Cannot fall asleep. He was still a little sleepy at first, but when he was disturbed by Hermione, he immediately recovered. "Come on, eat something." Hermione picked up the chocolate frog on the table and pinched it to Ron's mouth. "Why does it feel so familiar?" Ron hesitated. Then he opened his mouth. The rich chocolate taste fills the whole mouth. Looking at Ron, who was eating chocolate frogs, she suddenly understood the joy of feeding. When the Hogwarts train arrived at King's Cross, it was already evening. Ron walked in front carrying Hermione's suitcase, followed by Hermione, who was blushing and bowing her head. After the train stopped, his strength recovered. Because their carriage was at the end of the train, and a group of little wizards squeezed the exit and couldn't get out. So Ron gave a good lesson to the girl who had been teasing him in the carriage. If you dare to tease him, you must prepare for revenge. Obviously, Miss Granger was not prepared for this. On the platform of the train station, after receiving the letter from their daughter's owl, the Grangers were already waiting in the waiting area. After Hermione saw her parents, she hurriedly walked over with Ron. "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, good evening." After Ron handed the suitcase in his hand to Hermione, he greeted the Granger couple with a smile. When they were in Diagon Alley, the Grangers knew this polite little boy, especially after learning that Lorne was an orphan. They even invited them to their house for Christmas vacation. "Thank you, but I still have some things to do during the holiday." Ignoring the blushing Hermione, Ron shook his head, declined the invitation of the Grangers. For a few days of vacation, he also has a plan of his own. "Really, what a pity," Mr. Granger said regretfully. He and Mrs. Granger had a very good impression of Lorne, a polite and good-looking little gentleman. And he was very close to his daughter. Goodbye. Goodbye. After waving goodbye to Hermione, who was reluctant to leave after getting into the car, Ron turned and left King's Cross Station. So how should we go back? With my current physique, I'm afraid I won't get dizzy if I take a taxi. Moreover, in the case of Camus, he didn't set the coordinates of his room, so he couldn't directly teleport there. However, short-distance teleportation is still possible. Ron looked at the burning clouds in the sky and thought. 9 p.m. In the dark room, a whirlpool suddenly twisted in midair, and a figure slowly emerged on the spot. It's finally here. Since he didn't set the coordinates of his room, he could only use the short-distance teleportation of Camus to teleport all the way. No, I have to set the coordinates. He rubbed his dry eyes and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Fortunately, the frog cub brought him the eternal kaleidoscope, otherwise he felt that his eyes were going blind. After the last time Hermione was in distress, Ron distributed the coordinates of Shenhui to the entire Hogwarts room for emergency teleportation. And now I'm just setting up my home. After setting the coordinates, Ron couldn't help lying on the soft sofa, looking a little tired. It wouldn't be easy for anyone else to be dizzy in the car for a day, and to use the divine power to teleport continuously. After resting for a while, he threw the promised gift and the cards used to open the shop into the other dimension. Looking at the empty room, Ron shook his head regretfully. After all, there is still some lack of anger. In the next few days, he plans to go to Diagon Alley first, and then go to Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley is hidden in Diagon Alley, but unlike Diagon Alley, it is full of dark wizards, even werewolves and vampires in Nocturne Alley. But in the same way, most of the things that are not sold on the surface can be obtained in Nocturne Alley as long as you have money. Ron was going to Nocturne Alley to see what was interesting. According to the Weasley brothers, there are many interesting magic items there. For example, 5.5 people wear shoes that will dance to death, coins full of curses. These stories that exist in fairy tales are real in Nocturne Alley. Only you can't think of it, there is no magic item that they can't make. As for your own safety, Ron just recently lacked an experiment that would allow him to experiment with dragon-slaying magic. It was getting late, and Ron took a bath and lay on the bed in his pajamas. Recalling what happened on the train today, the corners of his mouth curled up. It's so good, such a life. Perhaps it was the car that was dizzy for a day, coupled with the excessive use of Camus. After lying down for a while, steady breathing sounded in the quiet room. Tomorrow is the time to go to Diagon Alley. Chapter 66, Go to Nocturne Alley, Thunder Dragon's Arc. The next morning, following the route, Ron came to the location of the Leaky Cauldron. The location here is not too far from where he lives, so he will arrive soon. Resisting the dizziness in his head, Ron pushed away the somewhat shabby bar. Since it was Christmas, the interior of the entire bar was changed, with streamers and jack-o'-lanterns hanging from wooden beams. After Ron walked into the bar, he could feel a few eyes watching him. Maybe because of some doubts, how could a child come to such a place alone? Ron ignored those eyes and walked straight to the wall leading to Diagon Alley. Following the way Snape gave him, he took out his wand and tapped a few times on the bricks on the wall. Immediately afterwards, the entire wall began to deform continuously, and a gate made of stone appeared in place. After entering the door, the snow-covered Diagon Alley appeared in front of Ron. Today is the first day of the Christmas holiday. There are many wizards shopping in the streets of Diagon Alley. Each wizard wears a scarf and smiles on his face. The Christmas atmosphere is still very strong. Ron wore 22 black trench coats today, and didn't put on the Hogwarts wizard robes, tightening the scarf Hermione gave him. Then he walked towards the location of Gringotts. He gave all the money he took out to the Weasley brothers for business investment, so he doesn't have much galleons on him now. I can only go to Gringotts and take out some. Anyway, he has quite a few gin galleons in it now. Under the eyes of those greedy fairies, Lorne left Gringotts with 200 golden galleons. Those nasty goblins only want someone to save money, and don't want someone to withdraw money. It's their nature. After taking out gin galleon, it's time to buy some herbal ingredients. Lorne wandered around in the diagonal streets, and finally found a Giggs pharmacy in a corner. Pushing open the door and entering the shop, a foul smell came from the herbal shop, making him pinching his nose. Bottles of feathers, scales, and teeth are listed on the high shelves, and many of them contain some precious potion materials. Looking at these materials, Ron's eyes lit up. Taking a quick glance, the materials he needs are all in stock here. Good morning, cute little wizard. An apron-wearing Mrs. Giggs came over and greeted the little guest with a smile when she saw the little guest who pushed in the door. Do you need any materials? She asked in a cordial tone. Healing agent, palliative agent, we have everything here. As Mrs. Giggs came over, the unpleasant smell on her body made Ron take a step back. Madam, this is the material I need. Ron took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Mrs. Giggs. This piece of paper is full of dense material names, and buying all of them is definitely a huge expense. Mrs. Giggs took the piece of paper curiously. The content on it made her more and more surprised. As the owner of a herbal shop, her potion strength cannot be said to be very strong, but it is reasonable. With just this piece of paper, she was able to analyze the name of the magic potion that the little wizard in front of her wanted to refine. Verite Serum, Bliss, Beauty, Ecstasy. Each of these potions has its own difficulty and skill. Even if you let her refine it, there may be mistakes. Is this what you want to refine? Mrs. Giggs asked curiously. No, this is for my brother's practice. I just came out to buy it. Ron lied. Really? Mrs. Giggs smiled when she heard this. That's right, after all, such a small wizard may not know what these materials are for refining, but his brother is really powerful, and he can even refine these potions. He will definitely be a potion master in the future. In here, I can sell you everything except the materials for the love potion. Mrs. Giggs smiled at Ron. The material of the ecstasy? Ron was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Anyway, some of the materials for the ecstasy can be found in the Forbidden Forest. The big deal is to go and pick some. Then I want these, Mom. Lorne said to Mrs. Giggs. Please wait. After Mrs. Giggs finished speaking, she took a small box and put the materials that Ron needed into it. Because some materials cannot be in contact with each other, there are 5 small boxes in total after finishing. Do you need me to make an appointment for Owl Express? Mrs. Giggs said kindly, of course, it's free. No need, Mom, I will bring it back by myself. Ron took out 56 gold galleons and put them in front of Mrs. Giggs, then refused. After leaving the Giggs pharmacy with the box, Ron came to a relatively remote corner. After looking around, he found that there was no one around. He turned on the writing wheel and used Shenwei to store all these materials in the different dimension. Various things have been stored in his different space, and now it is equivalent to an independent lounge. In the future, if the potion is to be refined, it can be refined directly in another dimension. He has the cauldron ready. After buying the herbs, it's time to give the gifts to Owl and send them to Fred. After all this was arranged, Ron was ready to go to Nocturne Alley. The entrance to Nocturne Alley is in a certain street in Diagon Alley. The Weasley brothers told him. According to the map that Fred gave him, he finally saw a narrow passage in a dark corner. There are not many wizards in this area. Occasionally, there will be a few wizards with black hats covering their faces hurriedly walking inside. Seeing this, Ron also put on the wizard's cloak with a hood he just bought to cover his face, and then walked in as well. Crossing the narrow road, there are rats on the ground one after another, and the unpleasant smell is like Mrs. Giggs' drugstore. On both sides of the road, you can also see a few shaggy witches with a pair of cold eyes. He was staring at Ron's figure. "Little wizard, what are you doing here?" A hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind him, and a pair of dry hands reached out to Ron's shoulders. Ron turned his face sideways, and then the dragon-killing magic in his body burst out. A burst of electric arc surrounded the black wizard's robe, and the pair of dry palms were smeared by the arc before they could be retracted. Thunder Dragon's lightning is not something ordinary people can resist. My hand." The wailing sounded in his ears, and Ron cast a glance at the old woman who wanted to touch him. A black dagger fell from her other hand, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. "Boring." Ron shook his head and walked slowly towards the depths. The only difference is that those eyes staring at him have turned into fear. As expected of Nocturne Alley, I encountered such a thing as soon as I entered. Ask for a flower, a ticket, a subscription. Chapter 67, Borgin Store, eager to devour the power of the dragon that devours thunder and lightning. As the largest gathering place for dark wizards, Nocturne Alley can be built in Diagon Alley. At least the Ministry of Magic has encircled and suppressed this place many times, but it has never been successful. Some magical props and precious materials that cannot be traded on the bright side, you can overturn them lane purchased. Even all kinds of props made by some human organs are readily available. Ron, wearing a black robe, slowly passed the narrow and dark road. Nocturne Alley is here. This is a street that looks very desolate, with dilapidated house numbers and crumbling houses. The unpleasant smell in the air made Ron frown unconsciously. Even with the mask on, he could smell the stench. The wizards wandering the street are not surprised by Ron's dress at all. There are wizards like him on this street every day. After all, there are some transactions that are not visible. Ron looked around. Unlike the many types of shops in Diagon Alley, at a glance, at least half of them were selling magic items. There is also a part that sells materials for curses and potions. He remembered that his senior Tom used to work here, as if he was a props business. The owner of a shop that can attract talents like Senior Tom to work part-time is probably a bit skilled. Lorne wandered the dirty streets of Nocturne Alley. When he passed by a huge shop called Borg and Bock, he suddenly stopped. Compared with other stores, this store is much neater on the outside. At least there are no holes or patches, and the area is also large. Bork and Burke. A little familiar. Ron's pale blue eyes looked at the store, which looked good. Creep. With a sour voice, the door of the store was opened, and a wizard wearing a black hood came out holding a shrunken skull. After glancing at Ron, he turned around and walked into a dark corner, and disappeared soon after. "Guest, come in and have a look." At this time, a hoarse and gloomy voice sounded, attracting Ron's eyes. "Oh, he's still a little wizard, which is really rare." It was a messy-haired wizard who looked very old, with a chilling sneer on his face, and a pair of eyes staring at Ron's figure. "Mr. Borg in question." Ron glanced at the name of the store and asked tentatively. "You can call me that." Mr. Borg smiled grimly. "Of course, you can also call me Caractacus Bock. Want to come in and see the goods?" As he said that, he picked up a bottle of pink potion, and Ron's enhanced vision could see the text on it at once. Ecstasy. Ron pondered for a while, then walked in. If he remembered correctly, Senior Tom should work here. When he entered the store, he found Borgin leaning on the counter. "What do you need?" He turned his body to reveal the merchandise behind him. On a mat in a glass box, there is a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a sluggish glass eyeball. Ferocious masks stared down on the wall, various human bones were laid out on the counter, and rusty, tine-like instruments hung from the ceiling. There are enough things in it to make a child have nightmares every day, and it doesn't look like a serious place. How much was the bottle of ecstasy just now? Ron looked at Borgin and asked with a sneer. I didn't expect that a young wizard your age would need such a thing. You will definitely become an excellent dark wizard in the future. Borgin joked, then extended 5 fingers. 50 gold galleons. A bottle of ecstasy actually costs 50 galleons? The corners of Ron's mouth turned up. Do you have any compound medicine here? He asked again. Compound medicine? That thing is very difficult to deal with. Borgin pondered for a while and said, a bottle of 170 gold galleons will take half a month to pick up. Are compound medicines so expensive? Even Ron, who had guesses in his heart, was taken aback. I have 3 bottles of compound medicine here, do you accept them here? Returning to his senses, Ron looked at Borgin and asked softly. Don't make fun of me, you brat, this is Nocturne Alley. Borgin frowned and glanced at Ron, thinking that the little wizard was sincere in making trouble. How could a little wizard have a compound potion, and besides Severus Snape, no one would sell a compound potion here. Looking at Borgin who was about to blast people, Ron waved his sleeves directly, and 3 bottles of viscous liquid appeared on the table at some point. And that look almost made Borgin's eyes pop out. Silent spell. No, it's not important. This wizard didn't wave his wand just now. He saw clearly. Casting spells without a stick. Even Borgin, who has lived for so many years, has never seen such an incredible ability. Do you accept these 3 bottles here? Ron asked. Borgin, who came to his senses, frowned and glanced at the little wizard in front of him. After hesitating for a while, he opened the compound medicine and smelled it. There is no problem with the taste. His brows stretched out. Then he took out a piece of paper and poured the medicine on it. After casting the spell with his wand, Borgin was finally verified. It is indeed a compound potion, 3 bottles, 400 gold galleons. Borgin gave the price. Make a deal. Ron was too lazy to bargain, bought it directly. As a heavy bag of golden galleons was placed on the table, Ron put it into the different space. Once again performed a hand in front of Borgin. Can you show me your merchandise? Ron asked Borgin, who was playing with the other 2 bottles. Casual. Borgin, who was testing the quality of the potion, didn't have time to pay attention to him. There are very few compound medicines circulating in the market. First, it is time-consuming. Second, the skills required are too cumbersome. Without detailed notes or teachers, it is impossible to make them. So far, the only person who can sell this medicine is Snape, who doesn't necessarily come here once every 6 months. Ron walked inside the store and looked curiously. There was a pure white necklace on a counter, and there was a warning sign beside the counter. Look out, don't touch, has been cursed, has taken the lives of 19 muggles. A cursed necklace. Interesting. After taking 2 glances, Ron turned and walked to the other side. The kings, a dry arm, corroded bones, a cursed thumb. Most of them are used to hurt people. But after walking to the potion material, Ron suddenly felt the back of his hand get hot. He quickly opened his wide sleeves, and the thunder scales on the back of his hands began to emit magical blue light, accompanied by tiny electric arcs. Scales appear again. No, the range of the thunder scale is wider. The lightning scale that originally reached the wrist has now spread to half of the forearm. What happened? Ron muttered to himself. He could feel that his magic was longing for something. Thunderball, a magic item for storing lightning. At this time, Borgin came over and explained to him. This thing has no use other than making people feel numb and relaxing. But if you break the ball, be careful to be struck by lightning. After listening to Borgin's explanation, a flash of understanding flashed across Ron's face. His own magic power is eager to devour these thunderbolts. Chapter 68, Night of the Full Moon, Thunder Dragons, Roar. As the Dragon Slayer Magi, everyone can devour the attributes that match their own to enhance their power. As the Thunder Dragon Slayer Magician, after seeing the lightning ball, the magic in his body began to surge involuntarily. Are you trying to devour these lightning bolts? As for what Borgin said would be struck by lightning, it was a joke to him. Is Thunder Dragon afraid of being struck by lightning? How many galleons is this thing? Quietly retracted into his sleeve, Ron asked Borgin. So far, there are only a few things that interest him, and this lightning ball is among them. A harmless item made by accident, a gold galleon. Borgin put the compound potion in a cabinet next to him. Just make a friend, and there will be potions that can come to me to sell in the future. His cold voice didn't change. He locked the cabinet and said to Ron. Ron was not polite, and put the lightning ball directly on the counter. Then I bought some materials to make the ecstasy, and a withered thumb. The thumb is a medium used to cast curses, but there is no such thing as curses at Hogwarts. In other words, there are basically few wizards today who can use curses, except for a certain talented and intelligent senior. His thumb has been in the store for a few years, and it has been eating ashes in the corner. 660, a total of 50 gold galleons. Borgin packed his things and put them in front of Ron. Too expensive, more expensive than the materials for his potions. You have to know that the material of ecstasy is not sold outside, it is a contraband. He deliberately emphasized the last three words. I can go to the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts to pick it up. Ron's pale blue eyes stared at Borgin, who was about to blackmail. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts can be regarded as a natural herbal field. Although Ron has never been there, he knows that the materials in it are readily available. HMPH, you are really suitable to be a dark wizard. Seeing that Ron was unmoved, Borgin snorted coldly and stretched out 3 fingers. 30 gold galleons, it can't be less. These materials were brought back from the Forbidden Forest by someone I asked. Make a deal. 20 gold galleons were enough. Ron put the money on the table, then picked up the bag and directly stored it in the different space. Fun magic. Borgin looked at the material sucked into the vortex, and couldn't help but glance at Ron. See you next time, Mr. Borgin. After buying what he wanted, Ron was ready to leave here. Because it was already evening when I entered Diagon Alley, and now the sky outside is already dotted with stars. Tonight is the full moon night. Borgin glanced at the bright moonlight outside and smiled gloomily. Little wizard, be careful with the wild dogs roaming outside. I don't want the new supply to be cut off. After Ron went out, Borgin closed the door of the store. Wild dog? A full moon night? Ron looked up at the bright full moon in the sky, and his thoughts turned. Are the werewolves in Nocturne Alley? Combined with what Borgin said, Ron guessed at once. Meaning came out. Standing on the deserted and dilapidated street, he found that the shops around him had closed their doors, and there was not even a single candle in the room. It seems that there are really werewolves. Ron looked around, it was empty, only the sound of the breeze blowing the garbage on the ground. Fortunately, he has already set the spatial coordinates at home, and he can go back when he activates his divine power. What's more, Ron was also a little curious about those werewolves. Their saliva can transform a normal wizard into an insane werewolf. If you are just scratched, you will not turn into a werewolf, but the scars left will not heal. Ron stood on the spot thinking for a while, and then prepared to leave Nocturne Alley. Ugh. Just when Shenway was about to launch, a loud wolf howl made Ron look up. Under the full moon, an upright hairless werewolf was standing on a high roof, with a pair of vertical beast pupils staring at the prey below. There was a viscous liquid flowing from the corners of the cracked mouth. It was bright red blood combined with saliva. The sharp claws shone cold in the moonlight. "Following me?" Ron was stunned for a moment, then raised the corner of his mouth, and directly took CCFF, to cancel the teleportation of divine power. Now that he is being targeted, let's take a good look at what abilities the werewolf has. Seeing Ron's provocative smile, the werewolf's remaining rationality has been completely covered by animal nature. Roar. With a roar, the werewolf jumped out of the house and ran towards Ron quickly. Too slow. In the eyes of the wizard, the speed is very fast, but it is still not enough in front of Ron's kaleidoscope. Boom. The werewolf's running body was caught. It was a huge black-purple skeleton arm, and the connection of the arm was exactly where Ron's body was. Suzu. In the scarlet pupils, the three sickles slowly turned. Wow. The werewolf kept twisting his body, trying to escape from this huge palm, but to no avail. He still doesn't have Suzu, who can directly open his eyes, and only one skeleton is enough to deal with the werewolf. Ron stretched out two fingers and pointed at the werewolf, who was still struggling and mourning, and his body had been in a surging magic moment and activated instantly. Thunder. The simplest ability brought by the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal is to control thunder and lightning anytime, anywhere. The golden thunderlight fell from the clear night sky and hit the bone hand tightly. The dilapidated stone street was blasted into a big hole by the golden lightning. The werewolf in his hands was scorched all over, but he kept roaring. The lightning bolt just now had completely aroused its animal nature. Any creature will choose to let it go when it is forced to have no way back. Not to mention the werewolf, who was originally a wizard. Not dead? Very good. Ron squinted at the scorched werewolf, who opened his mouth and roared at him, controlled a huge bone hand and threw it into the sky. Soon, the dragon's power exploded in his body. Ron raised the corner of his mouth, revealing sharpened teeth, and the thunder scales on his arms shone with azure blue light. In this mode, he can feel that his power has been increased by about 4 or 5 times, but in this mode, Ron estimates that it can only be turned on for less than a minute. But that's enough. The two rows of sharp teeth opened slightly, and a flash of lightning gathered in the mouth. Thunder dragons, roar. The golden breath cut through the night sky, and the unstoppable force fell on the werewolf in midair. Boom. After hitting the werewolf, Thunder Dragon's breath didn't stop at all, and the werewolf with a whimper ran straight through the dilapidated house behind him. A huge amount of dust was raised, and the scorched house still shone from time to time with thunder. Ron could even see the scene across the street through the house. This huge sound instantly awakened the dark wizards in this street. The first person to open the door was the nearest Borkin. However, in the street, Ron was no longer there. There are only messes all over the ground and a werewolf who has lost half of his body and is charred. That werewolf hiding in Nocturne Alley is dead? Chapter 69, Who Doesn't Like Psi? Ron, who returned home through Kamui, is sorting out the things he bought today. Most of them are herbs. After the other dimension is sorted out, he will start refining some potions from tomorrow. The 3 bottles of compound potions sold in the Borkin store today made him 400 gold galleons, and the ingredients of the compound potions are less than 3 galleons, mainly because it takes a long time. Overall, the profit is still very good. And today he also experimented with his own power, Suzu and Dragon Slayer magic. I have to say that the werewolf's body is still very resistant to beatings, and he can continue to howl after being struck by a thunderbolt, but in the end he was taken away by his breath. As for whether it is innocent, the viscous liquid on the corner of its mouth has already given the answer. The enhanced sense of smell allowed him to smell the bloody smell from far away. This is not something that an innocent werewolf can do, even if it has no human reason. But Ron looked at his arm at this time. The range of the thunder scales increased after the power of the dragon used, but the thunder scales would not appear if they were not used normally. Even the sharp teeth have changed went back. Thinking of this, Ron took out the lightning ball he purchased. The arc is surrounded by it, and it feels numb when you put your hand on it, which is very comfortable. He touched it with his fingers, and the arc wrapped around his hand. Want to eat it? Ron hesitated, then swallowed it. As the incarnation of Thunder Dragon, it should be fine to eat some electricity, right? After eating the arc, I felt a little full in my stomach. Is it really edible? Ron suddenly turned to look at the socket, and then quickly shook his head. Such a dangerous idea is not allowed. The 2-week vacation will soon pass. Especially for Ron, who has been brewing potions. During the 2-week break, he has been cooking raw bone spirits, and only now has 5 or 6 spots made, and the technique is also very proficient. He even made an improvement. Originally, the raw bone spirit tasted very bitter. He tried to mix it with some other herbs to make it have a sweet taste. Even the efficacy of the medicine has been enhanced a lot. If you sell the formula to Street Mungo's hospital for magical injuries and injuries, it is estimated that you can make a lot of money. After packing his luggage, Ron, who was wearing a trench coat and scarf, found the spatial coordinates set at the station, and instantly activated his divine power. When he appeared again, he was already in a hotel near the station. Ron took his luggage and walked slowly to the station, when he was suddenly photographed. Have you a good holiday? Ron. Hearing this familiar voice, Ron laughed. Good morning, you too. Have you received the card I gave you? Of course, but we were traveling at the time, so we didn't have time to study. Fred shook his head regretfully. At that time, the whole family went on a trip, and the cards were mailed to their homes, which was a perfect miss. How about the present we gave you? George said with a smile. Excellent. Ron nodded. During their holiday, he received gifts from several people. The twins gave him some fireworks, and Harry and Ron gave him a set of biographical books, which they heard from Hermione. And Hermione, who had already given gifts, gave him a scarf that looked a little ugly, which was the one he was wearing today. According to the twisted pattern above, Ron could barely tell that it was a little lion. Do it by hand, no doubt. Your scarf. It's interesting. Fred also saw the weird scarf at this time and said with a smile. Is this a puppy? So cute. George saw it too. This is a lion. Ron suggested. He also guessed many times at the beginning, and finally judged it by the tail of the pattern. Indeed a lion. Okay, let's get in the car, maybe we'll set off in a while. Fred said hello, and then took the two of them across the pillar. You two go first, I'll wait for Hermione. Ron waved his hand and said goodbye to the two. The guy who values sex over friends, leave George. Fred reluctantly took George onto the train. Ron waited at the station for about 10 minutes, and Hermione finally arrived with her luggage. After seeing the girl, his eyes lit up. A curly ponytail tied behind her head, a light-toned sweater, a black-toned skirt, and the most conspicuous white stockings. Interpunct flowers interpunct Ron. Hermione, who hadn't seen each other for 2 weekends, trotted over after seeing Ron. The 2 strands of curly hair left on the forehead kept swaying as they ran. Good morning, Hermione. Ron subconsciously held the girl's hand, and then he quickly let go after thinking of something. "It's okay, my parents have gone back." After Hermione finished speaking in a low voice, she took Ron's hand and clasped it together. "When did Miss Granger become so bold?" Ron looked at Hermione, who bowed his head, with a smile. "Still the same habit as before. Come on, the train will start soon." Before getting into the car, Ron glanced at Hermione's white stockings today, and couldn't help but praise his approach. Fortunately, he did not use Shenway to go directly to school today, but chose to take the train with Hermione. This was also the first time, and Ron was looking forward to the next motion sickness. He picked up Hermione's luggage and walked into the pillar with the girl's hand. On the green-toned train platform, many wizards are parting with their families. The two of them came to the end of the carriage with ease. Because there is usually no one to disturb here, after all, there are many places ahead. "Come in." After Ron put his luggage in the luggage space, he said softly to Hermione. Considering that Ron would get motion sickness, Hermione sat on the same side seat obediently. At this time, she also found the scarf she gave to Ron. "That scarf. Did you do it?" Ron asked back. Seeing Hermione nodding, he consciously showed a smile. "I love so much. By the way, I'll leave it to you when I get motion sickness," he whispered in Miss Hermione's ear. I know. Click the link to join the group chat, Fiction Exchange Group, https://jq.qq.com/question_wv1027 and die4kz9x, blank.69 exclamation 8, 92,5 semicolon 8.5,0 question internal semicolon group, 2205.2. 3149 blank 698,925,850. She hurriedly pushed Ron away. Her ears were itchy and uncomfortable. If it wasn't for Ron's motion sickness, how could she sit on the same side? Who doesn't like spicy? Ron thought about death. Chapter 70. As soon as I went over, I saw Snape beating Quirrell. In the evening, inside Hogwarts, Ron, who was holding his head, staggered off the train with Hermione's help. I don't know why this time when the train started, the dizziness quickly swept through the whole body, and it was more serious than the previous few times. Before he could even enjoy Hermione's white silk lap pillow, he passed out. This sleep went straight to Hogwarts. Give me a chance, I'm useless? Ron thought unsatisfactorily. Are you okay? Hermione's brown eyes looked worriedly at the crumbling Ron. No, it's fine. Just let me slow down for a while. Ron was sitting on a bench in the street, looking up at the sky with burning clouds, and couldn't help thinking. Is it because of the growth of thunder scales that the resistance to vehicles is weaker? After all, in the 660 weeks of vacation, the thunder scales on his arms have grown to his arms, and will soon cover the entire arm. The more I think about it, the more I think this is the answer. Do you want to stop running trains during the holidays? Directly use Shenway to go back. However, as soon as the idea came to his mind, Ron glanced at Hermione who was with him. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Let's go to the auditorium for dinner first. After regaining some strength, Ron turned to Hermione and said. This time they did not go by boat, but chose to walk across the path on foot. There are many little wizards on this path who are unwilling to take a boat. After all, the Black Lake at night is really scary and sparkling, and there are many dangerous magical creatures hidden in the Black Lake. It was not far from the train station to the gate of Hogwarts, and while walking and chatting, we soon arrived at the gate. On the Gryffindor table. Long time no see, Harry. Ron greeted Harry who was having dinner. Welcome back, Ron. Harry's eyes lit up when he saw that it was Ron, and then he walked quietly beside him. "How long can a drop of the potion you gave me last time last?" Ron glanced at Harry after hearing this, not understanding why he asked this. "1 drop for 12 hours, what's wrong?" "It's okay, I'll ask." Harry's eyes dodged a little, and he hurriedly sat back to his seat. Ron's light blue eyes stared at Harry, who was clearly in trouble for a while, then shifted his gaze. How to use the potion is Harry's business. After all, it has been given to him. Even if it is used on Ron's body, he can't control it. Just don't use it on him. Come on, open your mouth. Under Harry and Ron's complicated eyes, Ron handed a piece of watermelon to Miss Granger's mouth. "Someone?" Hermione's beautiful eyes dodged a little. "Someone?" Ron glanced at Harry and Ron, who immediately lowered their heads to eat. "Okay, no one's watching now." Although Ron and Harry, who bowed their heads to eat silently, didn't eat a single bite, they couldn't eat any more. "I feel full." On the first night back at school, Ron invited Hermione to a quiet place with few people on a date. The shy Miss Hermione hesitated for half a second before agreeing. "Is this the date you were talking about?" Looking at the table full of books, Hermione couldn't help but narrow her eyes at Ron. A look of confusion appeared on his face. "You two are really diligent. You came to study as soon as school started." At this time, Mrs. Pince stopped by the two of them with a book, and couldn't help but sigh. "Good evening, Mrs. Pince." Ron greeted politely, and Hermione stared blankly at the notes placed in front of her. This notebook is the improvement of various potions that Ron has recorded in the past 2 weeks, such as the improvement of the taste of the raw bone spirit. This note can be said to be very meaningful in some respects. Even she felt a little weird. "But, aren't you dating now?" "This is not a date." Miss Hermione showed her teeth and looked at Ron with a ferocious look. "Quiet space, and it's just the two of us around," Ron said, and found that Hermione's eyes were not right. My fault. Let's go on a date by the Black Lake tomorrow." When Miss Hermione was about to come over, Ron quickly changed his words. "Tomorrow afternoon?" Miss Hermione demanded. "But there is a class tomorrow afternoon." "Of course I can skip class too." Ron thought about it for a while and found that tomorrow afternoon's class is a class on magic history. Only then did Miss Hermione nodded in satisfaction, and then picked up the notebook that Ron handed her. "There are many improvement techniques above that she doesn't know how? You are really amazing," she exclaimed. The compliment from Miss Hermione was very useful to Ron. "You don't even look at who I am." This is what he accumulated day by day in the library all day long. He had never worked so hard in his previous life. While the two were studying, 2 familiar people suddenly came to the library, Harry and Ron. Why did the two of them come to the library? Hermione asked suspiciously. "Have your brain opened up?" Ron and Hermione, who were sitting in the corner, were immediately discovered by Harry, and he hurried over. Three-headed dog? Ron listened to Harry's words calmly, while Hermione was not so calm. "You mean that in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, Headmaster Dumbledore kept a 3-headed dog?" You must know that she went to the forbidden area on the 3rd floor with Ron, and found that it reflected the scene after she and Ron got married. Thinking about it, the tips of her ears turned red. And Ron touched his nose. He had been there once before the holiday, and the mirror of their eyes has long since been replaced by the old bee. "How did you two know there were 3-headed dogs in that place?" Ron asked curiously. At that time, he wanted to go inside and feed the 3-headed dog a Momotaro rice ball, but he forgot about it later because he was too busy. "I was chased by Erky for 5.5 during the night tour." Harry was not ashamed. "Is it a night tour? Is it still Gryffindor without a night tour? So you suspect that the 3-headed dog is guarding something?" Do you still want me to visit with you? Ron looked at these two people with a foolish look. We just want you to find a way to enter the secret door below, Harry said helplessly. When I was being chased by Filch, I happened to see Professor Quirrell coming out of it, and Snape was fighting with him. And for some reason, the scar on my forehead hurts as soon as I see Quirrell. Saying that, Harry covered the lightning scar on his forehead. Hearing this, Ron couldn't help but glance at Harry one more time. You are the Voldemort automatic detection machine. Chapter 71, Why Not Make Malfoy a Woman? I don't have time to accompany you on an adventure now, why don't you ask Hagrid? After listening to Harry's words, Ron gave him an opinion. Hagrid is very familiar with all kinds of magical creatures, you might as well find him a solution. After all, the three-headed dog was raised by Hagrid, but it was just taken back by Dumbledore to guard the basement. As for why Snape and Quirrell would fight, Ron was more concerned. Aren't you too afraid of being deducted? Hermione raised her head and looked at the two authentic Gryffindors in dissatisfaction. What are you afraid of? It's almost a negative number now. Ron couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this. Snape deducted points every day, and this year's Gryffindor was almost on the verge of becoming the record with the lowest score in history. If there are too many points, they will be a little more apprehensive. But it's almost a negative number, so it doesn't matter if you deduct it or not. Seeing the disapproval of the two, Hermione gritted her teeth angrily. He simply hugged Ron's arm and stopped talking. Even if she tried to save it, it was impossible for her to save Gryffindor who fell into the abyss. She was tired, and she was just 22. Okay, then I'll ask Hagrid tomorrow. After listening to Ron's opinion, Harry nodded. Hagrid's understanding of magical creatures, he had also heard from seniors. After all, Hagrid has lived in the Forbidden Forest for decades, and no one in Hogwarts understands biology better than him. You Gryffindors, keep your voice down. Mrs. Pince, who was sitting in the center of the library, whispered towards Ron. Be careful, I tell Professor McGonagall. Inside Slytherin's dormitory, Ron yawned and pushed in the door. The first thing I saw was a happy Malfoy. I saw Malfoy reading and laughing on the bed with a letter in his arms. What's wrong with you? Ron asked curiously. It was the first time he had seen Malfoy like this, as if he had gotten a beloved toy. It's Harley. Harley wrote me a letter. Harry? Ron wondered. Harry's letter, what are you happy about? It's not Harry Potter, it's Harry Gerald. Gerald? Ron opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the excited Malfoy. Who is Harley Gerald? How come he, Lorne Gerald, has never heard of this character? Ron was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered that Harry asked himself about Nangwekwen today. No way. It's the little witch with glasses that sat next to you last time. Malfoy looked at Ron and asked, don't you remember? I remember a ghost. Unexpectedly, it was indeed Harry. Ron looked at Malfoy happily reading the letter and couldn't help feeling pity. I really don't know if he will commit suicide after knowing that the other end of the letter is Harry. I remember what she did. Ron didn't want to ruin Harry's good deeds, so he simply lied. But why did Harry call him Gerald? He doesn't understand. You really don't remember such a beautiful little witch? Malfoy said incredulously after hearing this. She's the prettiest witch I've ever seen in Gryffindor. Fuck, Hermione is the best looking. Saying this, Ron was no longer sleepy. He took out his wand and pointed it at Malfoy's head. Tell me, who is the prettiest? Granger. Malfoy swallowed and looked carefully at the wand on his head, for fear that one might accidentally go wrong. That's right. Hearing the answer he wanted, Ron nodded in satisfaction, withdrew his wand and patted Malfoy on the shoulder. Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he seemed to remember the magic that Ron cast on him on the boat. That feeling is simply life is better than death. I wish you a happy relationship, my friend. After speaking, Ron lay on the soft bed and went to read. He hadn't finished reading some of the books that Harlot wrote. Those adventure stories are thrilling to read. The knowledge of various monsters and potions is very detailed, and it can be regarded as a useful travel book. Speaking of which, the Frog Cub should be back tomorrow, right? Ron glanced at the date on the photo, and it was indeed coming back tomorrow. I really look forward to bringing back something good. The next morning, after the charms class, Harry stopped both Ron and Hermione. You want me to go find Hagrid with you? Ron looked at Harry incomprehensibly, hoping he could give an explanation. Hermione promised to go. Ron interjected. When Ron heard the words, he turned to look at Hermione, and saw that she nodded lightly. The reason is enough, let's go. When the words fell, Harry and Ron nodded to each other. After using the manuscript to study magical creatures to interest Hermione, Ron would definitely follow along. Harry was deliberately trying to pull the two of them in. After all, his and Ron's brains are really not good. And Ron's strength is strong, and even Professor Flitwick will praise him, so naturally it won't be much worse. With him around, the two of them can feel more at ease when exploring. By the way, who is Harry Gerald? Halfway through, Ron suddenly asked Harry. It's the name. Let Harry's body pause. Malfoy let you read the letter? He asked in a low voice. That's not true, he just mentioned it. Ron shook his head. So what do you want to do? After hesitating for a while, Harry glanced at Ron, who was leading the way, and then at Hermione, who was eavesdropping on Ron's arm. I want to ask him out, and then? And then? 660, Hermione questioned. I haven't thought about it yet. Harry shrugged and said in a low voice. Maybe you can pretend to try to be with him first, and then change back to Harry when he's in love with you. Ron came up with a bad idea on the side. Harry glanced at Ron helplessly. What is all this idea? Several people discussed how to make Malfoy even more desperate. Finally, Hermione came up with a method. Why not make Malfoy a girl too? This idea was instantly recognized by Harry. I'm going to put a whole bottle in his mouth. Imagining that scene, Harry felt a lot relieved. In front of Hagrid's hut. With the knock on the door, Hagrid opened a corner of the door, revealing a head and looking at the little guests outside. Long time no see, Hagrid. Harry greeted with a smile. Oh, long time no see, Harry. Hagrid was very happy to see Harry, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Can't we go in and talk? Looking at the blocked door, Harry questioned. No, no one can enter this room now. Hagrid hurriedly shook his head and refused. I saw a fire dragon egg. At this time, Ron saw something on the table through the corner of the window. He shouted excitedly. SHHHH. Chapter 72, A Date by the Black Lake, Hermione fleeing. SHHHH. Hearing Ron's exclamation, Hagrid immediately widened his eyes and hurriedly shut them up. How cool, Hagrid, how did you get this dragon egg? Ron asked Hagrid in a surprised tone. You must know that after his brother Charlie graduated from Hogwarts, he went to Romania to study dragons. Every fire dragon is a very dangerous magical creature, and at the same time the materials are also very precious. So the price of a fire dragon egg on the black market is very expensive. You forget it, come in and talk. Hagrid glanced at Ron dejectedly. He didn't understand how this kid recognized him, so he finally let a few people in. Hagrid's hut was small and messy. A dragon egg the size of a head with a pattern was placed in the middle of the table. You can't tell others about this, especially Headmaster Dumbledore. Hagrid raised a serious face and warned the little wizards. If it was known that he was raising fire dragons in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, I am afraid that even Headmaster Dumbledore would not be able to keep him. At some point, he can only live on the streets. Thinking of this, Hagrid hurriedly shook his head. This was too terrifying. Don't worry, Hagrid, our mouths are very strict. Harry and Ron nodded quickly and agreed. And Hermione and Ron, who were curiously studying the dragon eggs, also nodded. Don't worry, only a few of us know about this. After hearing the reply of several little wizards, Hagrid was obviously relieved. He took out a plate of cookies from the stove and put it on the table. It just happened to bake a pancake. Do you want some? Rock crust cake? After so long at Hogwarts, it was the first time a few people had heard of this food. So hard. As soon as Harry and Ron took a hard bite, they felt that their teeth were almost shattered. Even Hermione took a bite, but failed to bite down. It made her wrinkle her beautiful little nose. The taste is average. Ron bit down a large piece at once, making a creaking sound in his mouth, and even gave a comment. With teeth as hard as a thunder dragon, I'm afraid he can crush even steel, not to mention rock-skin cakes. Really, I think it's delicious. Hagrid had an impression of Ron, because he was a little wizard who called him senior and helped him, so he had a lot of goodwill. I want some butterbeer. Oh, forget you're still freshman. Just as Hagrid took out a bottle of beer, he suddenly remembered that none of them were in the 3rd grade, so he quickly changed his tune. By the way, Hagrid, do you know the 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor? Passing the rock-skin cake that couldn't be chewed to Fang, who was wagging his tail next to him, Harry finally revealed the purpose of this time. How do you know about that 3-headed dog? Hagrid was stunned, staring at Harry with wide eyes. There is no magic stone hidden there, so don't take risks. After hearing the alchemy stone, Ron and Hermione raised their heads and looked at Hagrid, who had covered his mouth. Did I? Have I slipped my tongue? Nicola May? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. On the path back home, Harry couldn't help but mutter to himself. They just said a word, and Hagrid explained everything at once. In Hagrid's mouth, the magic stone belongs to Nicole Leem. And Nicola May used that magic stone to refine the elixir of immortality. Nicole Leem seems to be a friend of Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione, who was walking behind, whispered to Ron. The two of them would go around the forbidden book area when they were free or not, and Hermione just happened to have read the biography of Nicole Leem. But why put the magic stone in the basement and let the 3-headed dog guard it? She didn't understand a little. Do you remember Professor Quirrell we saw that night? Ron pondered for a while and said. He was very interested in the magic stone's elixir of immortality. Nicole Leem, who can refine this potion and the Philosopher's Stone, is also a legend. You mean, Professor Quirrell wants to get the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione remembered. Maybe a senior wants it? Ron muttered. If you remember correctly, Voldemort needed the power of the Philosopher's Stone to restore his body. Looking at Harry, who was still thinking hard in front of him, Hermione told him that he might as well go to the forbidden area to look for it. Then at the fork in the road, the two separated. He promised Hermione yesterday that he would go on a date today. As for the afternoon class on the history of magic, he would just skip class. Anyway, what he brought to Slytherin was enough for him to buckle. On the edge of the Black Lake, Ron was lying on the lawn, looking at Hermione, who was studying with Hagrid's manuscript, speechless. I skipped class to meet you. But you are here to read the manuscript. Hagrid's manuscript is too detailed for magical creatures. Although the characters in this manuscript are a bit ugly, they can still be read. As soon as Hermione turned her head, she saw Ron, who was half squinting at her. It was only then that she remembered that the two were on a date. Are you angry? The girl raised the corners of her mouth and asked. Yes, sir. Before Ron could finish speaking, he saw Hermione come directly over. Brown curly hair brushing across his cheeks, feeling itchy. With a single click, they parted in an instant. "Can you come again?" Ron touched his lips and chuckled softly. "Just think about it." Hermione's beautiful brown eyes were smiling. The ripples of the lake water are rippling, and owls cut through them. The blue sky flew to the distance to deliver letters. The daytime always passed quickly. After the two held hands and circled around the black lake, the night had replaced the setting sun. "See you tomorrow." "Tomorrow what do you want to do?" When they parted on the stairs, Hermione suddenly took a step back and looked at Lawnling, who was approaching vigilantly. "Think." Ron took a step forward. This time Hermione didn't step back. The foreheads touched, the jasmine scent of curly hair entwined at the tip of his nose. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Hermione blushed and ran away. Looking at the fleeing back, Ron laughed. The paintings hanging high on the wall also looked here curiously and gave their blessings one after another. The previous, morning demon history lesson, has been revised to afternoon, and it was too fast yesterday. Chapter 73, Healing All Diseases, Horse Spell. After separating from Hermione, Ron walked down the stairs to the Slytherin lounge 1 floor below. On the way, he also met Peeves, who was pranking the mural with a paintbrush. "Go away, you nasty Peeves. Ha 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 ha, today I must draw a few scars on your face." Peeves laughed arrogantly, looked at the panicked girl in the painting, and sarcastically said, "Where do you think you can run to?" About Peeves' bad pranks, even the first-year freshmen know it. Therefore, ordinary little wizards usually walk around when they see Peeves, for fear that they will be targeted by this nasty ghost. But Ron was different. Since he used the illusion last time, Peeves has always run away when he sees him. The footsteps were very noticeable in the silent staircase, and Ron looked at the mischievous Peeves in midair and smiled. Red. Ron with red eyes. At this time, Peeves also found Ron, who was standing below watching it, and it exclaimed with wide eyes. Then, under the surprised gaze of the girl in the painting, Peeves burrowed into the wall. It was the first time she had seen the lawless Skin 663 Skin Devil look like this. Unexpectedly, in addition to the Bloody Barrow and Dumbledore, it has feared people. "Thank you, little wizard." The girl in the painting performed a noble etiquette towards Ron. "Nothing." Ron shook his head, then turned and left. He also didn't expect that the last illusion would cast such a big shadow on Peeves. When they got to the dormitory, Malfoy and Crabbe had not come back. They should be talking about family ideals with the pureblood wizards in the hall. Ron took off his wizard robe and put it on the hanger, picked up a Lockhart book and sat on the bed. He looked at the biography and quietly waited for the return of the frog cub. It was almost 11 o'clock. A crisp frog croaking sounded in the dormitory, and Ron quickly turned his head to look. The frog cub, which he hadn't seen for a long time, finally came back with something. He placed the food prepared in advance in front of the warm nest, and then rubbed the frog cub's head with his index finger. Guck. Zing. CCFF, worked hard. The frog cub put the lotus leaf hat on the table, and did not start to eat, but untied the package behind him and placed it in front of Ron. "This is?" Ron looked curiously at what was in the backpack. It was an octagonal stone charm with a pattern similar to a horse's head carved on it. "Are these the 12 spells of the Holy Lord?" Ron opened his eyes wide and remembered the origin of these spells. But what kind of power does the horse charm represent? At present, all he has the impression is that there is only a dog spell representing immortality. Few of the abilities of other spells are remembered. The horse spell of the 12 spells, a special product from the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, function. The horse charm represents healing and restoration. It can make the bearer removal abnormal effects caused by external forces in the body, and at the same time ensure that they will not be corroded by external forces. Usage: if you don't have the dragon body of the Holy Lord, you can choose to make it into a pendant and wear it. To cure all diseases? Ron didn't know why he thought of the side effect of his own motion sickness. After all, motion sickness is an external force, and I don't know if it can be cured. Leaving aside other abilities, the horse talisman's ability is simply a magical skill, and it can cure any disease, even if you have cancer. If this kind of thing spreads out, it will definitely cause a strong sensation. No one wants to get sick, no matter what disease it is. Ron held the horse charm in his hand, and suddenly, the charm in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, he felt that his body seemed to be much more transparent. I was treated? Ron was stunned. Why didn't he know what disease he had? Is it a symptom of motion sickness? Ron wanted to give it a try, but the magic broom was not kept in the bedroom. Besides, it's time for a quiet school outside, so it's not really necessary to go to a special test. Forget it, try it on the lawn tomorrow morning. Ron muttered to himself. At this moment, Malfoy and Crabbe walked in with a smile. Ron took a look and stopped paying attention. A poor man who was cheated by a man. Speaking of which, Harry seems to want to turn Malfoy into a woman. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but glance at Malfoy one more time. It is estimated that it is a blonde dog. So weird, so weird. Tomorrow night, Harry invited me to the forbidden place on the 3rd floor for a date. Malfoy boasted with an excited tone. Except for Crabbe, this dormitory is also lawn. Obviously Malfoy didn't say it to Crabbe. Are you showing off to me? Ron used his wand to conjure a suitable rope for the horse charm and put it on his neck. Good luck to you and Harry. Remember not to be caught by Filch. Ron likely sent sincere blessings to his good friend. Harry is really irrelevant. Look at what Malfoy has been fooled into. He thought to himself. Don't worry, I've figured out Filch's trajectory in advance. He won't catch the two of us. Malfoy said confidently. Ron yawned, then touched the frog cub who was sleeping after eating. It seems that since he came to Hogwarts, what frog cub brought back has become more and more valuable. Just like this horse charm in his hand. If it is true that all diseases can be cured, then the wizards who have become werewolves. Thinking of this, the corners of Ron's mouth curled up. As long as he treats those werewolves well, he can definitely gain a lot of followers. You must know that there are so many werewolves forced to become werewolves in this world that the werewolves who have no money to buy wolf poison medicine can only suffer. But the wealthy werewolves are still in the minority. Ron was planning his future plans. After a while, the empty notebook was filled with words. Ask for flowers, ask for a ticket. Chapter 74, Harry and Malfoy's Night Date. This way, this way. In the azure sky, two figures were chasing closely, and Ron half squinted at the petite figure in front of him. I don't feel it anymore. The feeling of dizziness is gone. Sure enough, as he expected, the horse charm has completely cured his problem. The strong wind blew Miss Hermione's brown hair tied into a ponytail, and Ron followed closely behind the girl. The weather is just right, and today is another weekend of rest, so the two of them came here to practice the flying spell. Obviously, after so many days of hard work, Hermione's flying spell has been very proficient. As the broom landed, Hermione immediately jumped off the broom and looked at Ron, who landed behind her with joy. How about it? Ron also came down, put the broom away and asked Hermione. You didn't catch up with me just now? Hermione's mouth twitched in response. The meaning to be expressed is very obvious. Her flying spell is stronger than that of Ron. Your flying spell is better than mine. Ron didn't refute either. He shrugged and followed Hermione's words with a smile. "Ron!" A voice suddenly came from the sky calling his name. Ron and Hermione raised their heads. Under the dazzling sunlight, Fred and George were flying over in their Quidditch uniforms. "Why did the two of them come here?" Hermione murmured a little emotionally. The rare world of two people was destroyed like this. Miss Granger was in a very depressed mood. Ron glanced at Hermione, who was a little regretful, and reached out and clasped her little hand together. "What's the matter with the two of them?" Ron comforted. "It should be the card issue of opening the store. After asking, let's go to the Black Lake for a boat ride." By boat?" Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, and before she could ask, the Weasley brothers had arrived. "What's the matter with the two of you?" Ron said and raised his two interlocking hands. The meaning was obvious. "It's a card." Fred shook his head helplessly. "Every time they see the two of them, they always look so sweet." Fred and George would like to ask, "Won't you get tired of this? And what does it mean when these two people look disgusted?" George took out a card with a green skin orc and handed it to Ron. "The two of us even ran away from Wood's training, so we came to tell you about it." Fred raised his wand and clicked on the card. Soon, a green orc with a wooden stick appeared in the air and let out a roar. "We specially found the dubbing of the troll, and it seems to work pretty well. Are you all done?" Ron looked at this card curiously. Both the painting and the dubbing were perfect. "If this set is made, then it can be sold. And the first set is naturally Dumbledore's." "No, we've only researched this one in the past 2 days, and it's still a long way off." Fred shook his head and explained. "Because it takes a long time to find the material for painting and dubbing, but if you find it the first time, it will be much more convenient for the second time. It will take about half a year to complete that set." George took over and continued. "Half a year? I didn't expect that the workload would be so large. After all, he didn't participate in the production. Come on, you two." "Ron, after thinking about it," he said, "if the price is concerned, try to lower it as much as possible. After all, there are not many rich little wizards in Hogwarts. It would be nice to have 1 gold galleon for 1 month's pocket money." As for Harry, it was purely inherited from the family. No one else can compare. After sending off the two twins, Ron took Hermione to the edge of the Black Lake and found an idle wooden boat. "Didn't you always want to take a boat? Let's try it both," Ron said and walked into the boat under Hermione's suspicious eyes. The boat swayed around on the sea, creating a circle of ripples. Interpunct flowers interpunct "Aren't you seasick?" Hermione asked with wide eyes. Ming had seasickness and train sickness at first, but that appearance didn't seem to be pretending at all. "How is this going?" She also followed into the boat, and the two sat facing each other. Seeing Hermione's beautiful eyes squinting involuntarily, Ron reached out and took out the horse charm from his neck. "It's just a spell, and Hermione is also the person he trusts the most, so there's nothing he can't say." "Can cure all diseases?" Hermione said with wide eyes immediately after listening to Ron's explanation. "Does this little charm actually have such great power?" "Of course, my seasickness was cured by it." Ron put the horse charm back. "But I need to wear it all the time, otherwise I'll still get dizzy." After hearing Ron's words, Hermione was a little moved. With Miss Hermione's cleverness, she also knew what kind of uproar this horse spell would cause when it spreads outside. But Ron didn't shy away from her at all, and directly told her all his abilities. Thinking of this, She hesitated for a while, then got up and sat in Ron's arms, her little head resting on his shoulder. Ron didn't resist either. He hugged her waist directly, and lay down in the boat. The two of them just lay quietly on the boat floating on the water, looking at the blue sky. When Ron returned to the Slytherin lounge, Malfoy was about to go out. "Are you going on a date with Harry?" Ron asked curiously. "She asked me to meet on the 3rd floor tonight," Malfoy said, suppressing the joy in his heart. "I feel that she is interested in me. It was just too many people last time. I'm sorry, Harry." Looking at Malfoy full of fighting spirit, Ron was a little speechless. Good luck tonight. What can he say? He can only offer his blessings to his friends. Shaking his head, he ignored Malfoy and went back to the dormitory to sleep. Chapter 75, Forbidden Forest Punishment, Fire Dragon Sent Away. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. In the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, Malfoy and Harley, who had just arrived, were discovered by the patrolling Professor McGonagall before they could say a word. The Trajector received a punishment notice from Professor McGonagall, and they were going to help Hagrid deal with matters in the Forbidden Forest in a week. Ron didn't know these things. After returning that night, Malfoy didn't have the slightest sadness on his face, just a smile. He also thought that Harry really agreed to Malfoy's request. If it weren't for the next day's dinner table, Harley, who had not changed back, said this matter with a sullen face. "A few friends don't know yet. Why are you all so gloating?" Harry suddenly found that, aside from Ron's unintelligible gaze, the young couple, Ron and Hermione, were completely gloating. No, 6, 7, deserves to be a bear. Harry thought angrily. The two of us aren't gloating. Ron defended himself and his little girlfriend, "So you have to see Malfoy like this in a week?" "Of course I have to become like this, otherwise how can I lie to that bastard Malfoy?" These words attracted Ron from the side. "I don't agree, it's too dangerous." Hermione and Ron looked at Ron, who protested. "Isn't this Harry's business? Why is Ron protesting?" Even Harry didn't understand. I just think that one man and one woman are in the Forbidden Forest. Not good?" Seeing several people looking at him, Ron's voice became weaker and quieter, and in the end there was almost no voice. "You don't really think of me as a woman, I'm a man." Harry gave Ron a speechless look. With emerald green eyes and a face very similar to Lily's, Ron lowered his head, blushing for a while. No. He loudly covered up his panic. Damn, how did my good brother become so charming? Even Ron was a little incredible. Lily's lethality is so great, whether it's Snape, James, Malfoy, or even Ron has fallen. Looking at the face that Ron didn't think was amazing, he fell into silence for a while. Maybe his aesthetic is rather special? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Hermione, who was eating, his cheeks bulging like a cute hamster. Heartfelt feeling. Just in case one, let's go with Harry and the others. Ron wanted to pull Ron and Hermione into the water to make a cover for himself. "I'll go if Ron goes," Hermione replied lightly. "Isn't it just a night tour?" She doesn't know how many times she ran out with Ron. Forbidden Forest? Ron thought for a while, then nodded and agreed. "Let's go together then. I just wanted to go inside and take a look. Like catching an 8-eyed spider to get some venom." Back then, he had seen it in Borgen's shop, and a small bottle of venom could be sold for 20 galleons. And recently, Hagrid's little fire dragon is about to hatch. Ah, it's coming out. Ron exclaimed. "I'm coming." Harry also squeezed in, his eyes staring at the eggshell that had some cracks. Hermione and Ron sat opposite the table, also looking at the fire dragon egg ready to crack with curious eyes. Squeak! With a crisp sound, Hagrid's heart lifted immediately, for fear of any accident. Soon, the eggshell was pushed open, and a small bat-like fire dragon broke out of the shell. "This is a Norwegian ridgeback." Hermione's brown eyes lit up, and she said the scientific name of the fire dragon at once. Girls who are knowledgeable are naturally the most attractive. Even Hagrid complimented. Not many little witches like to learn about magical creatures these days. Hagrid stretched out his hands to pick up the newly born little guy, but the little fire dragon coughed, and a small flame burst out of its mouth instantly. "My beard!" Hagrid exclaimed and quickly slapped the flames off his beard. "Is this too dangerous?" Ron exclaimed. "A fire dragon just born has such power, not to mention growing up in the future. It's absolutely not allowed to keep this fire dragon at Hogwarts, you have to know this, Hagrid." Ron reminded a little while looking at Hagrid's happy expression. "I promise it won't hurt anyone." Hagrid muttered softly. "No one can guarantee that, right?" Even Ron couldn't agree with Hagrid's idea. "Then throw it into the Forbidden Forest and raise it?" Harry couldn't bear to see Hagrid sad, and hurriedly proposed a solution. "A childish idea, within a month's time of throwing the fire dragon into the Forbidden Forest, the entire Forbidden Forest is estimated to have few creatures," Hermione retorted. But speaking of the Forbidden Forest, Harry and the others suddenly remembered that they had to go to the Forbidden Land to help Hagrid handle things. "A unicorn died recently. You and I go in and investigate." Speaking of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid told them what to do. That fire dragon will be discovered by Dumbledore sooner or later. After coming out of Hagrid's cabin, Hermione said to Ron, "Don't worry, instead of raising a fire dragon here, it's better to send it to where it should go." Ron said, "Raising a fire dragon at Hogwarts is a fantasy. As long as this news spreads, Hogwarts will be buried under the letter from parents within a day. After all, no one wants a brutal Norwegian ridgeback in their child's school. A week is coming soon. Tonight is the day Harry and Malfoy will be taken to the Forbidden Forest for punishment." Hagrid's little fire dragon was finally discovered by Dumbledore, who came to visit. Dumbledore found Charlie, Ron's brother, and asked him to take the dragon Norbert to room 5.5 near. Hagrid was sad about this for several days. At night, Filch's torture room. "Let's go, you two little wizards, from a private meeting at night." Filch walked towards Hagrid's hut with Harry and Malfoy, who had come to be punished together. HMPH, if it were the past, the two of you would be hanged upside down on the city wall for a whole night. Filch sneered. "But now is not the past, Mr. Filch," Malfoy retorted very politely. And Harry followed behind with a complicated expression. She felt sick seeing Malfoy like this now. Wicked and Malfoy, who was walking in front, felt Harry's gaze, and the smile on the corner of his mouth grew even wider. "She is looking at me. I have to do well." Chapter 76, Unicorn Blood, Senior Tom. "Hagrid, I'll leave the two of them to you." In front of Hagrid's cottage, Filch brought Harry and Malfoy to Hagrid and sneered. "It's really cheap for the two of you to go to the Forbidden Forest." After speaking, Filch limped and turned away, ignoring Hagrid's startled gaze. Hagrid looked at Harry with his head down, not knowing what to say for a while. "Harry? This little witch is Harry?" Hagrid couldn't believe his eyes. Ron had already reminded him just now in the house, so that he should not be too surprised. Hagrid didn't think so at the time. And now? "Harry?" Hagrid gave a tentative cry. Harry nodded helplessly. Malfoy, on the other hand, looked at the mutual greeting between the two with some doubts. How did Hagrid meet Harry? Yo, isn't that Malfoy? At this time, the door of the hut was opened, and Ron came out with a cup of hot coffee with sugar. Behind him was Miss Granger, who was inseparable from him. "Gerald, why are you here?" Malfoy asked incomprehensibly. "Shouldn't Ron go to bed at this time?" I'm afraid there's something wrong with the two of you, come out and see." Well, we two went out on a date. Seeing Malfoy's suspicious gaze, Ron simply changed a reliable lie. And Hermione came gently behind him with a small foot. "Irregular," she murmured softly. And Malfoy nodded understandingly after hearing this reason. In the middle of the night, he even showed up here with Hermione. Who would believe it if it wasn't a date? "Wait, why is Weasley here?" Malfoy stared at Ron, who came out of the hut with wide eyes, and exclaimed, "Why can't I be here?" Ron grimaced at Malfoy and walked over to Harry. Looking at Ron beside Harry, Malfoy understood. This is to steal someone from him. "I Malfoy's people are you Weasley can rob?" Malfoy's eyes instantly turned bad. "Weasley, don't think I can't do anything about you." He let out harsh words. "You have said this many times. But you didn't succeed once." Ron wrinkled his nose to fight Malfoy. Ron and Hermione chose not to help anyone, drank coffee on their own, and talked about how to use spells. As if it was a date. Harry glanced at Malfoy maliciously, with a calm expression on his face. In her palm there is also a bottle of the Nangnakun that Lon gave her. That's for Malfoy tonight. Just let him seize the opportunity and specify that there is no Malfoy good fruit to eat. Seeing that the situation was not right, Hagrid quickly interrupted the confrontation between Ron and Malfoy. "Both of you give me some restraint." Hagrid blew his beard and stared at the two little wizards. "It's really worrying. Okay, you guys will go to the Forbidden Forest with me in several groups. This is a dangerous thing, and you can't be careless." Hagrid warned several people. At the moment they entered the Forbidden Forest, they may encounter danger any time, anywhere. So, when something happened, call my name out loud. Because there are many forks in the Forbidden Forest, they need to divide into teams to patrol. Prevent other outsiders or little wizards from entering the Forbidden Forest. And Hagrid goes inside every night to patrol. The team was quickly divided. Hermione naturally followed Ron, and Harry, who was about to attack Malfoy, naturally joined him. In the end, only Ron and Hagrid were left. Lorne took the oil lamp and took Hermione to choose the road on the far left for patrolling. The bright moonlight shone on the weedy path, the shadows of the branches with their claws looked gloomy. The dim lights illuminated the surrounding environment, and a cold wind blew from time to time. "Let's go, there's no danger around here." Ron, who was walking in front, quietly opened his writing wheel and said to Hermione, who was holding the corner of his shirt behind him. It was also the first time that he came to the Forbidden Forest, so he first got acquainted with the surrounding environment, so that he would not get lost if he came back later. "As for whether or not I can meet the eight-eyed spider this time, it all depends on luck. After all, Hagrid wouldn't be stupid enough to place the eight-eyed spider on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. In other words, the group of spiders is most likely deep in the Forbidden Forest." "What is this?" Hermione suddenly made a discovery. She pointed to the ground in the distance and asked Ron. "What?" Ron also saw something like liquid on the ground in the distance. After the two walked in, they realized that it was a pool of viscous silver-white liquid, which was very mysterious and pure in the projection of the moonlight. Hermione crouched down curiously, ready to touch it with her fingers. "Don't move, that's unicorn blood." Ron hurriedly stopped Hermione's movements. "Unicorn blood?" Hearing this, she withdrew the fingers she was about to touch, and turned to look at Ron, who was also squatting down. Who would hurt a unicorn? Regarding unicorns, Hermione once saw an introduction in the Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures. It is a very beautiful magical creature, representing nobility, pride and purity. But their blood has a deadly curse, and any creature that eats the blood of a unicorn will be cursed with life rather than death. Let's follow the blood trail to see. Seeing the blood, Ron already had guesses in his heart. Now, isn't it his dear senior Tom who is relying on the blood of unicorns to continue his life? Under the reflection of the moonlight, the blood of the unicorn emits a crystal silver light, so it is easy to judge the direction of the unicorn's departure. Yeah? Hermione nodded and followed Ron into the Forbidden Forest without any hesitation. As it went deeper, the blood spilled more and more densely, and there were surrounding branches and leaves. Hagrid. At this moment, the two suddenly heard a panicked and sharp female voice. Team, in addition to Hermione, there was only one woman left. Harry? The two looked at each other and hurriedly ran towards Harry's voice. Unexpectedly, Harry finally met Senior Tom. Ron took out his wand as he trotted. Just in time to try the newly learned gouging out the bone charm. He now needs the guidance of Senior Tom. Next, we will push the main line, ask for flowers, ask for votes, ask for everything. Chapter 77, Meet the Thunder Dragon. Fang Tianji first. After passing through the dense jungle, guided by the silver-white blood, there is a wide flat land ahead. The arrogant and pure white unicorn was lying on the muddy mud ground with weak vitality at this time. Except for the silvery white blood stains on its hair, it was dirty mud. Ron followed his gaze and couldn't help but widen his eyes. The blonde Malfoy was sitting on Harry's body with a face full of embarrassment, hugging her tightly. Are these two people playing so big? Ron was in doubt. This wave of Harley is not a yin person, but has she put herself in? And Hermione, who was beside her, quickly covered her eyes and hid behind Ron. No eyes, really no eyes. The impact of these two on Hermione was no less than the deduction of her points. Oh, two more little mice. A hoarse voice sounded like a snake's voice. This voice made people shudder in the dark, as if it was being stared at by a poisonous snake. This sudden voice immediately attracted the attention of the two of them. On the other side of the unicorn, a mysterious man hidden in a black robe was holding a wand and aimed at the two of them. Oh, so Senior Tom is here too? It was really too dark just now, and Senior Tom was standing in a dark corner wearing a black robe. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. You two run quickly, he will gouge out the bones. Harry shouted loudly towards Ron and the two anxiously. Nonsense, it's a dark wizard who can't use heart piercing. Even he will. Ron was also unequivocal. The wand in his hand was aimed at Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Senior Tom. Do you want to fight with me? With a hint of sarcasm in the gloomy voice, Voldemort has just absorbed the blood of the unicorn, and his vitality has recovered a little. Although Dumbledore couldn't beat him, the little wizards in front of him still had no problem. Even Hagrid can fight. Avada Kedavra. With his rich experience, Voldemort took the lead, and the green light shot out from the tip of the older wand, flying towards Ron at a very fast speed. In a dash, Hermione was about to release the spell, but was pulled aside by Ron. The green light hit the ground and exploded a small pit. The iron armor curse can't stop Avada's life. Ron said to Hermione, "Cope." Because the life-threatening curse itself has the characteristics of being irresistible, it can only be avoided through physical cover. After listening to Ron's whispered explanation, a cold sweat appeared on Hermione's forehead. If it wasn't for Ron, she didn't dare to think about the rest. Ron looked at Quirrell, who was the ultimate move as soon as he shot, and obviously felt the other party's anxiety. If he dragged on like this, when Hagrid found out what was going on here, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. Drill the heart and gouge out the bone. Quirrell's eyes widened. Under Voldemort's guidance, raising his hand was an unforgivable curse. This time, the target was not Ron, but the little girl who was a little panicked beside him. As for Malfoy and Harry lying on the ground, he didn't seem to be afraid. Because just now, Malfoy sacrificed himself to resist the crucifixion curse for Harley, and Harley under him was affected. Just because these little wizards can't resist a heart-piercing spell, although he only cast the spell for 2 seconds, it was good enough for the two of them. Drill the heart and gouge out the bone. Pulling up Hermione to hide behind the tree trunk beside him, Ron was not polite, and returned the gouging curse to Quirrell. Hermione next to him opened his mouth slightly and looked at his little boyfriend in disbelief. How could this kid, Ron, have such a superb black magic spell? Voldemort and Hermione thought at the same time. You must know that even Quirrell spent a long time under his guidance before he learned the 3 black magic spells. But this kid in front of me. Get out of the way, you idiot. Voldemort, who was hiding in the back of his head, widened his eyes, using Quirrell's point of view to see the gouging curse rushing towards him. The 3 unforgivable curses can be avoided as long as the reaction speed is fast enough. Under Voldemort's hands-on teaching, Quirrell rolled to the side in embarrassment. The bright moonlight shone down, neither of the 2 parties could do anything to the other. Try this. Seeing that Quirrell couldn't hit 2 or 3 times, Ron had no choice but to put his wand into his pocket. Thunder Dragon's Fang Tianji. It sounded softly. Immediately under Hermione's astonished gaze, a circular golden magic circle beautifully engraved with unknown runes appeared out of thin air on Ron's palm. Thunder and lightning gathered together, and after a while, the lightning flashed, and the very dazzling Fang Tianji appeared in Ron's hand. I don't believe it, you can dodge the speed of thunder and lightning. Ron stared at the black-robed Quirrell who was in soil, the Fang Tianji in his hand slowly aimed at him. What kind of spell is this? Hermione muttered to herself. The light of Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji was very conspicuous in the dark Forbidden Forest, and Quirrell saw it at a glance. Master, what kind of magic is that? He was shocked to ask the knowledgeable Senior Tom, but even Senior Tom fell into silence. You ask him? How did he know? Even the well-informed Voldemort didn't know what to say for a while. The kind of gorgeous magic circle and the means of casting spells that don't require a wand at all, he has never heard of or seen. Retreat. After being silent, Voldemort gave Quirrell an order. His senses were telling him frantically that the strange-shaped weapon was full of danger. It's the Master. Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly prepared to activate the vanishing curse to get out of here. Apparition cannot be used in Hogwarts, otherwise Quirrell would have run away. The corner of Ron's mouth twitched as he watched Quirrell pick up the wand and chanted the spell, and the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji was thrown towards the opposite side fiercely. A golden light pierced the silent and dark woods. Hurry up, you idiot! Watching the thunder light, Voldemort shouted anxiously, Wang Wang Zhao? Yes. Quirrell was sweating profusely, and the thunderlight made his pupils shrink to the size of pinpoints. At the critical moment, the vanishing curse was activated, but unfortunately, the thunder was coming. Boom! The huge sound was deafening, and under the gaze of Ron's writing wheel, he could clearly see that the gushing blood evaporated and dissipated in the thunder and lightning. A huge amount of dust rose, and a huge semicircular deep pit appeared on the ground. The tree trunks in the pit were wrapped with wires of electric arcs. Ron rubbed his aching wrist, observed it, and then closed the writing wheel. In the end, Quirrell was allowed to run away. And Hermione's brown eyes stared at Ron as if glowing, without saying a word. And Harry supported Malfoy who was riding on her, and his mind fell into a shutdown. The hair just now was simply too terrifying for her. Harry, a rough voice broke the silence. Chapter 78, Wizards Fight, to Buildings Collapse. Wait for me. Hagrid ran over with an oil lamp in a panic, and Ron followed closely behind him. After the two came to the open space, they were stunned for a while. The dead unicorn was lying on the muddy ground, and there was a deep pit full of tree debris not far away, and Harry was sitting on the ground holding Malfoy. It's as if she was frightened. My Merlin, what exactly happened here? Hagrid spat out a few words with trembling lips. He couldn't believe it. What exactly exists in this forbidden forest can cause such destructive power? Hagrid, let's see Malfoy's situation first. Ron squeezed Hermione's little hand beside him, realizing that she should not talk nonsense. Then the two walked up to Hagrid and said, "Ever since he came, Malfoy has been crawling on Harry's body and has been unconscious until now." "That's right. Look at Malfoy first." At this time, Harry also came back to his senses, and hurriedly carried Malfoy up. Although he was also affected by the heart attack, the pain has long since disappeared. On the other hand, the situation of Malfoy, who blocked the piercing 667 bones for him, was not optimistic. Harry carried Malfoy to Hagrid's side. If it wasn't for Malfoy, she would have been tortured to death by Voldemort, who had been thinking about killing her. Although Harry has become a girl, the connection between her and Voldemort will not be interrupted. Come on, let's go to the school doctor's office. After observing Malfoy's weak breathing, Hagrid hurriedly turned around and hugged him and ran out of the Forbidden Forest. A few people followed closely behind. Don't worry, the heart-piercing curse didn't last too long. It is estimated that it will recover after a while. Madame Pomfrey took out a bottle of potion and put it on the table, then turned her head and said to a few people, "That's good." Dumbledore, who came to ask the question, couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned his head to look at the group of four behind him. When he saw Harry, he was obviously stunned, but he didn't ask anything. But who would use the unforgivable curse in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid frowned. You must know that he has been patrolling the Forbidden Forest for so many years, but he has never encountered a single attack. It was a man in a black robe. It's a pity that I didn't see his appearance. Ron spoke quietly at this time. However, when Hermione and I rushed over, we found that he was sucking the blood of unicorns. The blood of unicorns? Hagrid couldn't help shaking his tall body. Obviously he also knew the curse of blood. And Dumbledore, who was wearing a plain white robe and pajamas, had a guess in his heart. I didn't expect that it would become dependent on the blood of unicorns to survive. That mysterious man was driven away by the two of you? Dumbledore looked at Ron and Hermione with a pair of wise eyes. Maybe he ran after hearing Hagrid's voice. Ron lied softly. This is the reason that is reliable at present. As for violence or not, who would believe that a child can have such a powerful power? Let's go, Hagrid, let's go to the Forbidden Forest. After thinking for a while, Dumbledore left with Hagrid. You four go back to the dormitory and sleep. Before leaving, Dumbledore gave an order. The next morning, the owls all over the sky flew through the blue sky and flew into the auditorium of Hogwarts one after another. My owl brought me a copy of the Daily Prophet. The smart Hermione didn't ask what happened last night. Everyone has their own little secrets. On the other hand, Harry looked at Ron with a hesitant expression. He also didn't know if he should ask about what happened yesterday. CCFF, after all, the Golden Thunder Light yesterday was really shocking. You can't learn the magic spell I researched by myself. Ron took a sip of milk chocolate and said something to Harry. What spell? Ron asked curiously. He had been fishing with Hagrid last night, so he had no idea what was going on. Anyway, when he passed by, he saw Malfoy lying on the ground with Harry in his arms. At that time, his heart was full of complexity, and he didn't know whether it was envy or jealousy. Nothing. Harry shook his head perfunctorily. Did you really research it yourself? However, Hermione came closer and whispered in her ear. Snape can study Shinfeng why can't I study thunder magic? Ron said, pinching Hermione's little nose with some dissatisfaction. You look down on me? No. Hermione quickly broke free and sat back to her seat honestly. He picked up the Daily Prophet, sent by his owl, and read it. Because every morning was so boring, she simply subscribed to a weekly newspaper and read it, so she could learn more about the magical world. Looking at her, I saw a report occupying the center. There were wizards fighting in Nocturne Alley at night, and 2 buildings collapsed. She read it out in a low voice. Nocturne Alley? Wizard fighting? Ron approached Hermione curiously. A scent tickled the tip of his nose, and he couldn't help but put his head on Hermione's shoulder. A pair of pale blue eyes followed Hermione at the report. Looking at him, I felt something was wrong. Why does the photo in this newspaper look so familiar? The opposite seems to be. The Borkin store? Feeling the heat from her neck, Hermione rubbed Ron's head with her head. However, he was firmly caught by Ron. Don't move, it affects my reading of the newspaper. Hearing this, Hermione puffed up her cheeks unconsciously. This is my newspaper. Ron also discovered something was wrong at this time. Isn't this where he was attacked by a werewolf last time? The Urors of the Ministry of Magic also went to the scene to investigate. Ron blew the brown curls that fell to the tip of his nose, looking thoughtful. Anyway, the Uro will definitely not be able to find him here, because he has never used a wand outside, and the tracing wire can't find him. Don't blow your breath. In dissatisfaction, Hermione took Ron's head off and straightened the messed up hair. Her cheeks were a little hot. And Harry and Ron, who felt that they were a little annoying, were bowing their heads and discussing what to do with Malfoy. There are about 2 to 3 female protagonists. I will post it in the comment area in the evening. Everyone chooses one. How about Sister Ka? Chapter 79, Feeding Luvi Momotaro Onigiri? The sluggish Hermione. Harry finally gave up taking revenge on Malfoy. After all, Malfoy also blocked a crucifixion for him in the Forbidden Forest. It would be a bit inhumane to take revenge like this. After eating, the two left the table, trying to stay away from the 2 young lovers, Hermione and Ron, who were showing off everywhere. The time is very close to the end of the first semester. All the little wizards are ready to start reviewing, even he-minutes is no exception. In the past few days, I didn't even go to the Black Lake. Every day I took Ron to the library to review a lot of knowledge, and I asked Ron to give her on-site teaching. After all, Lorne's knowledge of magic spells, potions, and metamorphosis has always been well received by professors. Even Professor Flitwick couldn't help but want to pass the test for him after seeing Ron's spell. And Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class has already arranged the final homework, turning a little mouse into a teapot. As long as the transformation is perfect, it is a full score. It's a pity that there were some small problems with Hermione's transformation spell. She became a teapot that always had an ear or a tail, which made the girl a little irritable recently. You are so stupid. Ron glanced at the 4-legged teapot running on the ground and said speechlessly. Why was Hermione's transfiguration getting worse and worse? Sorry, can you stop talking? Hermione irritably put her head on Ron's chest, who was holding her. If your hands didn't move around, I would have succeeded already. As she said that, she even threatened with her tiger teeth. If you're moving around, I'll bite your hand. Childish. Ron was too lazy to talk to Hermione. He felt very comfortable with a pillow like Hermione's in winter anyway. I really want to sleep in my arms at night. Speaking of, it seems that there is a room of requirement in Hogwarts, in which the desired room can be changed according to the requirements of the demander. Why don't you go take a look tonight? He remembered that this room seemed to be across from a portrait of a giant monster. He couldn't help it, and he couldn't remember it clearly after too long. When Ron told Hermione about this, the girl immediately gave up on continuing to practice the spell of turning mice into teapots. Is there such a place at Hogwarts? She asked in surprise. She had lived here for 3 or 4 months. She originally thought that the two of them had already explored the entire Hogwarts. As a result, I heard that there is another such thing as a room of requirement. I heard what Peeves said. Ron threw the pot directly on Peeves. How about it? Do you want to go with me tonight? After all, Peeves has lived here for nearly 1,000 years, and it is not impossible to know some secrets that ordinary people don't know. Not to mention that Peeves may be a Hogwarts elf. Maybe even Dumbledore didn't know the castle as well as Peeves. I will go with you. Hermione agreed without hesitation. As for whether to deduct points or not, it doesn't matter to her anymore. As long as she doesn't get fired, anything is fine. There was no way, after Harry didn't use the fountain, Snape deducted Gryffindor's score even more severely, and even Professor McGonagall was surprised by this. No way, after all, after seeing the face that looked like Lily, it suddenly changed back to James' face, so it's no wonder Snape didn't get angry. Night falls. Inside the Slytherin lounge. Since Malfoy's injury has not healed yet, Crabbe went to take care of him. In other words, there was only Ron in the entire dormitory. At 12 o'clock, as agreed with Hermione, Ron put on his robes and walked from the basement to the 3rd floor. The place where the Tomet was in the restricted area on the 3rd floor. When Ron arrived, he saw Hermione squatting behind the pillar as if watching something. He walked over slowly, reached out and touched the top of Hermione's head. Hermione, on the other hand, was taken aback and turned around immediately. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" After seeing that it was Ron, Hermione patted her chest and complained. Feeling still a little angry, he tapped his chest lightly with his small fist. "Remember to call my name when you come over next time." "What are you looking at, so seriously?" Ron smiled and held the small hand that Hermione had hammered over, and then clasped the two hands together. Hermione's concentrated look just now was clearly observing something. Otherwise, it is impossible not to hear his footsteps. After all, Hermione is also a rather exciting girl. It's Harry, Ron, and Neville. Hermione said this, and pointed her finger at the area ahead. It was a closed door, and Ron looked over curiously. The Gryffindor trio seemed to be hesitating to go in. Behind that door is a 3-headed dog. He has some impressions. Originally, I wanted to come here to watch, but then it was over and I didn't come. I'm thinking, what are they doing here in the middle of the night? Hermione stared at the trio and turned her face to Ron. However, before he could finish speaking, he felt his lips sweat. She quickly covered her mouth and turned to look at Ron. "What are you doing?" "I can't help myself." Ron chuckled lightly. It was rare to meet Miss Granger who was unsuspecting, and she couldn't help it. Interpunct flowers interpunct Hermione didn't blush too much this time. After all, some things get used to after a lot of times. "Next time, don't do anything to me without my consent." "Mouth," she warned in a low voice. "Look." The three of them entered the house. Ron quickly changed the subject. "Really?" Hermione pursed her lips, then turned to look at the room. The house has been opened, and the 3 figures of Harry have disappeared. "Let's go. The 2 of us will follow along." Ron took Hermione's little hand and walked over with her. Hermione was still wearing Gryffindor robes this evening, and in the moonlight, their hands were hidden in their sleeves. This is Lou. In the room, in addition to a sleeping huge 3-headed dog, there is also a harp that has been cast an automatic spell. There's an open secret door there. 0 Hermione said in a low voice. Following his gaze, Ron saw the opened wooden door at a glance. Harry and the other three had just entered. And many more. Just when Hermione was about to go in, Ron reached out to stop her. Under the suspicious brown eyes, Ron took out a packet of rice balls from the alien's face. Hermione knew this delicious rice ball, and the two of them had eaten together on the first train ride. But what are you going to do with the rice balls? She was a little puzzled. I saw on through the rice ball into Lua's huge mouth, and then digested the rice ball with his wand. Immediately afterwards, he stopped the harp that he had been playing. Without the music, it will wake up. Hermione hurriedly pulled Ron to jump into the secret door. Don't worry, just watch me perform. Ron grabbed Hermione and smiled. After the music was gone, Lua shook his head and quickly woke up. Roar. After seeing that the territory was occupied by two little wizards, its three irritable heads let out roar. Stop calling. Ron tentatively gave the order. As he expected, the three-headed dog who ate the rice ball immediately stopped howling. Turn around. Seeing Lua, who followed the order and started to circle around him, Hermione was stunned. How is this going? My rice ball can make any animal obey. Ron raised the rice ball in his hand and explained to Hermione. That doesn't mean. Hermione's eyes widened when she remembered that she had eaten rice balls too. You kiss me. Ron demanded. I won't kiss you. Hermione looked away. Look, aren't you under my control? Chapter 80, Speed through the Sorcerer's Stone level and face off against Quirrell. Let's go. Don't look at me like that. I didn't eat it too. Ron said uncomfortably, feeling Miss Hermione's resentful eyes behind him. Let's go, Harry and the others are still inside. After speaking, Ron jumped directly from the secret door. And Hermione, who was outside, sighed helplessly, and then jumped down. After entering it, the two felt that the ground became very soft, and their legs even sank into it. What is this? Fluorescent flashes. Ron took out his wand, and the sparkling light illuminated the surrounding dark walls and the twisting vines under their feet. This is the Devil's Vine. Both of them had an impression of what was explained as the key content in the herbal medicine class. Because in the previous Hogwarts, a professor fell into the Devil's 670 vine and died. So the knowledge about Devil's Vine has been popularized since the first grade. Do you still remember the content of the class? The corners of Miss Hermione's mouth were slowly raised, and she asked Ron. The Devil's Vine is just the basic content. Ron shrugged. This plant can't be difficult for the two young couples who have been dating in the library. Come on, summer light. Bright as day. With the strong light, the two escaped from the rigid devil vine. Since Ron was the first to jump off, he was also the first to escape. So he hugged Hermione in a princess hug in advance, and Hermione wrapped both hands around Ron's neck. Okay, come down. Ron put his head on Hermione, who was still closing his eyes, and said helplessly. The two of them were dragging on like this, and Harry might have been killed by Quirrell alone. With that harp that plays automatically, combined with the person who needs the Philosopher's Stone the most right now, there is no doubt that it is Quirrell. Oh. Hermione blushed and left Ron's arms, her feet in small boots touching the stone floor. If it wasn't for the princess holding her just now, it is estimated that her ass would be on the ground now. Thanks. Hermione walked quickly to Ron's side and thanked him in a low voice. Why are you being polite to me? Ron fondled the girl's curly brown hair, which was very soft and had a familiar fragrance. Push open the first door. The floor was littered with keybirds, which Ron once heard from Professor Flitwick. This thing was made by him. And the door that was originally closed in front has been opened. It's Harry and the others. Ron muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, They could still pass through the Devil's Vine without Hermione. He thought he could see Harry and others on the Devil's Vine. Let's go to the second level. In the room of the second level, the huge wizard's chessboard that was originally placed completely has now been scattered, and all kinds of debris and dust have fallen on the black and white chessboard. Ron? A weak voice sounded, and Ron looked up at the corner. Ron with a dusty face was sitting on the broken knight with a shaggy face. When he saw the two people who came in, he looked overjoyed and shouted quickly, "Harry, Harry! He has gone to the next level. And Neville. How are you?" Ron came over to check on Ron's injury. Except for a broken forearm, there was no major injury. "It's okay, I think you have to go to the school doctor's office to get a bottle of raw bone spirit." Don't. Speaking of the raw bone spirit, Ron frowned in discomfort. He had tasted that kind of taste before, and it was simply not for people to drink. "Can you still move?" Ron pulled Ron up and asked. "Can." Ron moved his body, but there was nothing else except his arms. "I couldn't stand up just now because I was frightened." After resting for a while, the fright was over. "Okay, you go out and tell Dumbledore first." Over this matter, Hermione and I went to find Harry. After speaking, Ron turned around and took Hermione into the third door. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The third level is a decryption game, but by the time the two of them entered, Harry had already passed through the burning flame. Only a shadow remained. Hermione, Ron, Neville, who stayed outside, suddenly realized that there were two more people behind him. "Why are you two here?" "I don't have time to explain, so stay away." Ron took the wand and walked to the front of the magic flame, flicking the wand lightly in his hand. "All curses end." This is a spell with advanced skills that you won't learn before the third grade. But Ron had already learned all the spells he was interested in the Forbidden Book area, including this useful spell. The flaming magic flame went out, revealing the fourth door hidden inside. "Hermione, you and Neville are here waiting for Headmaster Dumbledore, and I'll go in and help Harry." Ron touched Hermione's cerebellum and said softly, "Listen to me this time." Ron's tone was firm. After speaking, he picked up his wand and walked into the last room. And Hermione, who was outside, bit her lip unwillingly. Obviously she knows a lot of magic spells now, but she still can't help. Since the Forbidden Forest, Hermione has understood the gap between herself and Ron. It is definitely not an ordinary person who can research that powerful thunder and lightning spell by himself. "I will become stronger." The girl looked at the disappearing back and made up her mind. Professor Quirrell? Harry looked warily at Quirrell, who was standing beside the mirror of her eyes. "Ha ha ha, it's me, didn't you think?" Quirrell's image at this time was full of gloomy coldness, completely lacking the usual flinching look, and the habit of stammering and twitching when speaking. "You want to get the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry couldn't believe it. "Can't I be Snape?" Quirrell took a step forward, pointing his wand at Harry's head. "Ah, I met Professor Quirrell again." A soft voice sounded in the room. With Quirrell looking like he had seen a ghost, Ron strolled in. "It looks like I didn't kill you in the Forbidden Forest last time, what a pity." After Quirrell heard this, he subconsciously covered his stomach. There was a penetrating wound that was aching. "Don't worry, you can't run today. Right, Senior Tom?" Chapter 81, Tom, I will definitely come back. "Right, Senior Tom." Ron pointed his wand at Quirrell and said softly, "You. How did you know?" Quirrell took a step back, and the wand in his hand moved from Harry's head to Ron's. He thinks that the secret behind his head has never been exposed. Except for Peter Pettigrew, who he learned by accident last time, no one knows that Voldemort is possessed by him. And after Quirrell saw the splendid golden back and the handsome face, he felt that the wound that was penetrated that day was aching. Can't beat him, definitely can't beat this little wizard in front of him. Quirrell was very self-aware. Just the last thunderstorm in the Forbidden Forest left him with lingering fears and left a shadow. That is not a huge power that can be mastered by human beings. No wizard can master such a powerful thunder, not Voldemort, not the previous Dark Lord, not even Dumbledore. Quirrell, turn your head. A sound like the neighing of a snake sounded. It came from the back of the head. Yes, Master. Quirrell controlled his trembling hands and took off the purple turban from his head. Under Harry's terrified gaze, a wriggling face slowly opened his cold eyes. That face showed a pale feeling, with two red eyes staring at Ron and Harry, and two slender nostrils like scars below. Tom with no nose. Harry's eyes widened and he covered his mouth, restraining himself from shouting. Ron, who had already seen it once, didn't have any unusual reaction. Oh, the boy who survived, Harry Potter. Voldemort's eyes turned to Harry, who killed him, with murderous intent in his eyes. I'll get my revenge back, and you, the excellent little wizard of Slytherin, your spell that night really made me eat. Fractured. Ron was too lazy to listen to Voldemort's nonsense. Considering that Dumbledore might come in a while, he didn't raise his hand to cast an unforgivable curse, but chose to split with good attack power. Iron armor curse. The sudden attack did not succeed. Voldemort was an excellent wizard anyway, with more combat experience than Lorne, I don't know how much. The taunt spell hit the iron armor spell, but it did not cause any harm to Voldemort except for a circle of waves. What? Don't use your lightning spell? Using such a powerful force, you will also have side effects. Voldemort grinned, he mocked. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen in my life. Foos little wizard, to be honest, I really can't bear to kill you. Your unforgivable curse is full of determination to kill me, and your life-threatening spell is as powerful as mine. This all means that you are more suitable to be a dark wizard than anyone else. Come on, become my subordinate. It's so noisy, Senior Tom, are you only talking about this? Ron shook the spell in his hand, a silent spell was issued, and a flaming flame appeared beside Voldemort out of thin air. The reason for not using Dragon Slayer magic is because this room is very small, and it can be considered a basement-like location. The powerful destructive power of Dragon Slayer magic will only make this place collapse. And against a Quirrell and a half-dead Voldemort, he couldn't even use Dragon Slayer magic. Avada Kedavra. Embarrassedly dodging the sudden flames, Voldemort ordered Tron regardless of his image, and the Green Death Curse was activated. However, what surprised him was that his own life-threatening curse actually penetrated directly from Ron's body and landed on the wall behind him. Silent spell, and phantom spell? Voldemort was completely dumbfounded. How could he be able to master such an advanced spell at this age? What is he doing at his age? Just learned Professor Flitwick's floating charm? The three scythes in Ron's eyes slowly turned, not a phantom spell but a divine power. I don't know if Voldemort in this state can be affected by illusion. He remembered that illusions caused more damage to these weak souls. Are you capable of that? Looking at Voldemort who got up, Ron shook his head and said sarcastically. That's really disappointing, Senior Tom. With that said, the wand in his hand waved lightly, and the gravel on the ground turned into three sharp swords, which flew towards Voldemort under the blessing of the floating charm. And with the Philosopher's Stone, Harry, who was in charge of watching the battle, was stunned. The cooperation between these spells was simply too smooth. When can I be like this? Harry thought enviously. Damn. Voldemort made an unwilling voice, his two arms and one thigh had been nailed to the wall. Quirrell let out a tragic howl, because it was his body that was hurt, and Voldemort didn't feel anything. If it wasn't for his current strength, he would be hanged and beaten by a young wizard who had just entered school? It's all to blame Quirrell, an idiot, for his erratic work. If he had obtained the Philosopher's Stone now, the hateful wizard in front of him would have been severely tortured by the Cruciatus curse. Voldemort cursed frantically in his heart. And Ron came over with a sharp blade in hand. The transfiguration spell taught by Professor McGonagall is really useful. It is simply the most convenient spell. You can't kill me with 670, Ron. There was no fear in Voldemort's eyes except madness. I'll be back, definitely. I'll be back. Puff blood spurted out like a jet of water. Quirrell's head was chopped off neatly, and Ron expressionlessly threw the blood-stained blade aside. And on the back of Quirrell's head, after Voldemort had said the last few words, the face disappeared. If you can kill Voldemort the first time, then there will be a second time, anyway. Ron is not afraid. Ron, are you all right? At this time, Harry came over quickly, but he saw Voldemort's death curse hit Ron's body. Now Harry has no idea about the Phantom Charm, so naturally he doesn't know what it is. It's okay, what about the Philosopher's Stone? Ron threw the blood-stained robe on Quirrell's headless body, and he looked sick to his stomach. The Philosopher's Stone is here, here it is. Harry quickly took out a fist-sized crimson stone from his pocket and handed it to Ron. Is this the magic stone used to refine the elixir of immortality? Ron watched the stone curiously, and the writing wheel opened, but there was no magic flowing inside. Fake? Ron was stunned for a moment. He was about to pick it up and take a closer look. But at this moment, Dumbledore came. Chapter 82, The End, Dumbledore's Admiration. Under Ron's perception, the magic stone in his hand was like an ordinary red stone, without any magic power. Is it fake? Is this stone just a fake used to attract Voldemort? This guess flashed through his mind. Ron. The door was pushed open. Hermione ran over quickly, slammed into Ron's arms, and hugged him tightly. Okay, I'm fine. Ron also hugged the girl's back with his hands and comforted him softly in his ear. Seeing Miss Granger with her head buried in his arms, Ron felt a little warm in his heart. 11 years after he came to this world, this was the first time someone cared so much about him. If you have something to do in the future, you must take me with you. A muffled voice sounded. Ron was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a chuckle. And Dumbledore, who was following behind, glanced at Quirrell's head, which rolled on the ground, and then at the corpse covered by the robe, and shook his head involuntarily. He basically knew what Quirrell did. And of course Ron who killed Quirrell would not be punished. Ron's performance tonight, whether it is courage, wisdom or strength, is all about it. He is simply the best little wizard he has ever seen. From the burn marks on the ground and the deep pits in the walls, Dumbledore could already feel how intense the battle was. Headmaster Dumbledore, good evening. Ron looked at Hermione, who was holding him motionless, and could only say hello to Dumbledore with a helpless face. Amazing performance, Gerald. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, his azure blue eyes full of wisdom under the half-moon glasses. Your courage and strength even made me feel that the Sorting Hat may have made a mistake. It will assign you to Slytherin! I also feel that way. Hermione finally let go of Ron and nodded quickly. I think Professor Snape is very nice to me. Ron shook his head with a laugh. Snape was really good to him. He taught almost everything he could teach, whether it was instruction or notes. Besides, Gryffindor was basically a last-place existence this semester. Still more comfortable in Slytherin. Headmaster Dumbledore, this stone is for you. Ron handed Dumbledore the red stone in his hand. This thing was useless to him. After all, without the flow of magic power, it was equivalent to an ordinary stone. Absolutely useless. Harry also ran over at this time. He felt frightened when he saw the battle between Lon and Voldemort just now, but Lon's strength made him extremely envious. In the future, I will also go to the library to study every day. He secretly made up his mind. The Philosopher's Stone, the alchemy product refined by my friend Nicole Leem. Dumbledore took the stone and looked at Ron with a pair of eyes and said softly, "It can refine immortality and turn stones into gold. Nick and his wife have lived for more than 600 years now, aren't you interested?" Miss Hermione pricked up her ears, and even Harry was attracted to this ordinary stone. No one can resist the temptation of immortality and wealth, not to mention these teenage wizards. "Not interested," Ron replied. He had just looked at it with a writing wheel, and the magic power contained in this stone was long gone. If he was interested, he would be a ghost. "Yes?" Dumbledore glanced at Ron unexpectedly. The little wizard's expression didn't seem to be lying. Funny little wizard. This is the first time he has seen someone who is not interested in these two things, and even he himself has a desire to pursue life and wealth. "Your choice is really admirable." Dumbledore hesitated for a while before speaking. If he was given a choice, he felt that he could not resist these two temptations. "Okay, everyone, come to my principal's room to rest for a while and see how you all look now." Having said that, Dumbledore gave Harry and Ron a new charm. No way, Harry was covered in dirt, and Ron had bright red blood on his face. Especially Ron, if he goes out like this and meets a little wizard who is wandering at night, he doesn't know how many people he will frighten. What's more, what happened tonight was a relatively big shock to these first-year little wizards. Not to mention that Ron even killed Quirrell. This is not something a first-year wizard can afford. Phew, would you like a cup of hot cocoa? After entering the principal's room, Dumbledore put the Philosopher's Stone on the table and asked with a smile. "No need for Headmaster Dumbledore." Harry shook his head hastily. After seeing the bloody scene, Harry couldn't drink anything now. Dumbledore laughed and didn't mention it again. Several people came to the principal's office for the first time, so they were a little curious. Like the portraits hanging on the walls. That is the portrait of the principals of the past generations. Each painting has its own simulation consciousness. There are even several principals pointing at Ron and the others, as if they are discussing something. A fiery red phoenix stood on the stand, tilted its little head and looked curiously at these outsiders. "Wang Jia's. Tell me what happened tonight." Dumbledore, dressed in purple pajamas, said to Ron and Harry. He understands the general situation, but some details still need to be known. After the three of them came out of the principal's room, it was almost 2 in the morning. Neville accompanied Ron to the school infirmary, and the two of them are expected to be roommates with Malfoy tonight. This is really a tragic thing. Goodbye. After hugging and saying goodbye to Hermione, Ron yawned and walked towards the basement. A lot of things happened tonight. Originally, he and Hermione wanted to go to the Room of Requirement, but they didn't expect to meet Harry and the three who were traveling at night. It seems that the House of Requirement can only be visited in a few days. Chapter 83, The Room of Requirement, the Study Room for Two. Don't move your hands. In the dark night, Hermione couldn't help but look back at Ron, who was following him, and reprimanded in a low voice. "If you're going to be messing around, go ahead. I didn't move, it's up to you. Come." Lorne pretended to be aggrieved. At this time, the two were secretly searching for a portrait of a troll in the castle of Hogwarts. Ron only remembered walking 3 times across from the troll portrait, but he really forgot where it was. So the two could only start looking from the first floor. There are many portraits on each floor, and various paintings. Even for senior students, it is impossible to memorize all of them. Since Filch was patrolling nearby, neither of them turned on the oil lamps. Hermione walked cautiously on the road ahead, while Ron followed her closely. Although he has a way to directly control Filch, but that way there will be no excitement of night tours, not to mention. Ron looked at the petite figure in the robe and couldn't help poking her white neck with his hand. "What's the matter, is it Filch?" Like a frightened 673 little white rabbit, Hermione jumped up and turned to look at Ron in panic. Recently, thanks to Snape's unremitting efforts, Gryffindor's score has almost reached single digits, and Professor McGonagall's face is getting worse day by day. If Night Tour is discovered, Hermione estimates that Gryffindor will break through the miracle and become a negative number, and then Professor McGonagall will definitely not spare her. Although Hermione suggested many times to let Harry drink a drop of the fountain during potions class, Harry disagreed. Not to mention that Malfoy, who was inquiring about Harry's whereabouts like a madman, even his good brother Ron looked at him in the wrong way. So now Harry doesn't need to be beaten to death. I was afraid that if he used too much, sooner or later he would be sent to the school infirmary. You are so annoying. Looking around, she didn't find any figure. Hermione sighed in relief and looked at Ron fiercely with brown eyes. Let's hurry up and find the portrait of the troll, it's 12 o'clock now. Ron quickly changed the subject when he saw that the situation was not good. Hermione rubbed her little tiger teeth and had nowhere to vent. In the end, she could only walk in front of her and continue to look for it, CCFF. Miss Granger felt that since the two established their relationship, Ron's courage has grown stronger. Although she doesn't reject. A young couple who were just in love strolled in the corner of the moon and held hands as they walked. The shadows of the two sides also gradually merged from one to the other. Said that they came out to find a house of responsiveness, but the two always felt like they were dating. In the corridor on the 8th floor. Do you see this portrait? Hermione turned to Ron while holding the fluorescent wand. Ron took a closer look curiously. It was a tapestry with a group of trolls holding huge sticks dancing around a wizard, but the stick hit the wizard's head. Yes, this is it. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pulled Hermione to the position opposite the painting point. In his heart, he began to recite a warm lounge, and then walked back and forth 3 times. Soon a very smooth door appeared on the originally smooth wall. Appeared. Hermione let out a small exclamation. Originally, she thought it was just a rumor, but she didn't expect this house to actually exist. What room did you meditate on just now? Miss Granger asked curiously. She saw Ron's mouth constantly reciting words. Combined with the characteristics of this room of responsiveness, the smart Miss Hermione reacted instantly. A very ordinary lounge. Ron shrugged. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hermione pushed the door and went in. You call this ordinary? She murmured in a low voice. Seeing Hermione walking in, Ron followed, and closed the door very thoughtfully. As the door closed, the wall returned to its original state again, as if the door just now was an illusion. The area inside the house is not too big. After all, what Ron wanted was a cozy lounge, which was just a room the size of a bedroom. A soft double bed leaned against the window, the bright moonlight shone on the crimson sheets, a round table was placed in the center of the room, surrounded by several high chairs, and various kinds of hangings were hung on the walls. Murals, and slowly burning candles. Even Ron was stunned by this scene. This is really too warm. I bet you were thinking of something other than an ordinary lounge just now. Hermione took a cautious step back. The cozy lounge. Ron said helplessly. So, are we going to spend the night here? He suggested softly. When the words fell, Hermione gave him a smile. Thinking beautiful. Dash. The next morning. The rising sun cut through the night, and light snow fell at Hogwarts. Ron shook the little snowflakes on his body and walked into the auditorium. Last night, Hermione didn't spend the night with him. After finding the necessary items, The two left and went back to their bedrooms. "Good morning, my dear Miss Granger." Ron lovingly hugged the shy girl next to him. "What is it today? Why did he suddenly change his name?" Looking at the two people who threw dog food in the morning, Harry and Ron and Neville were thinking about whether to change the place to eat. "Otherwise, I won't be able to eat breakfast every day. 2 cups of chocolate milk, 1 with sugar, and 1 without." Seeing that Hermione hadn't ordered a meal yet, Ron informed the house elves in advance. He knew that Hermione didn't like sugar. "I will get fat." Hermione protested weakly, looking at the chocolate milk pushed in front of her. "It's okay, I don't despise you." Ron took a sip and it tasted great. "I despise you." After speaking, Hermione took out a notebook from her backpack and read it carefully. Because there are less than 5 weeks before the final exam. Looking at the thick notebook, Ron suddenly had an idea. "When there is no class this afternoon, let's go to the room of requirement to study. After all, it should be much more efficient than in the library." Row. Miss Hermione hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Where to learn is not to learn. Chapter 84, Hermione with Bunny Ears, Cohabitation for the First Time. The 5-week period is not too short. It almost passed quickly during the study. During the past 5 weeks, Ron and Hermione have been learning from each other in the room of requirement. Usually, Hermione asks questions, and Ron is responsible for answering them. Compared with the whispered library, the room of requirement is the most suitable place to study. At least 2 people can freely discuss some issues that they won't know. Night. Inside the house upon request. There were still 2 days before the exam, and Hermione's enthusiasm for learning was also getting higher and higher. After the class, she dragged Ron here. The large round table is full of thick notebooks, and there are several cups of coffee that have been almost drunk. I have to say that the content of these notes is really detailed, at least the knowledge that the professors have talked about are recorded. And also very thoughtfully prepared a number of pages. Which part you want to learn, just turn it over. This is what Zuba made notes. Ron simply flipped through it. So far, he has almost mastered the content of the exam. For him, these notes were just a process of deepening his impression. And there are not too many exams for theoretical knowledge. For example, Professor McGonagall, her course exam is mainly about transformation spells, and the score is judged according to what she has changed. There are also herbal classes and potions classes, which are all based on practice. Miss Beaver, how about we practice the transfiguration spell? Ron jokingly looked at Hermione, who lowered her head to study. Although Hermione's 2 front teeth looked cute to him, she herself felt distressed. "I don't want to learn from you." Hermione angrily hit him with her small hand. It was painless, just like a fight between lovers. She straightened her body, covered her mouth and yawned. "Studying all the time will inevitably make you a little tired." "Sleepy?" Ron leaned over and asked. "No." Hermione hurriedly pushed Ron's head aside. This guy would always give her a secret kiss when she wasn't paying attention. "I'll show you a fun show." Ron looked at Hermione, whose little head kept ticking, and suddenly came up with an idea. He took out his wand and aimed it at Hermione's 2 brown curls. Transfiguration spell. Soon, the 2 slender curly hair immediately turned into a pair of fluffy white rabbit ears. Hermione raised her head and looked at Ron suspiciously, not understanding what he was doing. The rabbit ears on her head also wiggled, as if to express the owner's mood. Ron held back his smile and handed her a mirror for Hermione to see for herself. After Hermione took the mirror, she immediately opened her eyes wide and her sleepiness disappeared. "What did you do to my ears?" Hermione touched the white bunny ears on top of her head with curious eyes, and a soft touch made her body go numb. "It's just 2 hairs, your ears are still there." As Ron said, he lifted the brown curly hair that covered his ears and motioned her to take a closer look. After speaking, he also touched the rabbit's ears with interest, and the fluffy hands felt very good. But Miss Hermione didn't think so. She blushed, and reached out to press down the two bunny ears that could not help but stand up, so that Ron wouldn't touch it. "Stay away from my ears. This is what I changed." Ron struggled for a reason, but Hermione obviously wouldn't eat hard, and she wouldn't let him touch him in death. "Go touch your own." Miss Hermione hugged her bunny ears and crawled on the table. "How do I touch myself?" Ron looked at Hermione crawling on the table and couldn't help but chuckle. This life is really good. Warm and beautiful. After briefly reviewing the notes, Ron stretched and yawned. It is now around 12 o'clock in the evening. Usually, the two of them should go back to the dormitory at this time. But usually Hermione reminded me. I don't know why there was no reminder today. "Hermione, we should go." Ron sorted out the notes, and then called out to the girl who was immersed in her studies. But got no response. "Miss Beaver? My dear Miss Granger?" Called several times in a row, but got no answer. Interpunct flowers interpunct Ron slowly approached the past. Only then did she realize that Hermione had fallen asleep with her head resting on the notes, and she could still hear steady breathing. Fell asleep. Ron was stunned. "Do you want to scream?" He glanced at the sleeping rabbit-eared girl, hesitated for half a second and decided not to cry. With such a good opportunity, it is natural to do something. Thinking of this, Ron pinched Hermione's little face with his fingers, but the other party didn't respond. "It looks like I'm really tired these days." Ron shook his head, then reached out and hugged Hermione in a princess hug. Miss Hermione cupped her head in Ron's arms, as if she wanted to find a comfortable place to sleep. Fortunately, there was a crimson double bed in the room of requirement, and the material was very soft. After putting Hermione on the bed, Ron also carefully covered the quilt. The moonlight filtered through the window, and the afterglow shone on Hermione's sleeping face. Ron hung his robe on the hanger and used his wand to make the fire on the fireplace a little more vigorous. "Ron." A small voice sounded, and Ron sat on the reclining chair and turned his head to glance at Hermione lying on the bed. I don't know when, she turned over. On the opposite side that Ron couldn't see, Hermione narrowed her eyes, and the corners of her mouth slowly lifted. However, what she didn't know was that the pair of bunny ears on top of her head were constantly wiggling. Ron looked at the twitching bunny ears and became puzzled. Did he just dream of something good? Looking at the girl who turned sideways, Ron's mouth also twitched into a smile, then turned his head and picked up the quill to record the potion he wanted to improve. He was going to open a potion shop in Diagon Alley during the holiday to sell some of his improved potions. It can also be regarded as a leisure time to pass the time during the vacation. Speaking of which, he still doesn't know how much the house prices are on Diagon Alley. However, with the money he currently has, he should be able to rent a house, right? And in the future, you always have to buy real estate, which is another big expense. I don't know how the twins' hearthstones are made. Begging for votes, begging for flowers, begging for rewards, begging for everything, death. Chapter 85, To Ruthless Answering Machines. The first ray of sunshine in the morning shone on the bed. Ron opened his eyes and yawned sleepily. The two of them didn't go back to the dormitory last night, but rested for the night in the room of requirement. In the middle of the night, He turned the chair under him into a small bed and stayed there all night. Hermione. Ron turned to look at the double bed in the corner and found that Miss Hermione was still sleeping. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, get up quickly. He walked over and called Hermione up. The 2 soft bunny ears that were changed last night have been changed back, which made Ron feel a little pity. But considering that there is still a class today, and he doesn't want to offend Miss Hermione, he can only hold down his hand that is about to move. Well, Miss Hermione let out a light hum, and then slowly opened her brown eyes filled with confusion, looking very cute. Good morning. Ron sat on the edge of the bed, reached out and touched the girl's little head, and chuckled. Good morning, Ron. Hermione felt the touch on her hair, and her consciousness became somewhat awake. She sat up with one hand supporting her body, and rubbed her troubled eyes with the other. I slept very well last night, and I was also very comfortable. Come on, let me fix your hair for you. When Ron just woke up, he used a spell to clean himself up, because there was nothing for washing in the room. Do you want to add a bathroom when you come in next time? He thought thoughtfully. Hermione obediently turned her head away. With a little messy brown curly hair, under Ron's spell, a low curly ponytail was tied up, and there were a few strands of curly hair hanging down in front of the girl's forehead. Perfect. Ron looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, no matter what hairstyle, it looks very cute with Hermione's face. Are you satisfied? Saying that, he handed him a mirror. Hermione covered her mouth and yawned, half squinting looking at herself in the mirror. Under the reflection of the mirror, she could clearly see Ron's smiling expression, and the golden hair looked very dazzling in the sunlight. Satisfy. With a slight smile on her lips, Hermione nodded vigorously, and swung the low ponytail she had just tied. She suddenly felt that compared to the dormitory where no one spoke, it seemed like a good choice to spend the night here. I don't know what Ron thought. Thinking of this, Hermione secretly glanced at Ron behind him who was helping her with the blemishes of her hair. Come on, there's Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class this morning. The two of them did not forget today's lesson. After a brief tidying up, Ron took Hermione out of the room of requirement. After today's night, the relationship between the two seems to be a step closer. Hermione kept holding Ron's arm, like other couples. After a simple breakfast, it was time for class. Professor McGonagall has been teaching them for almost a semester, and the knowledge of the primary transfiguration spell is almost the same. These days are all reviewing. Regarding the content of the exam at the end of the semester, Professor McGonagall said it in the first class. It is to turn a vigorous rat into a teapot. Naturally, there is no problem with Ron. He can easily turn the teapot into a mouse. And Hermione, after so many days of training, was able to perform deformations proficiently. Both of them are fine. It was Harry and Ron who were in trouble, because their teapots were always running around on the ground with long legs. The other little wizards also have some problems. You two can get a no from me. Professor McGonagall looked at the two little wizards next to each other with a smile on the corner of his mouth. These two were simply outstanding wizards she had seen for the first time in so many years. Giving a no, outstanding, would not be too much. Ron was nothing, but Hermione was happy. Our transfiguration spell can get O rank. She shook Ron's arm and lowered her voice happily. In the level of the wizard examination, O is the best, which is the so-called perfect score. In addition to the first time, there is also EAPT, which represents excellent, pass, poor, bad, and troll. You deserve it, Miss Beaver. Ron chuckled softly. After all, he is the only one who sees the girl's efforts in front of him. She practices the transformation spell every day until the night. This perseverance is not something that ordinary little wizards can hold on to. Miss Hermione looked at Ron angrily. her little tiger teeth creaking, as if she was going to give him a bite. Obviously, Miss Hermione didn't like the name Beaver. Wrong, wrong, my dear Miss Granger. Ron quickly changed his words, because he had already seen Hermione grab his hand and start approaching. Humph. Hermione tilted her head and snorted softly, ignoring the boy beside her. Dash. In the last few classes, Potions class, Magic History class, the two of them were like an emotionless answering machine, madly getting points. Except for the History of Magic class, Ron was no better than Hermione. The other classes were almost on the same level. What's even more outrageous is that it was Professor Flitwick's spell class that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff took together. After one class, the non-existent Slytherin got the most points. Ron, who had come over to take a class, fought frantically against the two academies to score points. After the spell get out of class was over, the little wizards of Hufflepuff, who didn't get a point, looked at Ron unkindly. Originally, Professor Flitwick's classes were all theoretical knowledge, which could be answered with a little thought. But who knew that when Professor Flitwick asked a question in this class, Ron and Hermione immediately answered it? It's nothing to do with the little badgers. In fact, 5.5 is too uncomfortable. Did I do something wrong? Ron felt those gazes, touched the tip of his nose and said, Hermione nodded, blaming Ron for answering questions too quickly, and she didn't get any points. And even if they grab it, the two people's answers are still the same. After all, Ron had been reviewing with Hermione's notes. Next time I'll dare. Ron touched the unconvinced Hermione and laughed softly. Now Slytherin's score has been firmly in the first place, and the second is Ravenclaw. As for the little lion, thanks to Harry's efforts, he has reached the 4th place. This year's Academy Cup, if nothing else, should be Slytherin's. To write a paper, the update will be late in the afternoon, and the update will be completed before 7 o'clock. Chapter 86, End of Term, Slytherin Auditorium. In 2 days, the exams for all courses are over. Hermione had almost all outstanding grades except the Potions class, while Ron had a little mistake in the Magic History class, so he only got a pass. Comparing the two, the hard-working Miss Hermione won this time. The History of Magic class is too difficult to memorize. Looking at Hermione happily holding the report card, Ron shook his head helplessly. He strongly suspected that the old ghost was deliberately stuttering his grades. Didn't he just slept a few more classes during class? You also said that you lie on the table and sleep every day when you take the History of Magic class. Hermione gave Ron a funny look. Of all the grades, Ron only had the lowest grade in the History of Magic class. What he said was too boring. Ron threw the report card on the table, but the paper slipped in front of Harry and Ron by accident. The corners of their eyes twitched as they looked at the transcript, which was almost all O's. It was a crit for the two of them. Harry glanced at the report card in his hand. The 22 pharmacy class was undoubtedly rated as a troll by Snape, and most of the other courses were passed. As for Ron, it was even worse, with only 2 passing grades. My mother will kill me when I go back. Ron wept helplessly. He could already imagine Mrs. Weasley's expression when she saw this report card after returning home. How are you guys doing in the test? At this time, Weasley brother is here. George grabbed Ron's report card and glanced at it, a little gloating. When you finish, Ron, mother will call you again. Hearing this, Ron slumped weakly on the table. Hey, it's all O? Fred looked at the transcript on the table and let out an incredible exclamation. You must know that he has been at Hogwarts for so many years, but he has never seen such a neat report card, except for the Magic History class that was rated A. After seeing the name on the transcript, Fred looked at Ron in surprise. You're too versatile, aren't you? Ron smiled and showed the two brothers the transcripts of the girls around him. These two are really a natural couple. Several people around couldn't help thinking. After the exam, tomorrow is the last night at Hogwarts. Tomorrow night, there will be a graduation ceremony in the auditorium, after which it will be the beginning of summer vacation. Because she had to pack her luggage in advance, Hermione Heron didn't go to the room of requirement tonight. Wait until Ron returns to the dormitory. Diane Malfoy, who was originally lying on the hospital bed, had returned, and he was lying on the bed with a letter in his hand. It was sent to him by Harry. I heard that Harry has transferred schools because of what happened last time. Poor Malfoy was played between the palms of Harry's hands. Ron shook his head. Hogwarts Hall. Tonight is the graduation ceremony. The auditorium is very luxuriously decorated, with bright candles hanging upside down on the ceiling. This dinner was the last meal at Hogwarts this semester, and Ron sat in Gryffinder's seat as usual. The tone of the auditorium is embellished with green and silver, which is the representative color of Slytherin, and the flag of the little snake hangs high in every corner of the auditorium. Brothers Fred and George kept complaining to Ron. Since the two of them came to school, it's been this color every year, and it's almost nauseating. At this dinner, all the professors came, even the wife of the school doctor and Hagrid. Snape sat in the corner, with Hagrid taking Quirrell's place next to him. It can be seen that Snape is still very happy about Slytherin's consecutive championship. Professor McGonagall didn't have an ugly face, even if this year's little lion broke the lower limit once again. "Ron, do you have anything to do after the holiday?" Fred asked after taking a sip of juice. "Have a holiday? Maybe I'm going to Diagon Alley to find some work?" Ron also said uncertainly. After all, what he wanted was to rent a shop to sell some potions. But it is not yet known what the rent of the store is. You can come find us at the burrow outside the village of Sankakipol when you are free. If nothing else, he and George would continue to make cards during the holidays. "Okay, I'll visit when I have time." Ron nodded with a smile. Swaying. A crisp sound sounded, and Dumbledore tapped the silver quilt with a fork, attracting everyone's attention. "Before the dinner, let's announce the winners of the Academy Cup." Dumbledore crossed his hands slightly and said with a smile. Although everyone knows the color of the flag, there is still a sense of ceremony. There is no doubt that the winner of the Academy Cup is Slytherin. As the winner's name was spoken, the distant Slytherin table cheered. At the table in Gryffindor, Fred, George and the others celebrated with juice for Ron. Although they had a problem with Slytherin, it was clear that Lorne was not included. 677, congratulations, Ron. Even Neville sat over and held up the juice for Ron to celebrate. Thanks. Ron picked up the chocolate milk and toasted with several people. Instead, Miss Hermione sighed helplessly when she saw Gryffindor's score. She really tried her best. But it's still number one. Ron leaned over and pinched her little face. "Next time I'll let you." Ron laughed. "We compete fairly." Miss Hermione blushed and patted Ron's little hand. In terms of results, Miss Hermione won. But in the Academy score, Ron won. "Okay, everyone, I think you listen to my old man's rambles." Dumbledore tapped the cup. "Now, the dinner party begins." Boom! Abundant food suddenly appeared on the empty table. All the little wizards were cheering and celebrating the end of the semester. At this moment, Hermione quietly hugged Ron's arm, and her eyes flashed with anticipation. "Come on, open your mouth." Ron laughed, picked up a piece of fruit and fed it. The dinner ended with gorgeous fireworks. Tomorrow is the first day of vacation. Chapter 87, Hermione, what do you think of me? The next morning, the little wizards at Hogwarts got up very early today, because today is the date to go back. Every little wizard has received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, the content of which is very simple, that is, no magic is allowed to be used during the holidays, especially in the presence of muggles. Therefore, in every little wizard the wand has a tracking wire, which can check the surrounding magic power fluctuations. Ron glanced at it and threw the piece of paper away. The content of this piece of paper was only for Muggle family wizards, the old double standard. Anyway, he was going to go to Diagon Alley after the holiday, where magic power fluctuations were everywhere. And Ron opened his writing wheel, and clearly saw a silvery white gas on the wand. It appeared on his wand after receiving the ban. In other words, this thing is to restrict his use of magic spells. To break this spell, for Ron, who can see the flow of magic power, it is simply an easy task. But he didn't know if the people who destroyed the Ministry of Magic would come to the door. After a little consideration, he decided that it would be better to keep it. Ron. A pleasant voice sounded from a distance. Ron raised his head, and saw Hermione with a low ponytail trotting over with a radiant smile in the distance. The ponytail curls behind him were still fluttering. I'm going home soon, so naturally everyone is very happy. Except for Harry. Ron glanced at Harry, who was following Hermione with a scowling face. Obviously, he didn't want to go back to his aunt and uncle's house. Thinking of Cousin Dudley's face, Harry felt more and more uncomfortable. When the freshmen leave the school, they have to take a boat from the Black Lake again. Of course, they can also walk across the path. But now that there is a horse spell, Ron chose to go by boat with Hermione. Neither of them had their luggage, because the house elves would automatically bring them to the train for them. This made Hermione even more determined to be Minister of Magic. At noon, the two finally got on the train from Hogwarts to King's Cross. Harry, Ron and the twins found a carriage and were going to discuss the final gameplay of these cards and the subsequent development of the game. A car can only seat 4 people at most, so Ron and Hermione happily found an empty car at the end. The two of them didn't seem to be excluded at all, their faces were full of smiles. After being seated, Ron also took out a large package of snacks from his Shenway space in advance, including chestnut cakes, popping candy, dorayaki and pineapple buns. Many snacks Hermione saw for the first time, so she felt very new for a while. Now there is no need to buy snacks from the train attendant. Since the two of them were on the noon train, they would not be able to arrive at King's Cross Station 9 3/4 the next morning, which meant that they had to spend the night in this carriage. With the whistle of the train started to move. The huge castle outside the car window gradually disappeared in front of Lorne's eyes, and a vast field replaced the fairy tale castle. Why don't you read books? Looking at the girl who took a small bite of dorayaki, Ron couldn't help asking. In the past, she had to take out a book to pass the time, but this time it was different. While eating snacks, Hermione looked out the window at the beautiful scenery. In the end, in front of Ron's eyes, he stretched his waist unconcernedly. People always have to rest. Also, I've read the book twice in my hand. Speaking like a scholar, Ron knew how many books Hermione had bought, almost as high as him. But with so many books, Hermione actually read it twice in an hour? Ron was really stunned. Can one reach this limit? He doubted. What are you going to do on vacation? Miss Hermione handed Ron a dorayaki and whispered, if you have no plans, you can come and play at my house. She prefers this sandwich bread, it tastes very good. I might go to Diagon Alley to work. Although it sounds tempting, considering the Grangers, Lorne chose to open a shop in Diagon Alley. Work to earn a living? Hermione asked suspiciously. I'm going to open a potion shop in Diagon Alley. If Gin Galleon is not enough, I can only work there. Ron took a bite of the dorayaki, but he didn't hide it and said his thoughts directly. The first thing he has to consider now is the rent of the store, and he didn't pay attention to it when he went there for Christmas. After hearing Ron's thoughts, Miss Hermione's eyes lit up and she quickly said, what do you think of me? How about what? Be your employee? Are you with me? Ron raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Hermione and asked. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly explained. I still don't know a lot about potions, and I don't have anything to do during my vacation, so I just can accompany you. Hermione's voice became quieter as she spoke, until the bottom of her ears turned red at the end. Well, the last sentence is the point. Ron thought for a while and nodded in agreement. It is indeed a bit lonely in Diagon Alley alone, and it is not bad to have a young couple to accompany, Wang Zheotsao. However, I don't think Mr. Granger would agree. This sentence silenced Hermione. Don't worry, I will convince them both. Looking at Ron's smiling pale blue eyes, Hermione bit gritting his teeth, said. The wilderness at night is beautiful. The stars twinkled in the sky with moonlight, and the train passed one Muggle village after another. Hermione was asleep in Ron's arms. Ron used his wand to turn a robe into a soft blanket and draped it over the two of them. Looking at the constantly changing scenery outside the window, he couldn't help yawning, then closed his eyes. A little sleepy. The two little heads slowly touched each other in the dark night. In the carriage, a pair of brown eyes half opened, looking at Ron, who was snuggling with her. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 88, The Potions Shop in Diagon Alley. The train to London has arrived. The little wizards packed their luggage and headed for the exit. The conductor was in charge of directing the order here to prevent rand pulling. Hermione rubbed her sore neck, covered her mouth and yawned. And Ron followed behind, holding the luggage of the two of them. These two suitcases are very small and not too heavy. Since the location of the exit is a pillar, only 2 or 3 people can pass at a time to prevent the Muggles from being surprised by a big push. And Ron was walking with Hermione. Soon the two of them arrived. Quickly through the pillars, London's King's Cross station arrived. There were a lot of parents standing outside, most of them were Muggle families. The Grangers were also waiting for their daughter inside. As soon as Hermione came out, she saw her father beckoning here. This way, this way. Hermione hurriedly dragged Ron over. Good morning, Mr. Granger. Ron handed the luggage to Hermione, then turned to Mr. Granger and said hello softly. Good morning, Ron. The Grangers responded with a smile. Especially Mr. Granger, he felt more and more satisfied with this gentlemanly blonde boy in front of him. Both etiquette and behavior are perfect. Moreover, he just saw that Hermione had been holding his hand all the way, and only quietly released it when he was about to get in front of them. Ron, do you want to go to our house for a holiday? Mrs. Granger was a very kind woman. When she learned that the little boy in front of her was an orphan, she couldn't help but care more about Ron. No, Mom, I still need. Ron is going to work in Diagon Alley, and I'm going to go with me too. Before Ron could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Hermione beside him. Miss Hermione's tone was firm. No, you have to go back. Before Mrs. Granger could finish speaking, she was pulled by Mr. Granger on the side. We might have a good discussion, can't we? He smiled and stroked Hermione's curly hair. Hearing what her father said, Hermione's eyes lit up. She knew that this answer already represented permission. It is good. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, agreeing to her father's discussion. At the same time, she gave Ron a wink. Ron unconsciously touched the tip of his nose. Does this count as meeting his parents in advance? Thinking of this, Ron suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Hey, Ron. At this moment, a voice attracted Ron and the others. It was Fred with a piece of paper in his hand. He was walking this way with George, and behind them were the red-haired Weasleys. Ron drooped his head and followed behind Mrs. Weasley, afraid to speak. Ron could clearly see Mrs. Weasley holding a transcript in her hand. I forgot to give you your transcript. Almost all of them are outstanding achievements. You really don't know how to cherish them. Twin brother, you shoved the transcript into Ron's hands without saying a word. Remember to play with us when you are free. After speaking, the Weasley brothers left. Before leaving, George gave him a wink. What is this for? He was a little confused. How are your grades, Hermione? Mrs. Granger asked suddenly at this time. No parent would not be disinterested in their children's learning. My grades are not much different from Ron's. After all, Ron has always been teaching me questions. Miss Hermione thought of something and took out her transcript from her pocket. A series of O's, almost identical to Ron's. After seeing the report card, Mrs. Granger's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but glance at Ron, who was standing there, and then nodded with satisfaction. CCFF. At this time, Ron suddenly understood what the twins meant. Finally, near noon, Lorne and the Granger family waved goodbye. He is now ready to go back to his home. At this moment, Ron was suddenly stunned. Did you forget something? What about his frog cub? He remembered that there was no figure in the frog cub's nest when he left. Have you traveled to other worlds again? In a dusty room, a vortex flowed, and Ron, who activated his divine power, returned to his house. However, just after landing, 2 small footprints were left on the ground. Refreshed, Ron frowned and took out his wand to clean up his house. As for the tracking wire on the wand, it is already on fire. The car was shielded by his magic power. The Ministry of Magic wouldn't know where his wand was casting magic. As the dust faded, Ron also threw his suitcase aside, and simply prepared some lunch. He is going to Diagon Alley this afternoon to see if there is any suitable store. And he has a lot of gin galleons that he can use now, and he should be able to rent it for 2 months. Thinking of this, after Ron finished eating, he changed his Snake Master robes into a black sweater. Although it is still winter in England, the sun today is very clear. He used to set a spatial coordinate near the Leaky Cauldron bar, which directly saved the time of taking a taxi. Pushing the door into the Leaky Cauldron bar, there were quite a few wizards, most of whom were chatting while drinking, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Ron ordered a cup of hot cocoa and walked into Diagon Alley through the wall. After walking around, he didn't expect to find a shop that was ready to be rented out. This place originally sold some magic items. Due to the poor income, he could only choose to rent it out. Coincidentally, the opposite of his store happened to be the Leshan bookstore, and the Lady Mokin's robe shop next to it. The location of this store is good. He remembered that when the second year of school started, he needed to buy a lot of things, including a lot of books. And if Hermione can really come, I believe she must like the feeling that there is a bookstore opposite. For a person thirsting for knowledge, nothing is more attractive than books. After discussing it with the boss, I finally rented it for 2 months at the price of 100 galleons, which is not too expensive. At least for Ron. The potions shop is about to open. Chapter 89, Oakley's Potions Shop opens, Hermione working part-time. After renting the store, Ron spent the afternoon tidying up. It's nothing more than placing some bottles and jars of materials, crucibles, and various potions that have been refined, and the rest is just waiting for customers to come to the door. When opening a shop in Diagon Alley, everyone has to report to the Ministry of Magic, but because the previous shop owner has already reported it, and he only rented it for 2 months, there is no need to do it once, which saves a lot. After Ron sorted out the things in the store, he thought about the business method for the past 2 months. There are not many potions shops in Diagon Alley, because people usually go to Street Mungo's hospital for magical injuries and injuries when they buy potions. At least the items in the hospital are very good in terms of efficacy and quality. And the only thing that Ron can take out is some improved potions. which are not as bitter as the original ones, and some advanced potions, like compound potions, demulcents, beauty potions, and even love potions. These medicines are not something you can find in a serious store, let alone a hospital. It is estimated that if the Aurors come to check, the potions shop of Ron will be gone. High risk, high interest rate. If he can sell a few bottles of high-level potions, his $200 will be worth his money. After finishing the business in the store, Ron closed the store and prepared to rest. The store has its own bedroom and bathroom, so he basically won't go back to the house where he stayed for 11 years this holiday. The signboard of the store's name was also magically hung on the door of the store. Oakley's Potions Shop. He probably knew the meaning of the name himself. The next morning, Ron took a simple shower, then put on a neat black printed robe, which was the new clothes he bought from Mrs. Malkin's robe store yesterday. According to the letter I received from Owl last night, if nothing else happens, Hermione will come to work with him tomorrow. Well, work for him. After all, he has rented a nice shop now. And Ron won't treat the cutie Hermione badly. There are 10 gold galleons every week, and every potion sold will get a 30% share. You must know that the cheapest raw-bone spirit here costs 5 gold galleons, not to mention the compound potion of several hundred gold galleons. But he couldn't keep refining potions here for the past 2 months, and maybe he could learn other things. Like alchemy. He has a lot of interest in those magic props and the like, but he has never learned about the need to engrave magic inscriptions into them. All things are difficult at the beginning. After setting a goal, some of the 2 months are busy. Good morning, boss. Ron walked into the Lycan bookstore opposite. He needs to buy some books on alchemy to study. Oh, are you the little wizard who opened a shop opposite? The bookstore owner, Mr. Field's eyes lit up. Last night, there was an additional potions shop across the street. It was impossible for him not to know. And according to his and Mrs. Malkin's observations, there was only one little wizard in the store opposite. My Merlin, how old is he? No more than 5th grade at most. Mr. Field guessed. Ron's height is still very high, and he is cooperating with mature words and deeds, so he doesn't look like a little wizard who just graduated from the 1st grade. If you're talking about the potions shop across from you, it's really me who opened it. Lorne is polite. He smiled lightly. To live in Diagon Alley for 2 months, even if he lied, it is estimated that he will eventually be found out. What's more, why lie? A genius potion wizard is a good character. With fame, your store can attract customers well. After chatting with this chatty bookstore owner for a while, Ron had already prepared all the books he wanted to buy. The use of symbols in ancient runes, the meaning and characterization of runes, Mr. Nick's alchemy explanation. This pile of books cost a total of more than 100 galleons, which is much cheaper than when he opened a shop. The main reason is that Nick's book is priced at 60 galleons, and the others are around 20. The price is high, which means that there are still a lot of dry goods in it. After all, Nick Mailer can be regarded as the originator of alchemy, and he even refined the legendary elixir of immortality. Interpunct flowers interpunct It's a bit more expensive to understand. Are you going to learn alchemy and magic writing? Mr. Field took a look at these books and guessed that alchemy was a craze no matter what era it was. It's a pity that few can learn. After all, alchemy requires technology and incomparable talent. A total of 137 gold galleons, and the rest of the silver will not need to be paid. Mr. Field kindly packed Ron. Ron took 7 thick books and went to his store after paying for them. Ron. In the leaky cauldron, Ron had just ordered a glass of butterbeer when he heard a pleasant voice calling him. When he turned around, he realized that the Grangers had brought Hermione over. The two were still very concerned about where Hermione was going to work, but the Grangers were surprised when they heard that they were going to work in Lorne's shop. You came to Diagon Alley to open a shop at such a young age? How old is he? Mr. Granger looked at Ron in disbelief, but he knew that Ron and his daughter were in the same grade. After being surprised, Mr. Granger found himself looking at Ron more and more. Talented, polite, handsome and powerful, it is rare to see such outstanding people. Want a drink? Mr. Granger. Ron handed over a full glass of butterbeer. This thing is said to be beer, but it actually contains very little alcohol, more like a drink. If you don't drink too much, you won't usually get drunk. Except for the bad drinker. Thanks. Mr. Granger took the butterbeer and took a sip. His eyes lit up at the moment of entry. This thing is pretty good. After telling Mr. Granger about the work in the store and the food and shelter, Mr. Granger smiled and agreed. The salary is not low, food and housing are included, and the working hours are few. Where can I find such a good thing? As for the relationship between the two, Mr. Granger has confidence in his daughter. With Miss Hermione's intelligence, she will not be easily fooled. Chapter 90, Miss Hermione at the shop, learning alchemy. After saying goodbye to the Grangers, Ron took a curious Hermione through the wall and came to Diagon Alley. This is the second time for Hermione to come to Diagon Alley. The last time she came with her parents, she didn't have a good time. And this time she has to work here for 2 months, so she has time to hang out. Let's go, I'll take you to the store first. Saying that, Ron took Hermione into the potions store that had just been renovated. Since it was just opened, the wizards on the road looked at the newly opened shop with novelty. As the two walked into the store, Hermione saw a lot of books on the table at first sight. She walked over, picked up a book, and glanced at it. You want to learn alchemy? Hermione asked curiously. These books are all used by 677 to make alchemy props, and she has seen relevant introductions in the library. However, alchemy tools are very difficult to train, especially the inscriptions, so there are only a handful of famous alchemists. And some people who are not good at alchemy can only make some magic props to survive. The previous owner of this shop was a wizard who studied alchemy, and the items he made were magic props that didn't seem to be of much use, such as a self-watering kettle. For wizards, it's just a spell, why spend money on one? After all, it's not possible that this store only sells potions. Ron explained to Hermione. If you only rely on the sale of potions, it is estimated that you may not be able to sell a bottle of potions a day. Just like a potion like the bone spirit, it's not like some people break their bones every day. And for high-level potions like compound potions, most wizards are only curious and won't buy them because they are too expensive. I want to study with you too, said Miss Hermione. You are responsible for the position of the cashier first. After waiting for Hermione to get acquainted with the contents of the store, Ron took her to a counter to face him. Said to her, and beside this counter, there are also many books, most of which are Lockhart's works. After all, those interesting biographies are always the best way to pass the boring time. And there are 2 bedrooms in the store, one for her and Ron. Miss Hermione is very satisfied with her working environment. The store opened in the morning, and at noon, only a few customers came in to have a look, but they didn't buy any potions. Most of them came in because of curiosity. So few people. Hermione sat behind the desk, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the Lycan bookstore opposite. In the bookstore, many wizards are buying books. In contrast, they seemed very cold here. Isn't a quiet environment better for studying? Ron sat in the corner, holding a quill in his hand, recording the alchemy knowledge he had learned and the meaning of most of the runes. The complexity of these ancient magic patterns is far beyond his imagination, because usually a magic pattern represents a lot of meanings, and most of the meanings are not related. It's hard for people to record it. Even Miss Hermione felt dizzy after studying for a while, and hurried to the counter to read the biography. She is now holding a copy of Wandering with Werewolves, turning the page from time to time. The noon sun is not too dazzling, and the soft light scatters on the text of the book through the window, making people feel sleepy. Looking at Hermione, she couldn't help yawning, and sleepy tears slowly fell from the corners of her eyes. "Hello, may I ask if there are any living bone spirits here?" At this moment, a middle-aged wizard in a black robe walked in with his arms covered. Ron, whose sense of smell had been strengthened, could smell the blood on the other side. He got up and walked in front of Hermione, quietly shielding the spirited Hermione from behind. "Yes, 10 gold galleons in a bottle," Ron said with a smile. "It's impossible not to do a door-to-door deal, no matter where the wizard came from. Give me a bottle." Having said that, he took out 10 gold galleons from his pocket and put them on the table. "Is it the wizard over Nocturne Alley?" Ron already had a guess in his mind. At this time, Hermione, who was already familiar with the interior of the store, brought a bottle of potion and placed it on the table. The middle-aged wizard hiding under the hood looked curiously at the two little wizards who were in charge of the store. It was the first time he had seen such a situation after he came to Diagon Alley for so long. "You came out to work at such a young age?" After taking the raw bone spirit, he turned around and left without thinking much, and didn't even check whether the potion was effective. Anyway, the store can't run here. There's something wrong with his arm. After watching the black-robed wizard leave, Hermione poked Ron's waist with her hand and whispered, "It should be the wizard from Nocturne Alley. After all, there are often wizard fights there." Ron held the little finger that poked him, turned his head and touched the girl's little head. "If you have time to think about that, you might as well study with me." Since Miss Hermione was on vacation, she didn't seem to be so motivated in her studies. Halfway through the book on alchemy, she went to read the biography. "The knowledge inside is so profound that I can't understand it at all." Hermione couldn't help but complain. Not to mention the meaning of the various ancient inscriptions, the complicated techniques in it can make her dizzy. "You should start with the basics first." Ron pinched the tip of her little nose without any hesitation. Who asked her to pick up Nick Mailer's book as soon as she came up? Even Ron looked like his brain was dizzy. Okay, take the money and read the biography. I still have to read the basics today, and I'll teach you later tonight." Having said that, Ron touched Hermione's smooth forehead lightly, turning around and returning to the corner, ignoring Miss Beaver's blushing cheeks. He now has a general idea of learning about alchemy. It's just that ancient inscriptions are depicted with magic power on some props, so as to activate the meaning of the inscriptions. Maybe try making a magic ring tonight? Ron thought. Chapter 91, The Ring and Miss Hermione and the Gift. Night. Inside the potions shop in Diagon Alley. A few candles lit the whole house, and Ron put down the inkless quill in his hand and stretched. Except for the customer from Nocturne Alley, no one else was shopping in the store this afternoon. So today I only earned 10 gold galleons, which is pitifully small compared to other stores. The Lion bookstore opposite has been there until now, and there are still many wizards in it. In the afternoon, even Hermione went to buy some magazines, most of which were news about the magic world. For example, in the next Quidditch match, what policy was proposed by the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, although in Hermione's eyes, these policies seemed stupid. Minister of Magic. Hermione whispered to herself. This is really a long way to go. Moreover, the Minister of the Ministry of Magic is also elected through elections, and without strength and prestige, he cannot be elected. Hermione always felt that she would be as old as fudge when she became Minister of Magic. Why do you think so much? It will take a long time in the future. Ron strolled over and touched her head. She put her notes for today on Hermione's desk and suppressed the magazine she just bought today. As for now, it's time for you to learn. Ron's tone could not be rejected by 22. Alchemy has nothing to do with the Minister of Magic. Having said that, Hermione still picked up the thick notebook seriously. Ron sorted out the steps required for alchemy, the skills and meanings of the runes, and wrote them all on the notes. After following Hermione for a semester, he also developed the habit of writing notes unknowingly. After all, Nijujechi. Looking at it, Hermione's eyes lit up. She found that she could understand this thick notebook. Some words in it were even thoughtfully annotated, and there were speculations about the meaning of some runes. Come on, let's start with the production of magic props. This is the most basic. Ron used his wand to turn Minister Fudge's newspaper into a high chair, then sat beside Hermione and explained to Hermione with his wand. To put it bluntly, magic props are to convert some magic spells into magical runes, and engrave them on the objects, so that they have this kind of magic. This is just the most basic alchemy teaching, but for some reason, no one has ever depicted various practical magic spells on a convenient object. This made Ron feel a little strange. We can convert the iron armor spell into ancient runes or runes, and then engrave them on small and exquisite things like rings, which can be activated directly when necessary. Of course, I haven't tasted the depiction of this magic spell. Ron stopped abruptly halfway through his words. Turning his head to look at Hermione, who was leaning on his shoulder at some point, a pair of smart brown eyes were closed, and the sound of steady breathing came to his ears. Fell asleep. Maybe it was because he was so focused in the lecture that Ron didn't even know when Hermione fell asleep. Is my lecture so boring? Ron couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose and thought suspiciously. But since Miss Hermione was asleep, Ron could only carry her into Hermione's bedroom first. Covered the quilt, and thoughtfully turned off the light. Is it bad to sleep with clothes on? Ron, who was just about to close the door, suddenly thought of it. After hesitating for a while, he walked in with his wand. After half a minute, he was satisfied and walked out with his wand. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for him. Since there is already speculation about the iron armor spell in his mind, if he doesn't make it, he won't be able to sleep tonight. Cast a silence spell on Miss Beaver's room, and then Ron turned a piece of wood into the shape of a ring and began to describe the spell. Dash. The morning sun broke, and it was a little cold outside with a little snow. Facing the sun, Miss Hermione stretched comfortably. I slept really well last night, although I'm a little sorry for Ron. But for some reason, she couldn't help but feel sleepy after hearing the knowledge of those runes. It's the same as Ron's encounter with the demon history class. When she woke up today, she found herself lying on her bed, and there was no doubt that Ron sent her over. Thinking of this, the corner of Miss Hermione's mouth slowly raised. However, after she lifted the quilt, she was instantly stunned. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually solidified. What about her clothes? The fire in the room ignited automatically, and Miss Hermione blushed and put on the clothes hanging on the hanger. Then he pushed open his door, hesitantly walked towards Ron's room, reached out and knocked on the door. Get up. There was no response from the room. After a few more taps, Hermione gave up. How lazy. The girl couldn't help thinking. After briefly tidying up in the bathroom, she walked into the lobby of the store, ready to open for business. However, Just after arriving in the hall, she was suddenly stunned. At this time, Ron was lying on the sofa that he didn't know what to do, and fell asleep. There were also a few patches of black ashes on his handsome face, and his splendid blonde hair became embarrassed. In front of the sofa is a pile of crushed semicircular fragments, and various patterns are carved on the fragments, just like some kind of text. Ron. Hermione trotted over quickly, and was relieved when she walked in. It turned out to be asleep. "But why did you make yourself like this?" Miss Hermione thought incomprehensibly. It may be that the voice was a little loud just now. Ron half opened his eyes, and saw the girl standing in front of him at a glance. Good morning, my dear Miss Hermione." Ron yawned, sat up from the sofa, and stroked his hair. "It's messy, maybe it was bombed last night." He found that everything was easy to explain in theory, but it was only after getting started that he realized how difficult it was. Now Ron also understands why no one makes Jai's magic props. Because the stability is really bad at 690. The ghost knows how many times the ring he carved last night was blown up. The magic spell that was converted into rune was not under his control at all, and the ring exploded directly. At the back, he even opened the writing wheel, and did not complete one until about 3 in the morning. "Come and stretch out your hand," Ron said to the dazed Hermione with a chuckle. "What?" Saying that, Hermione obediently stretched out her small white palm. Then, under her wide eyes, Ron took out a silver ring engraved with various unknown runes from his pocket and put it on her middle finger. This time, the tips of Hermione's ears turned red. She hides her eyes and dares not look directly at Ron's light blue eyes. What does he mean? The size is just right. Looking at his masterpiece, Ron nodded in satisfaction. This is the only ring he has successfully carved, the iron armor charm. After listening to Ron's explanation, Miss Hermione looked at the ring on her finger in disbelief, and at the same time was filled with emotion. Because no matter what, Ron will think of her for the first time. "You close your eyes." Miss Hermione didn't care about Ron's reaction. Her pure white hands covered Ron's eyes. "My face is very dirty." Ron, who had already guessed what the girl was going to do, smiled helplessly. "I don't dislike it," Miss Hermione said with a smile. Then the two of them took a breath, and her thank you gift was delivered. Chapter 92. Wait, that's a love potion. Chapter 92. Wait, that's a love potion. After washing the stains and messy hair on his face with clean water, Ron sat in the chair while Hermione helped him with his hair behind him. Although it is said that a magic wand can accomplish these things easily, after all, it has been washed for 11 years. Even Hermione was like that. Ron also helped Hermione with a low ponytail hairstyle today, with curly hair tied together behind him, looking very capable and beautiful. Using his wand to tidy up the messy hall, the two of them prepared to close the door and go out for breakfast. After all, Ron didn't consider the situation of cooking, so he didn't buy some ingredients. When he walked out the door, he realized that there were small snowflakes floating in the sky, and there was a slight cold wind from time to time. "I want to eat hot pot," Ron thought. However, many ingredients still need to be purchased from other places, at least they cannot be eaten now. There are also many snack shops in Diagon Alley, so it's not worth going to the Leaky Cauldron for breakfast. After a brief breakfast, Hermione and Ron went to the potions store. Until today, only 10 gold galleons have been credited, which is a bit bleak. Today, Ron is going to make some iron armor rings to improve his proficiency. For this reason, he also specially selected a corner position to prevent the surrounding bottles and jars and various materials from being messed up. Hermione, on the other hand, was curious to learn along with her, and she also wanted to see the production process of this kind of thing. At noon, a familiar little wizard came here to buy something. With pale blonde hair and a slumped face, he followed behind his father. It was Malfoy, who had lost his love. G. Granger? Now that he saw the figure on the counter, Malfoy was taken aback. He didn't expect to see Ron's little girlfriend here. Malfoy. Hermione was also taken aback. Her impression of Malfoy, apart from being a little disgusted by what he said on the boat at first, was not as hostile as Harry and Ron. You two know each other? A man with pale blonde hair, icy grey-blue eyes, and a pale pointed face stood in front of Malfoy and asked with a frown. My friend at school. Draco said softly. It was Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, who was questioning. Instead, Hermione couldn't help frowning after hearing what her friend said. She doesn't like the title. Do you two have any potions you need? Putting down the quill in her hand, Hermione asked. I don't like it, but the business still needs to be done. Do you have any palliatives here? Lucius said softly. His every move is like a qualified nobleman, but Ron knows the true identity of the person in front of him. It is said that after graduating from Hogwarts, he joined Senior Tom's team and became an honorable Death Eater. How many bottles does Mr. Malfoy want? Ron put away the wand in his hand, put a finished silver ring in front of Hermione, and asked softly. He came out just after hearing Draco's voice from behind. Gerald. Malfoy couldn't help exclaiming, he really didn't expect these two to work together here. This was completely beyond his surprise. Long time no see, Draco. Ron smiled and said hello, just like in the dormitory as usual. Haven't seen you for a long time. Draco came to his senses and nodded. Lucius watched all this calmly, but he didn't expect that he could meet two friends of his classmates when he came to a shop at random. And these to listen, the name shows that it is not a pure blood family. Granger and Gerald, the 28 holy purebloods, do not have the surnames of these two families. It was beyond his surprise that his son would be friends with these two. How could Draco, as a father, not know what character Draco is? He has pure-blooded pride in his heart, just like him. So far, I have only made 11 bottles of the softener. These potions were all practiced by him when he was free, so there were only so many in stock. Is the potion refined by the wizard in front of you? Lucius grabbed the point at once, and his grey-blue eyes couldn't help but glance at the smiling Ron. You know, that emulsant is a high-level potion, and the refining method is complicated, so the price is high. If it wasn't for his headaches these days, Lucius would not be willing to buy this potion. Even if he has money. 11 bottles, I want them all. Lucius was not polite, and pre-ordered these 11 bottles. The recent headache made him feel that Voldemort was coming back, which was a big joke. Voldemort was killed when he was 11 years old. How could it possibly come back? 11 bottles, a total of 800 galleons. Having said that, Ron used the floating charm to put 11 bottles of softener into the box used to hold the potion. Make a deal. Inheriting the property of the Malfoy family, Lucius can be said to be very arrogant, and he handed over 800 gold galleons without blinking an eye. Come here often in the future. Looking at the two figures that left, Ron's mouth had a smile on his face. This is the first time I have encountered such a large client, and I can earn back the rent money in one fell swoop. Even Hermione was smiling and looked happy. The money is handed over to you. I'm going to make some softeners. I'll probably make a bottle tonight. Ron handed the 800 galleons to Hermione, then picked up the wand and ring and went into the basement. Because the refining of potions generally has a strong smell and smoke, it is usually carried out in the basement. Night. Today, apart from Lucius, there were no other customers to buy anything, so it closed early. Hermione followed Ron to learn the use of runes in alchemy as usual, and she was keenly aware that she also had a silver ring like hers on Ron's finger. This made Miss Hermione's lips twitch. My head is so dizzy. After reading the notes for a while, Hermione managed to feel dizzy under Ron's explanation. I also want a bottle of softener, Miss Hermione said weakly. It is worth mentioning that Hermione was also able to successfully make a demulcent. I just refined, Wang knows, and it's cooling down next to the crucible in the basement. Ron was carving a bracelet and had no choice but to let Hermione go. By the way, that pink bottle can't be drunk. But by the time he turned his head, Hermione had disappeared. Miss Hermione shouldn't be that stupid, right? After all, pink is still very conspicuous. Inside the basement, Miss Hermione came to the crucible with a fluorescent flashing spell. Beside the crucible, bottles and bots of potions are listed, some with names and some without names. Pink potion? At this time, the pink potion on the side made Hermione pick it up curiously. What is the pink potion? Miss Hermione, who had never been exposed to forbidden potions, was very curious. She opened the bottle cap and smelled it with the tip of her nose. A delicate fragrance touched the tip of her nose, as if urging Hermione to drink it. How about? Have a taste? I'm asking for flowers, I'm asking for votes. Chapter 93, Ron, isn't that bad? Looking at the pink potion, Hermione sniffed with her small nose. The fragrance of grass and parchment wakes her up, like a different kind of softener. Even if Miss Granger knew that this pink potion was not a softener, the color of the softener was very light, as colorless and odorless as clear water. Well, originally, her mind was not sober, so Hermione picked it up and took a sip under the influence of the smell. After all, it's impossible for Ron to refine poison in diagonally. What she didn't know, however, was that sometimes the power of ecstasy is far more powerful than some poisons. As the pink potion slowly entered his mouth, the fragrance of the grass, the old-fashioned smell of parchment and the good smell of Ron. Strange, why do I smell Ron? Miss Hermione was a little puzzled. The moment she drank it again, her drowsy little head woke up, but she didn't know why Ron's face kept appearing in her mind, as if full of infatuation. How is this going? Miss Hermione muttered to herself in confusion. Her heartbeat has begun to speed up now, especially when she thinks of Ron's figure in her mind. There is something wrong with this potion. She half squinted her brown eyes, hesitated for a while, and took another sip. This feels so weird, let's take another bite. As the half bottle of pink potion entered her mouth, Miss Hermione shook her head and walked up the stairs slowly. She wants to see Ron early now. Failed again. Looking at the broken bracelet fragments, Ron reluctantly closed the writing wheel. This is the 18th failure. It's still hard to control when trying to carve a levitating spell into the bracelet, and the levitating spell popped up accidentally, causing the chair to fly around. He has mastered the rune depiction of the iron armor curse a lot, and has been able to control it accurately. Speaking of which, why did Hermione go for so long? Ron threw the broken bracelet on the table, thinking with some doubts. It's just a bottle of softener. It's been almost 10 minutes now. However, just as he was about to get up, he was suddenly hugged by someone coming from behind. The little head kept rubbing against Ron's back, like a clingy kitten, CCFF. What happened? As soon as he turned his head, he saw at a glance that something was wrong with Miss Hermione. Just drank a bottle of pink potion that smells good. Hermione stroked his blonde hair. I don't know why, but my mind is full of you now. I can't learn at all. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but complain. A pink potion? Ron was stunned for a moment. Wasn't that the love potion he just refined today? Why did Hermione drink that bottle? Looking at Hermione, who was still hugging him, Ron felt helpless. Although he said that he also liked this feeling very much, but It was also the first time he knew that a love potion could make people become like this. Fortunately, these love potions are all time limited, and the dose of a bottle will expire by tomorrow morning. The smell on your body is similar to the smell of the potion I drank. Hermione sat on the sofa and leaned on Ron's shoulder, her little nose twitching slightly. After all, what you're drinking is a love potion. Ron didn't want to continue his studies at this time. With a clingy Miss Hermione, it's okay not to learn this alchemy. Ecstasy? Hermione was slightly taken aback. Obviously, she has no impression of this potion, but she can guess the general meaning just by hearing the name. The taste of ecstasy is different for everyone, and the taste it shows is your favorite thing in your heart. Ron explained softly. And obviously, Miss Hermione's words just now revealed what she likes in her heart. Will it taste like me if you drink it? Hermione took out the half bottle of ecstasy from her pocket and asked softly in Ron's ear. The exhaled breath made Ron feel itchy in his ears. I don't drink. After drinking this potion tonight, he has to go to Azkaban tomorrow. Become the youngest dark wizard to be imprisoned. That's a pity, Hermione said regretfully, placing the potion on the table. Both of them had no intention of studying. Hermione just leaned in Ron's arms dumbly, her brown eyes were not as smart as before. Ecstasy is also a hallucinogen, and Ron suspects that Hermione's ick has dropped a lot. It's 12 o'clock, we should go to bed. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, Ron touched the girl's hair to remind him. Hermione narrowed her eyes and nodded. But when she got to the door, she was still holding Ron's arm and didn't want to let go. My room is here. Ron reluctantly pointed to the front door and said. I think the two of us can be together. Hermione lowered her head and said softly, her tone was full of determination and no rejection. After taking the medicine, although the ick has dropped, the courage has improved. I don't think so. Hearing this, Ron quickly shook his head. This is not punishable. Hearing the rejection, Hermione turned around and raised her head, then stood on tiptoe with a smile. Well, Ron opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. This is too brave. Boom. While Ron was not paying attention, the hand behind Hermione opened the door, and the other hand quickly dragged him in. The door is locked. After closing the door, the super brave Miss Granger immediately took out her wand and cast a golden lock spell on the door. You. As soon as Ron came back to his senses, he found that he had been locked in the room. Now you can't run away. Having said that, Miss Hermione smiled proudly. Silly and cute. Ron silently took out his wand and aimed it at the door. At this time, Hermione's ick suddenly recovered, and she thought of the magic spell of Are You a Hole? Don't use unlocking spells. Miss Hermione fiercely grabbed Ron's wand and threatened in a low voice. If you dare to use a spell, I will bite you. Just one night. Hermione threw the stolen wand on the table and said softly. But, isn't that bad? Ron hesitated. He hesitated. Hesitation means hope. Come on, we should go to bed. After speaking, before Ron could respond, he felt like he was being pulled to the side of the bed. Chapter 94, Books for the New Semester. The next morning. Small snowflakes fluttered outside the window, and the howling wind hit the glass of the window. Today's temperature is extraordinarily cold. The wizards shopping in Diagon Alley all put on thick robes and scarves to cover the wind. What? Lorne opening his eyes. He couldn't help but yawn. Wanting to turn over, he found an arm pressed on top of him. Following her gaze, a girl with curly brown hair was still sleeping on her side. He didn't go back to his room last night after all, but stayed here and used it as a pillow by Hermione. Maybe the weather was a little cold. Hermione shrank her petite body under the quilt, trying to find a warm place. Ron tried his best to make his movements lighter, got out of bed and put the quilt on Miss Granger. He picked up the wand that was thrown on the table last night and lit the firewood with ease. After doing all this, he was going to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast first. However, when he pulled the door, it didn't open. Ron was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of something, picked up his wand and pointed it at the door. Her cave is open. After gently closing the door, Ron went to wash first. But what he didn't see was that at the moment when the door was closed, Hermione, who had closed her eyes, secretly opened her eyes a little. After seeing that Ron was indeed going out, she lay in the quilt and breathed a sigh of relief. The cold temperature made Hermione wrap the quilt tightly around her body. She stared at the closed door in a daze. Why was she so brave last night? It's because of that potion. After a night of time, the effect of the medicine has long since passed. Thinking about what happened last night, Hermione's face turned red involuntarily, like a ripe apple. So shy. The girl buried her head in the quilt and thought involuntarily. In the hall downstairs, Ron hung the wrinkled robe he slept last night on the wall and put on the black sweater. British breakfast is almost like that, and it is very labor-saving to make. After he made 2 exquisite breakfasts, Hermione also walked down from the upstairs room at this time. It's just that she was a little hesitant to see her footsteps, as if taking a step forward might fall into the abyss. It's time for breakfast. Ron stood at the entrance of the stairs, raised his head and chuckled. Today, Hermione wore a light-toned long dress with a black sweater on top, which looked like a couple outfit with lawn. Since she had no time to take care of her brown hair, it was scattered behind her like the first meeting. Hearing Ron's figure, Hermione nodded slightly and agreed. When she came to the dining table, she saw a flash of surprise in her eyes when she saw the 2 exquisite breakfasts. What exactly will Ron do? In her eyes now, Ron seems to be omnipotent. After breakfast, the potions shop opened as usual. It was snowing heavily today. In the morning, it was still small snowflakes. By noon, a blizzard was about to form. There is no doubt that it is impossible to have guests today. The snowstorm lasted for about 2 days. In the past 2 days, Hermione received a letter from the Grangers, saying that she remembered to go back and have a look when she had time. Ron naturally has no opinion. After all, Hermione had been with him for almost 2 weeks, and he also gave Miss Hermione his own vacation. He didn't want to be hung on the street lamps in the future. But what surprised him was that Miss Hermione didn't want to go back at all. Here she can study and stay with the things she likes. Why should she go back? However, at Ron's request, she chose to go home for a few days. After sending off Hermione, Ron also felt that his store was a little empty. Compared to a few days ago, he seemed a little more lonely. On the way to the store these few days, he also received several photos from his frog cub. The contents of the photos are all landscapes, and there are absolutely no landmarks that are worth noting. And this time, the return period is also very long, probably after the start of school. This is the first time the frog cub has traveled for such a long time. I'm back. As the bell of the shop door rang, Hermione, who had not seen each other for 6 days, pushed the door with her luggage and entered. Interpunct flowers interpunct After seeing the figure reading a book with his head propped up on the counter, he immediately ran over and gave him a hug. The 2 walked around the empty hall twice, and Ron quickly hugged Hermione, so that she didn't fall to the ground. I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you so excited? Ron smiled and touched the little head of the girl and asked. Although it had only been 6 days, he still missed Hermione a lot. After all, he lived alone for nearly 11 years or so. There was no one to accompany him except the frog cub. Getting used to the warm life of the past few days, it's always hard to come back to loneliness again. I see you're also quite excited. Hermione smiled and pointed to her feet off the ground, and couldn't help rubbing her head against Ron's cheek. The familiar fragrance stirred the tip of Ron's nose again, causing the corners of his mouth to curl up. Where are your parents? Ron put Miss Hermione down, then picked up her luggage and carried it upstairs. The two of them sent me to the Leaky Cauldron and left, probably on a trip. Hermione said happily. So I will work here until school starts. Just a few days later, the two of us went to the Lion bookstore opposite to buy all the books we need for next semester. The books and papers from Hogwarts for the next semester have been mailed to the two of them. Ron also studied it carefully and found that he had learned most of it. Like, advanced use of magic spells, utilization of living beings with transfiguration spells. I heard that the next semester's defense against the dark arts professor might be Lockhart, said Ron, who moved the luggage to Hermione's room. I know, I saw Lockhart's book on the books that I need to buy. Speaking of this, Hermione frowned beautifully. His books are too expensive, and he has to buy them all. Lockhart's book is quite interesting. Ron used his wand to clean the dust in the room, then turned his head and took Miss Hermione's hand. Come on, let's go around diagonally. I'll help you choose some nice clothes. Chapter 95, Lockhart's Book Signing Party. As the start of school draws nearer, there will be a group of little wizards buying books almost every day in the Lion bookstore opposite the potions store. Most of them are first-year freshmen. In the past few days, Ron has seen many first-year wizards come to the store to watch, and he has been asking questions curiously. Those Lockhart books took half of my savings all at once. Hermione calculated the gold galleon that it cost to buy Lockhart's books, and finally crawled on the table in despair and said helplessly, "What's the hurry? The share hasn't been given to you yet." Ron sat on the reclining chair with the book and said leisurely, "You must know that a small part of the potions sold in the store are made by Hermione. After the wise Miss Hermione found out that she had no alchemy skills, she turned her head and asked Ron to teach her to brew the 693 potion. Naturally, Ron would not refuse the opinion of his little girlfriend. He taught Hermione everything from compound potions to love potions. But for some unknown reason, Hermione was only interested in ecstasy. And there are preparations to take his test medicine. This gave Ron some headaches. If he really drank the love potion, it was estimated that the next time we met would be Hermione's visit. Because of Miss Hermione's participation, Ron was usually relieved a lot. So Hermione deserved the share. I think about it, I've earned about 6,000 gold galleons this month, so we can divide it equally. Ron thought for a while and said with a chuckle. However, Hermione shook her head. I didn't do much, I gave too much. Stop, the two of us don't need to say such things. Ron quickly skipped the topic. Instead of thinking about this, you might as well see how many Lockhart books the two of us have bought. He pointed to a large pile of books beside the table. Most of them were Lockhart's travel books, used to pass the boring time. In this semester's defense against the dark arts class, they bought more than half of the books during the holidays, so they only needed to buy a little, and it didn't cost much. How come there are so many? Hermione said in disbelief after flipping through it. She remembered that she only bought 2 copies. I bought the rest. Ron said helplessly. No way, in the Lion bookstore, apart from alchemy, Lockhart's travel stories are the most interesting. If he hadn't known about Lockhart, he would have thought that the author was a legendary great wizard. "Oh, Lockhart." Ron laughed. He remembered that the other party seemed to be just a master who used the forgetting spell. All the stories were copied from other people's minds, and his own writing was added to create such a popular reputation. "You seem to like reading his books more than I do." Hermione walked to Ron's side with a notebook and said, "The book is good, but people have some problems." Ron shrugged, not knowing how to explain it to Hermione. After all, he and Lockhart hadn't met before, so he said nothing. I always heard Ron say this about Lockhart, and even Miss Hermione felt repulsive to the authors of these books. "Can you help me see if snakeskin can be added to this potion?" Hermione said and handed the note to Ron. After looking at the recipe, Ron thought for a while and nodded. "Can." Immediately afterwards, Ron put down the book in his hand and began to explain the refining process of this potion to Hermione. Recently, Hermione has put a lot of effort into potions, and has been brewing all kinds of potions in the basement. She even started refining the compound medicine that lasted for several months. Although when it comes to the start of school, it may not be able to be cooked. While listening to Ron's explanation, Hermione turned the silver ring on her white finger. She also has a general understanding of the rune engraved on it. The general meaning is, love, health, romance, relaxing time. This brought her feelings for Ron one step closer. And the runes on the rings of the two are exactly the same. It's hard not to think about it. What are you thinking, so fascinated? Ron pinched the smiling Hermione's little nose and asked curiously, "Do you know the meaning on the ring?" Hermione knocked off the fingers pinching her nose in dissatisfaction, and then asked Ron. "Of course I know." Ron nodded with a smile. He understood what Hermione was thinking. "You are the most romantic I have ever seen." Miss Hermione squeezed Ron's cheek with her hand, smiling like a flower. "I hope it's the only one you've ever seen." Ron's pale blue eyes were smiling. Lockhart is coming. The internationally acclaimed adventure writer, recipient of the Order of Merlin 3rd Class, honorary member of the League Against the Dark Arts, and 5-time winner of the Witcher Weekly Award for Most Charming Smile has come to Diagon Alley. Both, the Daily Prophet, and The Quibbler, reported on this matter. Lockhart's book signing will be solemnly held in Lishan Bookstore in 5 days. Naturally, Hermione and Ron, who lived on the opposite side, also got the news. Ron could already predict how hot the business on the other side would be after 5 days, but his potions shop was empty. After hearing Ron's sigh, Hermione couldn't help but covered her mouth and laughed. But she knew that in this month's time, Ron's gold galleon was no less than the income of the Beauty Scar bookstore and Mrs. Malkin's clothing store. And in comparison, Ron's side is very leisurely. Every day here, he reads books and refines medicine for 5.5. No need to be busy at all. 5 days passed quickly. Hermione was awakened by the sound outside the window. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned to look at the Lion bookstore opposite. Before it was dawn, there were already quite a few wizards standing at the door waiting. Most of them are young witches and wizards. After all, Lockhart is still very handsome, and he has been the male protagonist on the cover of magazines several times. But in Miss Granger's view, Lockhart was not as good-looking as his own lawn. Miss Hermione turned to look at the clock on the wall. It was only about 5 o'clock. It's crazy. She thought so, but cast a silence spell with her wand, and went back to sleep on the soft bed. Chapter 96, The Weasleys in the Bookstore. By the time Ron rang Hermione's room, it was already around 9 in the morning. As the door opened, Miss Hermione was wearing a light blue pajamas with bears printed on it. She reached out and rubbed her sleepy eyes, but stood in front of him. "Good morning, Miss Beaver." Ron greeted with a smile. "Hate." Hermione glanced at Ron and muttered softly. I always feel that bunny ears are a good match for you now. Ron's hand holding the wand was eager to try. But Hermione closed the door directly. I'll go to Lion Bookstore to buy things later, don't mess around. A muffled voice came from behind the door. She went to change clothes. In the past few days, Ron took her to Mrs. Morkin's store to buy clothes, and seriously said that it was employee benefits. Ron took back his wand with some pity, then turned around and went downstairs to make breakfast. By the time Hermione came downstairs again, her pajamas had been replaced. A brown knitted sweater with a pleated 22 skirt and black boots. This match made Ron's eyes shine. This suit was purchased from London, and it was not available in Mrs. Morkin's store. How about it? Hermione asked expectantly. Very nice. Ron nodded in praise. This answer obviously made the girl happy. She trotted over and sat across from Ron. However, after seeing the chocolate milk in front of Ron, his smile couldn't help stiffening. You're drinking chocolate again. Hermione frowned and looked at Ron. You must know that since she came here, Ron basically drinks chocolate milk every day, and is not afraid of getting sick and tooth decay. I don't drink anymore, I don't drink anymore. Feeling the bad eyes, Ron pointed his wand at the chocolate milk in the quilt. Rabbit Eye Jing Jing, half faintly, turned into black tea. With the spell cast, the chocolate milk slowly turned into a cup of black tea under Hermione's eyes. Only then did she nod her head in satisfaction. After the two of them finished eating, it was already around 11 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a bit late to open the door today, because the door usually opens at 7 or 8. But it doesn't matter if it's open or not today, because the Lion Bookstore opposite is almost overcrowded, and no one notices the potions shop opposite. Let's go over there to see the excitement. Ron also changed into casual clothes and turned to Hermione. The books Lockhart needed had already been purchased by the two a few days ago, so there was no need to squeeze in and grab those autographed books. After all, in Ron's opinion, whether or not Lockhart's signature is the same. He even thought that Lockhart's signature was a good biography that tainted this book. The weather is nice today. The blue sky, the breeze blowing from time to time, and the lively crowd. Hermione was holding a box of BB Duo beans, hesitating whether she should put it in her mouth or not. She gave it to Ron if she felt something was wrong. Ron ate it with relish. Beef, lemon, orange, honeydew melon. All kinds of flavors gather in the mouth. Bah, it smells earthy. As soon as she ate a BB bean, Hermione couldn't help vomiting it out. There are 700 flavors in total, why are you so unlucky? Ron quipped. This made Hermione slap him with a small fist, and it didn't hurt or itch. After the two walked into the Lion Bookstore, they saw the blond man speaking on the high platform at a glance. His expression was full of smiles, and he looked confident and friendly. It's Lockhart, Hermione whispered, standing beside Ron. Both of them had seen Lockhart's portrait on the cover of a magazine, and he was exactly the same as he is now. Especially that smile. Wait, isn't that Harry? At this time, Ron pointed to Harry, who was standing beside Lockhart with an embarrassed expression. What happened? As soon as the two came in, Lockhart's speech just ended, so he had no idea what was going on stage. Harry walked down embarrassedly holding the signed book. Just as Ron was about to go there, Hermione pulled him. The Weasley brothers are here too. Following his gaze, the red-haired brother was very conspicuous in the crowd. He also saw Ron and a little red-haired girl. The Weasleys are here too? Ron muttered to himself, then walked over with Hermione to say hello. Isn't that Ron and Hermione? Before the two of them passed, George saw the young couple at a glance. Are the two of them inseparable during the holidays? Fred also thought strangely. but he was very happy to see his partners and friends in the bookstore. "Good noon, sir and ma'am." Ron and Hermione greeted politely. "Hello," to little wizards. As the head of the family, Arthur is also a friend who responded to his son with a smile. "Are you here for Lockhart's autograph session?" Ron asked curiously. "Fred and I don't want to come, it's our mother, she wants." George's voice became smaller and smaller, because Fred pointed blankly behind him. It was Ron who wanted Mr. Lockhart's autographed book. George quickly changed his mind. "You know, he likes reading those books." "I didn't," Ron retorted subconsciously, but was glared by George. "Long time no see." 693, Ron, Hermione. Harry, holding the signed book, greeted him with a smile. "Long time no see, how is the holiday?" Ron responded with a smile. "You don't want to know, it sucks," Harry said helplessly. "No one knows how he got through this terrible holiday at Dursley's house, it was just torture." "How about you?" Harry asked curiously. "Hermione and I open a potions shop across from the Lycan bookstore, where we study and sell potions during the holidays." Ron pointed to the closed potions shop opposite. "A Cleese potions shop." When Fred saw the signboard, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "You actually opened a potions shop?" Ron and Harry both widened their eyes and shouted in disbelief. Even as a staff member of the Ministry of Magic, Arthur couldn't help but glance at the little blonde wizard. He has heard Ron and Gemini mention that he is a very talented first-year wizard, and his report card is all outstanding, except for the History of Magic class. But such a young wizard who is about to enter the second grade actually opened a potions shop during the holidays? My Merlin! Arthur was shocked. Ron smiled and didn't answer. A name was wrong in the previous chapter, it has been modified. Chapter 97, Riddle's Diary. According to Fred, the Weasley family was here today mainly to buy some books for school. There are so many Lockhart books. Even George couldn't help but complain. The new defense against the dark arts teacher must be an admirer of him. Maybe he's an info witch. Lockhart is our new defense against the dark arts professor. Didn't you just listen to the speech? Percy, who was holding a copy of How Prefects Gained Power in his hand, said helplessly. That's why you like listening to useless speeches. George shook his head and said, although the Weasley family is a pure-blood family, the actual savings is far less than that of the Malfoy family, and it can even be said to be pitiful. In addition, their family has a lot of children, including this year's Ginny. They have to buy a total of 5 Lockhart books. After saying those words, Hermione couldn't help taking a breath. She was almost unable to pay for one set, let alone 5 sets. Miss Hermione couldn't even think about it. You might as well buy a set, and then use a copy to make a pair. Miss Hermione made a suggestion. There is a time limit for duplicating. Fred shook his head helplessly. He had already tried all the ideas Hermione said. Moreover, the books in the Lycan store are blessed with magic, and it is impossible to even print them. The only thing that can be printed out is blank sheets of paper. This is an anti-theft spell unique to the magic world. By the way, our cards are almost finished. At this time, Fred suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The second set will come out in about a few days. Hearing this, Ron didn't take it too seriously. Outside, according to the cards he gave out at Christmas, the preparation of the second set has already begun, and the time is about the same. As long as the first set of templates is made, the subsequent cards will be much easier to make. Speaking of which, George and Fred seemed to be able to see piles of golden galleons flying towards them. While Ron and Fred were chatting, the Weasleys took Ginny and Harry, who were about to enter school, to choose school books. Ginny is Weasley's youngest child, also has dazzling red hair, and a newly bought cauldron hanging on her arm. looking a little shy. "Isn't this Arthur from the Ministry of Magic?" An arrogant figure resounded from the stairs leading to the second floor. With light blonde hair neatly trimmed, Lucius looked at Arthur with the pair of eyes, and a trace of sarcasm flashed. "Lucius?" When Arthur saw the person who made the sound, his face was a little ugly. The relationship between the two is not that friendly. Arthur, who works in the Ministry of Magic, will inevitably have a lot of conflicts with Lucius, who has taken refuge with Voldemort. "Look, this kind of tattered book is used in school?" Lucius walked over slowly, stretched out his hand and took out the somewhat worn-out Transformation Guide for Beginners from Ginny's cauldron, and sarcastically smiled. However, when he put it back, a book suddenly appeared in the crucible that originally had only one book. This action made Ron, who had been observing here, realize, as for the others, they were staring angrily at Lucius and Draco behind him. That should be Senior Tom's diary. Ron, who had some impressions, thought. In order to buy these things, you will be hungry next month. Lucius said the most sarcastic words in a calm tone. He also tapped the floor with his golden snake-headed wand, as if showing off something. "Harry, I didn't expect to see you here." "What a surprise." And Draco, who was standing behind, glanced at Harry who was standing beside Ginny, and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect you to find a girlfriend." Hearing this, Ron blushed, threw the book into the cauldron, and was about to rush up to punch the nasty face, but Harry hurriedly pulled it. These two are indeed father and son. Ron thought. "Oh, isn't this the little wizard from the potions shop?" Lucius turned his eyes and saw Ron, who was selling his potions. "Weasley, looking at the friends you have made, a group of Muggle families, I thought you were depraved enough." Hearing this, Arthur was completely furious, and before Lucius could react, he punched him. "How dare you, Weasley!" Lucius was beaten to the ground by surprise, touched his numb nose, and a bright red blood appeared. "Well played." The twins cheered. This farce quickly attracted the attention of other customers in the bookstore, and the clerk hurried over to persuade him, but to no avail. The two have already scuffled together. Draco wanted to go up to help, but was petrified by Ron with his wand. He couldn't take what Lucius just said as inaudible. Sure enough, pure-blooded wizards hate it. Draco looked at Ron with a desperate look at the corner of his mouth. "Why did my father pull Geralt in too?" With the arrival of Hagrid, the battle between Lucius and Arthur is over. Let me wait and see. After saying a cruel sentence, Lucius broke free from Hagrid's palm, used his wand to release Draco's petrification spell, and then rushed out of the store. "You should ignore him, Arthur." Hagrid, who was a senior, naturally knew both Arthur and Lucius. He shook his head and said, "You know, he always has a lot of conspiracies. You shouldn't be so impulsive." Mrs. Weasley also looked a little angry. You must know that this was at Lockhart's press conference, surrounded by wizards. "I wanted to punch him when I saw his face." Arthur patted the dust on his body, then reasoned with Mrs. Weasley. Ginny? Ignoring what happened over there, Ron took Hermione to Ginny's side, and looked at the shy little witch with a pair of pale blue, Wang Watsao, eyes friendly. My name is Lord Geralt, she's Hermione Granger, nice to meet you." After saying that, he took out a brand new, basic transformation guide, from the books he had just purchased and put it on the gold inside Nye's crucible. "This is a school gift for you," Ron said with a smile. Even Hermione on the side greeted her with a smile. "Thanks." Ginny thanked politely. And Ron took out the notebook that was placed in her cauldron, which was what Lucius put in it. "When did you buy this notebook?" Ginny looked at the notebook with some doubts. She didn't remember that she bought it. "This should be regarded as a gift in return," Ron said softly. He opened the notebook, and there was an indistinct name in the upper left corner. Tom Riddle. Chapter 98. Coincidentally, I'm also an orphan. Ginny didn't care too much about this diary that looked a little worn out, so she gave it to Ron as a return gift. And Ron, who had some impressions, knew that the notebook in his hand came from the Horcrux made by Senior Tom when he was young. The most excellent Dark Lord in Slytherin, Tom as a student must know a lot of things, and he just used it as a tool. Ron thought. Just when Lorne was thinking about things, the Weasley family had already come over, and Mr. Arthur rubbed the corners of his blue eyes. It was hit by Lucius with the golden snakehead wand. Fred and the others have already bought the things they want to buy, so they are going to go back to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. Ron and Hermione didn't follow him because Miss Hermione wanted to have a good stroll in Diagon Alley today. See you at school, Ron. Goodbye, everyone. Watching the Weasley family, Harry and Hagrid leave, Ron smiled and waved. It was really a good choice to come to Line Bookstore today, and I got a notebook from Senior Tom. Ron threw the notebook into the alien space, and then took Hermione out of the Lycan bookstore. The time for the start of school is getting closer and closer. Ron and Hermione still have a lot of things to buy. Just like summer clothes. Hermione frowned and glanced at Ron, who was smiling, and intuitively told her that the boy in front of her was thinking of something bad. Evening. The dim sunlight fell on the ground, reflecting a pale golden color on the glass. After shopping for a day, Ron and Hermione finally returned to the potions shop. The Lycan bookstore opposite has not had many people since Lockhart left. Pushing open the delicate wooden door, a pleasant bell rang. As soon as she returned to the hall, Hermione returned to her bedroom with a large bag and a small bag. The things inside were all summer clothes, most of which were picked for her by Lorne. After all, Ron still has confidence in his appreciative gaze. Tom's diary. After sitting on the soft sofa, he took out the diary from the other dimension. Is there something wrong with this diary? Just when he was hesitating whether to wake up his beloved Senior Tom, a pleasant voice came from the stairs. I saw Hermione wearing a lovely azure blue pajamas and walking down with a high ponytail. A pair of brown eyes looked at Ron curiously. No, there's no problem. Ron shrugged, then tossed the diary aside. He didn't want Miss Hermione involved. After all, none of Voldemort's things are good things. Then you look so fascinated. You don't look as good as you. Ron looked at Hermione approaching, pulled her over, and rubbed her cheek. Don't move. Hermione pushed Ron's face aside with her hand, and her cheeks were a little red. Really, Ron's courage has grown more and more in recent days. Miss Hermione has selectively forgotten what happened a few days ago. The two sat on the sofa chatting about alchemy knowledge for a while, and after a while Hermione couldn't help covering her mouth and yawned. Crystal tears slipped quietly from the corners of her eyes, and Ron wiped them away with his hands. Sleepy? Miss Hermione nodded obediently. When she heard about alchemy, she couldn't help but feel sleepy and her head felt dizzy. Ron also had a deep understanding of it when he took the demon history class. Ah! Under Hermione's exclamation, Ron picked her up in the form of a princess hug. Miss Granger quickly wrapped her arms around Ron's neck to prevent herself from falling. He is so powerful. Miss Hermione thought. Let's go, I'll take you back to your room. Ron put Hermione on the head and said with a smile. Miss Granger's weight is not very heavy, and her body is also very, CCFF, petite, which is simply too easy for Ron, whose strength is increasing day by day. Pushing open the door, Ron put Hermione on the big soft bed, and then he could only leave. But at this moment, Hermione grabbed Ron's shirt and prevented him from leaving. What's wrong? Ron touched the tip of his nose suspiciously. Hermione didn't answer, but closed her eyes gently, the corners of her mouth raised in anticipation. Ron understood. This isn't it? Although Ron said so, he still slowly got closer. Well, the ice cream that Miss Hermione bought today is lemon-flavored. Good night. Good night, Hermione responded softly with a smile on the corner of her mouth. As the voice fell, the lights in the room turned off, and the door made a crisp sound. Ron left the room. After returning to his bedroom, Ron turned on the bright light, then sat on the table and put the diary in front of him. A pair of pale blue eyes stared at the bright night sky outside the window, as if thinking about something. Senior Tom, long time no see. Ron picked up a quill and dipped some ink, then wrote a name on the blank notebook. Lorne Gerald. The black ink is very conspicuous on the white paper, but before a minute passed, the ink of the name began to gradually fade, and it disappeared after a while. Immediately afterwards, another line of different handwriting appeared on the paper. Hello, my name is Tom Riddle, and I am the owner of this diary. Don't be surprised, I am an alchemy product refined by an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts, and I can help you gain knowledge. Tom, who just graduated from Hogwarts, is still alone, so he speaks very well. Can you help me gain knowledge? Ron held back his smile and wrote this paragraph with a quill pen. Ron, can I call you that? Handwriting began to appear in the diary. Of course, Senior Tom. As far as I know, Gerald doesn't belong to a pure blood family. Can I take the liberty to ask, which college are you from? Slytherin. After Ron wrote this sentence, the diary waited for a long time and did not write the next sentence, as if he was thinking about something. Your life must be difficult, after all, you are in Slytherin, and you are not a pure blood. The person who made me was also a student of Slytherin and an orphan. I am also an orphan. That's quite a coincidence. Yes, it's quite a coincidence. Ron's eyes flickered, and he was already thinking about how to squeeze Senior Tom dry. Chapter 99, Tom, I think you should go to Azkaban. The stars twinkled at night, and the bright moonlight reflected on the houses in Diagon Alley. Miss Hermione's room was pitch black, with only the slight sound of steady breathing. On the opposite side, Ron's room was brightly lit by candles. He was sitting at the table by the window, writing and drawing with the quill in his hand. Senior Tom, who was in the 6th grade, was still very scheming. Ron and him tried each other out, and what they got were all nonsense. Have you ever been bullied in Slytherin? A line of fonts appeared on the diary. After one look, Ron knew what Senior Tom was going to do. He thought about how to answer, but before he could write, the diary seemed to be unable to wait, and a new line of font appeared again. I will give you a powerful spell to make you the king of those little snakes. Appeared. Tom's purpose finally appeared. The corners of Ron's mouth twitched. What spell can you teach me? What do you want to learn? The diary quickly changed the font. I can teach you any advanced spells. Have you ever learned about Thunderbolt Explosion? Thunderbolt Explosion? Ron shook his head. He had already learned that spell in the forbidden area. Change another one, I will do this one. Seeing this line of words, the diary pondered and wrote. As for the Iron Armor spell, this spell is a good defensive spell, and Flitwick probably won't teach you in 1st grade. Let's do something else, I've learned this long ago. This time the diary was silent. The heart-piercing curse, you have never learned this. The notes in the diary are gradually scribbled, and it can be seen that it is in a hurry. But Ron had already known the gouging out the bone curse. Back then, he experimented with Voldemort. I don't know how Tom will react at this time when he finds out about Voldemort's situation. He thought wickedly. To be honest, I have learned not only the heart-piercing curse, but also the remaining 2 unforgivable curses, so can you show some sincerity? Ron wasn't afraid of being exposed at all, so he just wrote it down. This line of fonts did not disappear as before, but stayed on the paper for a long time, just like an ordinary diary. After a long time, when Ron was a little impatient, the font on the diary appeared. It's not as elegant as it was at the beginning. Instead it was scribbled and even scratched, making it look a little angry. How could a first-year wizard learn this? You must be lying to me. You're not a first-year wizard. How could I lie to you? These spells were all learned by me in the forbidden area. They are very simple, aren't they? Ron didn't panic at all, and the graceful handwriting was like that of Miss Hermione. He has also been learning handwriting with Miss Hermione recently. It looks very beautiful. It may be that these are not convincing enough. He repeated the titles and authors of the banned books. You are really a good seedling to be a dark wizard. Half a day later, this sentence appeared in the diary. I don't think you should be assigned to Slytherin, you should go to Azkaban. I also think I'm a poor talent in Slytherin. There was no reply from the diary for a long time. Maybe he was angry with Ron's words. Do you know alchemy? I'm learning this recently. Seeing that Senior Tom didn't answer, Ron took the initiative to attack. Alchemy, I don't know much, but I can explain it to you. The diary wrote this, but the dazzling words were still proving that it was not in a good mood. Ron suddenly discovered that he seemed to be able to guess his mood through Senior Tom's handwriting, as if he had written all his emotions on his face. Have you ever tried to engrave a spell on a ring or bracelet? I thought about it, but I failed. The power of those magic spells is not well controlled. The handwriting is more confusing. This diary is probably surprised. Maybe the two of us can have a good conversation. Ron hid a smile on his mouth. Senior Tom, sure enough. This method has been studied, so the other party must have his own ideas and opinions. The communication between a person and the diary continued until 4 in the morning. After that, the communication between the two became more intense, and Tom's handwriting gradually faded. He was about to be drained. However, Tom was still shocked by this little wizard who claimed to be a first-year student, because many of the ideas were things that he ignored and didn't think about. Interpunct flowers interpunct 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 interpunct. What he can be sure of is that the little wizard who picked him up must be a gifted genius. Even he was a little surprised by those huge knowledge reserves. And Ron was also very satisfied. Whether it should be said or not, the wisdom of being able to become the Dark Lord must not be bad. Perhaps the current wisdom without a nose has declined a lot. But this outstanding student Tom, who is about to graduate from Hogwarts, is at the peak of his intelligence. After the communication between the two, he also made some improvements to the method of depicting runes. I think the two of us will be here tonight. Light black handwriting appeared on the notebook, and it could be seen that there was not much ink left. 00 After all, it has just been awakened today, and it has very little power left, and it cannot even interfere with the outside world. Otherwise, he would have controlled Ron with the black magic spell. So much nonsense needs to be said there. Okay, it's getting late, we'll talk when we have time. Ron looked up at the clock, then closed the diary and threw it into the alien space. There was absolutely no chance for Senior Tom to say goodbye. After all, he was just a tool man. When Tom's survival was drained, he handed over the diary to Dumbledore, and he could earn some credits. Severe fire spell, Dementor. I still don't know many spells, ask Senior Tom another day. After muttering to himself, Ron went to sleep contentedly. Early morning. Boom, there was a knock on the door, and Miss Hermione, who got up early, came to wake Ron. "I'm coming." Ron yawned, then got up and cleaned up. Seeing Miss Hermione looking at him with her head tilted outside the door, she walked over and hugged her. "Good morning, darling. No seriousness, you stayed up late last night?" Hermione wanted to push Ron away, but took it back blushing. When she saw the dark circles under Ron's eyes clearly, she couldn't help asking curiously. "It hurts my body to stay up all night." "I just stayed up all night. After all, going to bed at 4 and waking up at 6 is no different from staying overnight." Soon his strengthened body could withstand death. Chapter 100, Hogwarts School Day. With everything busy, the start date of Hogwarts is approaching. Ron chose to close the potions shop these days, take a good rest with Hermione and learn some magic spells, alchemy and the like. This is so difficult. Seeing the character who died again, Hermione couldn't help complaining. Ron stopped the quill in his hand and turned to look. Today, Hermione was lying on the sofa wearing only a long beige dress, with her two white and petite feet swaying by the sofa, looking very cute. "Stop playing games, come and learn." Ron sighed helplessly. Since the last time I played MC with Hermione a few times, the girl immediately became hooked on this game console. When I'm bored, I take it out to play. However, the degree of internet addiction is obviously not as high as Malfoy and the others. After all, Miss Granger knows self-control. Alchemy is too difficult. When Hermione heard this, her little head lying on the sofa couldn't help but look at Ron, her brown eyes half squinted. "I didn't talk about learning alchemy. Let's study Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spell first." Ron pointed to the various materials on the table. "Maybe the two of us can try animagus." Professor McGonagall said that was risky. Hermione couldn't help worrying. "Don't worry, we will succeed with me. But we can't talk for a month." Ron picked up a piece of emerald green mandrake and said, "No, let's talk about it later." Hearing that she was going to be banned for a month, Hermione hurriedly shook her head. The school is about to start. The two of them can't be dumb for a month. In that case, they won't be able to answer questions in class. Ron thought for a while and then decided to give up the idea. "Let's try it next time we are on vacation." After all, in school, if a Professor McGonagall finds out that she is practicing animagus privately, it is estimated that the credits will definitely be deducted. "Let's play games." Hermione brought her little head to Ron's side and whispered seductively, "Our two houses are not finished yet." Ron turned to look at Hermione who was approaching, and couldn't help but glanced at the two little feet hidden in the sofa. While Miss Hermione wasn't paying attention, he grabbed it with his hands. "What do you want to do?" Hermione opened her eyes wide and quickly tried to get rid of Ron's hands. Unfortunately, the strength is simply not enough. Under her unbelievable gaze, Ron raised the corner of his mouth and picked up the quill for writing. "We study." Miss Granger immediately changed her mind. But it was too late. The quill had touched the sole of her small foot. Damn. Miss Hermione was lying on the messy sofa with her face flushed red, and angrily kicked Ron's calf lightly with her little foot. "Don't do this to me next time." Ron covered his shoulder that was bitten by his teeth, and nodded quickly. "The mouth is too harsh." Almost bit out his thunder scales. After some play, the two of them started their daily studies. Although Hermione was very troubled by alchemy, she was still very interested in other subjects. But most of the time she was asking, and Ron was in charge of answering. For many problems, he can come up with solutions. Is the gap between the two of us so big? Hermione pursed her lips and thought. But only Ron knew that he had been picking wool at Senior Tom's place in recent days, and he had mastered most of the knowledge. Even Senior Tom had to sigh, this little wizard is really a genius rarely seen in 100 years. The time for the start of school was getting closer and closer. During this period, Miss Hermione also went home several times at the strong request of the Grangers. And the last time was the last time she went home. Lorne would go with her when she went to school, so the Grangers didn't have to send them off. Hearing his daughter's words, Mr. Granger looked at Ron with some complicated eyes. He never imagined that in less than 2 months, his daughter would no longer want to come back. Feeling Mr. Granger's gaze, Ron nodded with a smile. He hasn't done anything to Hermione, or it has always been Miss Hermione's hands on him every day. Especially after drinking the love potion. The relationship between the two seems to have taken a big step forward. Like living together, the two of them are just used to it. And during the month and a half of living together, Ron's cooking skills have improved a lot, and every day is a variety of exquisite dishes. He tried both English breakfast and Chinese breakfast, and Miss Hermione was curious about those Chinese food she had never seen before. However, in winter, it is still the best time to eat hot pot, but there are absolutely no seasonings. Ron was full of regrets. However, he spent some pounds to buy some at the place of origin, and he doesn't know when it will be delivered. Time passed so slowly. The day before school started, it snowed in London, so it was a little cold to wake up the next day, and the windows were slammed by the cold wind. Ron got up early to prepare breakfast, and after a while Hermione walked down yawning. She also changed her pajamas to a light-colored plaid shirt in advance, wearing a pair of blue jeans and a pair of brown marten boots. The brown curly hair on the shawl was also arranged into a low ponytail according to Ron's preference, and there were 2 strands of curly hair hanging down in front of his forehead. She looks valiant, capable and beautiful. Miss Beaver, good morning. Ron smiled and greeted her 5.5 to come over for dinner. When she got to the dining table, she first brought the chocolate milk in front of Ron to her side, and then put her black tea in Ron's place. This is your punishment, Mr. Chocolate. Can you add sugar to black tea? Ron asked helplessly. All the sugar in the store was kept by Hermione, because she found that Ron always liked to add a lot of sugar to his drinks. Cannot. For his body, Hermione refused. Fine. Ron picked up the black tea and took a sip. It is not unacceptable that there is no sugar added. After having breakfast, the two of them were ready to pack up and go to the train station. Chapter 100 To celebrate, ask for flowers every day, ask for a monthly pass, ask for everything.